Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1676 Lower Surprise. The prototype of the Adonis Colossus stood silently in the workshop attached to the LMC's space-borne testing grounds. Due to the Sandman fleet that continued to play hide and seek with the Lighthounds, it wasn't entirely safe to test mechs in space. This was because the testing ground in space was situated right beside an asteroid belt. With too many living sentinels diverted to the front lines and the system defense force, there weren't enough mechs to protect this facility. For this reason, the prototype testing had to take place on land and in closer orbit of the planet. While this was a little inconvenient, the Adonis Colossus was not a difficult mech to test. Some of the most difficult and nuanced aspects of a mech was its mobility. It took a lot of complicated props to adequately test a mech's mobility, especially under fire. Fortunately, the hybrid mech was basically a sledgehammer in mech design. It possessed a high degree of firepower and defense and sacrificed a considerable amount of mobility to gain these advantages. The piloting requirements of such a mech was lower as well. The mech pilot wouldn't have to devote too much attention on controlling the movements of the mech. The basic role of the mech was to withstand a lot of damage and dish it out in return. It also had to look good while doing that. The ostentatiously masculine appearance of the mech all met the needs of the client. Ves stepped forward while Lucky lazily hung on his shoulder. Meow. I know. This is definitely one of the more tasteless mechs I've designed. The belt-like codpiece that Gloriana designed may have saved some of their dignity, but it was still an attention-grabbing feature. The muscle definition that defined the mech's front torso enhanced the mech's pronounced masculinity. In fact, Ves had a sense that the masculinity of the mech was so exaggerated that it inspired ridicule instead of admiration. Of course, Ves and Gloriana made sure not to make this aspect too obvious. The client had to be happy with the product, after all. He felt no guilt at all in deceiving a bastard like Vincent. Gloriana walked up next to him while cradling Clixie. This mech will be much more impressive once we build the final version. I can't wait to see our client's response. In order to make the first fabrication attempt as significant as possible, Gloriana insisted on letting others fabricate the prototype. Even though Ves and Gloriana both identified a number of production flaws, they weren't significant enough to impact the test results. It was still a bit uncomfortable to them. Gloriana especially had to rein in her compulsion to pick up some tools and fix the most obvious faults. Ves reached out with his spiritual senses to explore its inherent spiritual foundation. Without a design spirit, the system would probably grade the X factor of the mech as C++ or something. Due to his research direction, Ves came to rely on external spiritual entities to power up his mechs. This made him neglect the spiritual foundation, which was an inherent quality of any of his products. It was part of their own strength, which meant that removing the design spirit from its position would not leave his mechs completely lifeless. Of course, this was not the primary role of the spiritual foundation. Its main purpose was to facilitate the connection between the design spirit and the mech designs. If the spiritual foundation was weak or incompatible, the design spirit wouldn't be able to maintain a strong connection. While Ves hadn't substantiated some of these guesses yet, he was pretty sure about his judgment. Up until today, Ves still didn't fully know the rules governing design spirits and spiritual foundation. That didn't stop him from fumbling around and taking advantage of his new discoveries. If he wasn't daring enough to experiment with design spirits, how could he have made so many achievements? Therefore, despite the fact that relying on external design spirits was rather troublesome, Ves did not give up on his current direction. The most he would do was to nudge it in different directions to increase his versatility. After he finished his inspection, he retracted his spiritual senses and evaluated the prototype on its technical merits. By now, the prototype had already accumulated some signs of wear and tear due to being subjected to some intensive tests. "It's a shame that this prototype is so expensive." Ves winced a bit. "Even if we can recycle most materials, some of the exotics will still lose their potency." The Adonis Colossus cost as much as 20 desolate soldiers. The quality and specs of the custom mech was incomparable to the budget mechs. Of course, that didn't mean the Adonis Colossus possessed the power to crush 20 mechs. It could only defeat a couple of mechs at a time. Meow! Gloriana looked down on her pet, who squirmed from her grasp and headed for the exit of the testing ground. Meow! Lucky followed suit and patted after the organic cat. "Don't mind them, Gloriana. Clixie is disgusted at the mech." She frowned. "How so?" "She says it carries the scent of a deplorable person." "Oh. Well, it's true." Clixie was no ordinary pet. Ves did not underestimate the ability of the Robarthans to develop an exotic breed. It was just that Clixie always acted like a proud and spoiled house cat in their presence. Ves was very curious what a Robarthan sentinel cat was capable of. For this breed of designer pet to become the favored companions of little girls in the new Robarth Empire, it was probably capable of killing assassins. He found it rather strange that Clixie stated that the prototype of the Adonis Colossus carried a foul scent. As far as he knew, Clixie did not possess the same type of nose as Nita. Did she possess spiritual potential? No. Ves played with Clixie often enough to detect that she lacked this quality. She was just a sentient cat. The two spent some time on inspecting the integrity of the mech. They paid particular attention to the armor plating and the weapon systems. Vincent would have to rely on both of them to fight the Sandmen. Fortunately, their inspections matched the earlier scans. The mech did not show any signs of premature failure due to faults in the design. Delivering a defective product was a big taboo in the mech community. This was especially so for custom mechs. "There's something missing on this mech." Gloriana frowned in thought. It's missing our signature looks. Without them, this mech doesn't fully express our identity." I don't think Vincent appreciates our signature looks." "Why not, Ves?" "Vincent is a client who is very particular about the image his mech conveys. Adding a third eye to the Adonis Colossus has the potential to ruin its masculine appearance. It might instead make it look like a freak. As for the hexagon, I don't think Vincent will appreciate a brand that is highly associated with hexers on his mech." Gloriana innocently blinked. "I don't see the problem. It directly clashes against his preferences. Do you know how he would feel if his proud, masculine mech carries the mark associated with female supremacists?" Ves was sure that Vincent would blow up as soon as he saw the hexagon. "I can't stand leaving out our symbols. I still want to add them to the Adonis Colossus. Our signature looks are meant to promote our product identities starting from the new generation. Making an exception right away is extremely grating." After a quick discussion, they decided to compromise. "Let's add our signature looks to the mech in a way that isn't immediately obvious," Ves eventually suggested. "We can place it in the cockpit or place our marks on the back of the mech." Gloriana grinned. "I have a better idea." She activated her comm and activated a design program before loading in a schematic of the design. She temporarily peeled off the broad V-shaped codpiece from the mech and began to add his third eye and her hexagon at a very sensitive spot. Ves was speechless. Once she tweaked the placement and size of the additions, she added back the codpiece which covered them from view. I call this the lower surprise. Ves scratched his smooth-shaven skin in shock. Gloriana, your humor is much more wicked than I thought. Hi. I can have some fun too, you know. Isn't this a violation of our responsibilities, though? If Vincent finds out that we added something extra to the lower portion of his mech, he will not be pleased. Relax, Ves. Few people should inspect our mech design in detail. In the schematics, the codpiece will conveniently block the addition of our signature looks. What if an enemy shoots the codpiece into pieces? Gloriana smirked. If there is one thing I can say about boys like Vincent, it's that they would rather die than get shot in their lower parts. Surprisingly, Ves agreed with her assertion. He could very well imagine that Vincent would do anything to avoid getting his manhood shot. Though it wasn't entirely proper to prank Vincent with this peculiar design change, Ves and Gloriana already bent some rules. It was no big deal to bend the rules some more. The fact that Gloriana took the initiative to act playful at work was a sign of progress in his eyes. He did not think it was a good idea for her to remain stiff and exacting in her work. Making her more flexible and adaptable like him was much more preferable. This mech is missing something else, I think. Gloriana pressed her finger to her lips. I just can't quite figure out what. I still haven't recovered yet, or else I would have been able to come up with an answer by now. This mech is still missing its most essential spiritual component. I know that, Ves, but there's something else about our work that doesn't seem right. Ves puzzlingly looked up at the tall and expensive machine. As far as he knew, it did what it was supposed to do, and pretty well at that. While the custom mech was not as capable as the Transcendent Messenger or the loquacious Raphael, it possessed its own strengths. I know! She gasped. A cape! A rich, red cape that conveys the full majesty of this mech. Isn't that what you added to Vincent's first custom mech? Ves grimaced. Yes. I hoped that all of you would have forgotten about it, though. Adding fabric to a mech isn't exactly the best idea. It's especially foolish to do so when the mech is meant to withstand a lot of laser fire. The cape will surely end up in tatters by the time a battle is over. I really think you should reconsider. Instead of adding a cape made out of fabric, why not make use of the rescue particle generator that you like so much? That was actually a decent idea. Making a cape out of glowing red vapor particles would enhance the stature of the mech while preserving its dignity during battle. This was because as long as the additional module remained intact, the cape would not incur any damage. Ves borrowed the active design suite projected by her comm and quickly added the particle generator. He tried to program the module to project various fluid red capes. The cape isn't big enough. Gloriana shook her head. Don't forget that this mech is supposed to inspire the public. It won't be able to do that if the mech and its cape isn't distinguishable enough in wide-angle battle footage where there is a lot of clutter in view. How big do you want to make it then? Vincent is a very insecure boy, so he needs an extra-large cape. How about this? She manipulated the interface and stretched out the cape to an exaggerated degree. It was so long that it partially made the Adonis Colossus look like a snake. It looks as if Vincent is overcompensating for something if he pilots this mech. Exactly. According to my understanding of his personality, he should definitely love this addition. Chapter 1677 Crumbling Infrastructure. The Sand War escalated to a point where the Bright Republic's infrastructure constantly came under threat. The pressure exerted by the Sandman invaders hadn't faded at all after the CFA war fleet killed the Sandman Emperor and demolished the capital of the Sandman Empire. Like bots following their programming to the very end, The Sandman admirals constantly drove their fleets into human star systems and did not hesitate to fight unwinnable battles. The lack of self-preservation exhibited by the remaining Sandman leaders cast a very dreary cloud over the Bright Republic. If they faced a human opponent like the Vesians, then the war would have ended by now. No one liked to wage war where the price was higher than the cost. Only the Sandmen, who did not appear to value their lives at all, were crazy enough to drive their race to extinction. With the fall of several important resource-providing star systems in the Bright Republic, it became harder and harder to produce mechs and high-quality war material. Critical exotics which many mech models depended on suddenly came in short supply. The Mech Corps requisitioned many of the remaining sources of exotics, thereby squeezing out the private sector in order to meet their own needs. Not a single mech company could offer an objection. The Mech Corps had to be reinforced with mechs and supplies above all else. Most of the production facilities that used to mass-produce mechs had already started transitioning to producing starfighters and lesser goods. Unlike military mechs, the starfighters were deliberately designed to incorporate as little exotics as possible. A lot of star systems were capable of supplying large amounts of common metals such as titanium, palladium, and transuranic alloys. It was just that the exploitation of these common materials had always been enough to meet the daily needs of consumers and producers of the Bright Republic. Now that the production of starfighters became a priority, many mining companies explosively expanded their operations. Even the LMC received the offer to produce starfighters, though so far Ves rejected it because there was still enough demand for his soldier mechs. While it's not economical anymore to produce your soldier mechs at the mech nursery, that isn't the case for our newly built manufacturing complexes in Bentheim, Raymond Billingsley Larkinson reported. Even if we are pretty much breaking even, the Bright Republic will never have enough desolate soldiers, prideful soldiers, and peaceful soldiers. How much control do we have over our assets in Bentheim? Ves frowned. I'm not there, after all. I'm worried if someone harbors some ideas. Don't worry. We've already transferred a lot of personnel from Cloudy Curtain to Bentheim. Their loyalty to the LMC is still strong. I decided to transfer Kelsey to our branch office to ensure the branch managers are kept in check. That's a good decision. I have faith in Kelsey's loyalty. What about the security issues? Due to the war, we haven't been able to transfer a sufficient amount of living sentinels to cover the full security needs of the new complexes. However, the risk of attacks should be very low because martial law has recently come into effect. What? Ves raised his head. That will definitely impact the local economy. Bentheim is already suffering from the drop in trade and production. Life can't go back to normal unless the Sandmen stop flooding the Bentheim system with their fleets. Ves did not dare to underestimate the impact of these changes. Bentheim loomed so large over everyone's heads that even a minor shift was enough to stir the rest of the Bright Republic. What about the Holy Soldiers? He asked, wanting to shift the topic away from his home state. The production of Holy Soldiers is fully in the hands of the Ilvanans. There are already enough of the mechs to meet their needs, so the Protectorate is simply stockpiling our mechs in preparation for a long slog. I see. Though the Ilvanans exhibited a lot of appreciation for his Holy Soldiers, they weren't irrational enough to neglect their other needs. Defeating the Sandmen came first. Indulging in their spiritual needs came second. Raymond patiently explained the LMC's position in every significant mech market. The Reanald Republic is surprisingly holding on, though it has already lost half of its territory. Oh? Ves raised his eyebrow. How have they managed to persist? What is left of the Reanaldan leaders have made huge concessions to the Vesia Kingdom and other states. While we aren't privy to the exact details of their deals, it's possible Reanald has already been carved up by its neighbors. Good riddance, Ves sneered. Whatever was happening in Leonald, the influx of foreign reinforcements from as far as the Sentinel Kingdom managed to stabilize the dire situation, if only barely. Perhaps the biggest takeaway from this briefing was that the production of LMC mechs by third-party manufacturers would soon come to an end. The Sandmen continue to disrupt the supply of raw materials, Raymond concluded. Even the states that aren't under attack have already reduced their exports in order to meet their own needs. Aside from the few states that are a little short on desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers such as the Ves Kingdom, we have already sold enough mechs to satisfy the most acute demand for our products. The LMC had quickly sold over 1 million mechs in just half a year. This was a stellar accomplishment that was enough to enshrine a mech company. If not for the Sand War, Ves was tempted to hold a formal celebration. As it was, the survival of the LMC in the Bright Republic couldn't be guaranteed at this point. Is there anything else that needs to be brought to my attention? Aside from the usual friction with the government, no, Raymond replied. What about the Lighthounds? Are they still sniffing around in the local asteroid belt? We haven't been able to gain any intelligence concerning their activities, including how much progress they made in hunting down the hiding Sandmen. The continued presence of 2,000 military mechs in the Cloudy Curtain system continued to worry Ves. Why were they taking so long to root out the hiding Sandman admirals? Though the rest of the locals celebrated such a strong military presence, Ves wanted the mech regiment to return to Bentheim as soon as possible. If that's all, I'll be heading down to my workshop. The time has come to finish my commission. To be honest, Ves, the war has progressed faster than any of us expected. The former members of the BLM are already fighting hard for their homes. The role of an individual celebrity is extremely limited. Regardless of that, I still have a job to complete. Not only the Adonis Colossus, but also the Deliverer might arrive too late to fulfill its function. Ves couldn't help it. Designing a mech required time. While he wasn't insensitive to the need for haste, he deeply objected to breaking his principles in order to rush his mech design. At its current state, the Deliverer would only perform 70 to 8% as well as Ves desired. While that was already enough to make a critical difference in the war, Ves did not wish to publish a flawed and incomplete mech design in his name. Of course, when the fate of the entire Bright Republic might be at stake, his decision weighed increasingly heavier on his heart. He shook his head. Maybe I'm being too conceited here. How can a single mech design change the entire course of the war? I was already lucky enough with the Desolate Soldier. While the news from the front sounded bad, the Bright Republic was still hanging on for now. When he reached the lab and workshop floor, everything had been prepared for the upcoming fabrication session. The LMC had already disassembled the prototype of the Adonis Colossus and recycled all of the materials. While it was more convenient to keep the parts of the prototype intact, Ves and Gloriana never considered such a lazy option. To them, the custom mech had to be built from the ground up in one single session. This was what a custom mech deserved, especially one with a high price tag. Gloriana already awaited him at the workshop. During this time, she meditated at least twice a day, accelerating her recovery to the point where she was already halfway towards returning to her peak. Ves. She greeted him while holding Clixie. I'm just waiting for the right time to pay my respects. You go do your things in the meantime. All right. Let's make sure to get everything done within the next few days. The Adonis Colossus was a hefty and expensive mech. Its sheer complexity meant that Ves had to put all of his assembly skills to use in order to get it right the first time. It was very inconvenient for them to attempt a second fabrication attempt if they somehow botched the first one. Due to the scarcity of some high-value exotics, it wasn't possible to buy more batches from the open market. As Gloriana locked herself in an empty office in order to pray to her altar in private, Vincent and his media personnel entered the workshop as well. "VS, why did your security block my buddies? I promised to let them watch." "The workshop is a sensitive area to the LMC. I have already made a huge concession by allowing you and some of your media crew to witness our work." This was something that Vincent had insisted upon from the start. While some mech designers were very reluctant to broadcast their work on the galactic net, VS had no such scruples. With his ability, VS wasn't too worried about botching something up and embarrassing himself in the process. In fact, he saw this as an opportunity to showcase his new strength. Gloriana would be participating as well. Her performance would definitely impress knowledgeable observers, thereby enhancing her prestige in the industry. The second reason why he did not object to broadcasting the fabrication process was to show that he wasn't secretly messing with his mechs. Due to the continued questions surrounding the glows of his mechs, VS wanted to make it very clear that his mechs were still mechanical machines at heart. Every observer would be able to watch him turn raw materials into mech parts. After that, VS would assemble them together into a single machine in a single, continuous session. Once everyone saw that VS wasn't inserting any bones in his mechs or blessing it with holy water or something, their suspicions would definitely be allayed somewhat. While this problem wasn't particularly pressing at the moment, it was best to nip it in the bud before it had time to bloom. "So, about my mech. Is it manly enough? Why don't you see for yourself?" VS activated a nearby terminal and showed off the final iteration of the Adonis Colossus. The large hybrid mech instantly caused Vincent to fall into silence. Different from last time, VS had finally instilled his design with its design spirit. With Brevo empowering the design, it instantly radiated a charm that completely conformed to its spiritual foundation. This high degree of fit resulted in a strong external glow that completely managed to charm Vincent despite the limitations of projections. I can't wait to touch this mech. I'm glad our work is to your satisfaction." VS smiled. Even as he casually chatted with Vincent, his fingers already moved over the terminal in order to shut off the projection. He did not wish to give Vincent an opportunity to quibble over the codpiece or demand last-minute changes. In truth, VS had already taken advantage of the flashiness of the Adonis Colossus in order to divert Vincent away from any possible complaints. Once VS completed the commission, he didn't have to worry about these demands anymore. After an hour of waiting, Gloriana finally emerged from her meditation. "Let's begin." Chapter 1678 Work Division. Fabricating the Adonis Colossus was different in many ways. It was the first new generation mech that VS and Gloriana designed. It would also be the first new generation mech that they planned to craft by hand. The Adonis Colossus carried a special meaning to Gloriana. It was the first true custom mech that she designed from the ground up with VS. This should have been a joyful occasion. Instead, part of her mood was ruined by the lingering mental exhaustion that affected her brilliance to this day. It would take at least 2 more weeks for her to return to her peak condition. Ordinarily, she would rather delay the fabrication of the Adonis Colossus in order to make sure she produced the best mech. VS insisted on hurrying up, though. On one hand, he always disliked the mech he designed. While he was still trying to be professional enough to do the best he could, the current state of the war didn't allow for any further delay. In his heart, VS did not believe that the Adonis Colossus would be able to shift the war as much as his deliverer. He just wanted to get this project out of the way so he could put his full attention on his true passion. As soon as Gloriana emerged from her prayer, they immediately began to fabricate the parts. They didn't have any second to waste. According to previous instances, Gloriana would only be able to maintain her boosted state for up to 3 hours. This was the time where she could offer Ves the most assistance. After that, she required at least half a day of rest before she was ready to pray to her little altar once again. As for why she refused to meditate right away, she simply shook her head and told him that it wasn't the right time. Ves was pretty sure that Gloriana could constantly refresh her state of mind by meditating more often. However, she insisted on sticking to the rules of hexism, and Ves had no way of convincing her to change her mind. This was a matter of faith to Gloriana. Ves feared that forcing her to pray more often would make her unable to enter her special state of mind. Therefore, they worked with a bit more haste than ideal. Different from last time, Ves had already gotten used to Gloriana's high-quality 3D printer and other fabrication equipment. He had learned his lesson from last time and thoroughly practiced with them until he understood most of their core functions by heart. He could leave the more complicated and obscure functions to Gloriana. Ves took care of the bulk processes, as it was no problem for someone of his skill to produce large batches of bigger components. Meanwhile, Gloriana focused on fabricating the parts that required a lot of finesse to create. It was easy to fail in recreating these critical components and subcomponents. Even Ves feared that he might botch some parts. His girlfriend was a lot stronger in this aspect. Not only was she intimately familiar with the second-class production equipment she brought to the workshop, she also excelled in minimizing flaws. Her only shortcoming was that her concentration and endurance was not as impressive. She lacked the extreme physical augmentations of Ves, and her deficit in spiritual energy exacerbated this weakness. Sorry, Ves. She slumped her shoulders in exhaustion. This is all I can do for now. It's okay. We expected this, remember? Just sit back for now and supervise my work. I'm still capable of doing the heavy lifting. While he missed her direct involvement, he had already accounted for her absence. They had already formed the right plan to divide their workload. They even made the commitment to skip sleep until they completed the mech in the fastest time frame possible. Ves had no problem staying awake for an entire week. The same could not be said for Gloriana. She only managed to insist after taking special stimulants that kept her awake for some time. Though she made a considerable sacrifice, the price was worth it. By staying completely awake, they managed to finish fabricating all of the parts in just over 30 hours. While this was a bit longer than expected, neither of them could help it as the Adonis Colossus was just too big and complex. Both of these qualifiers already increased the burden of reproducing a physical copy. To put them together made it a lot more difficult to produce the mech in a timely fashion. Of course, part of the reason why it took so much time was because Gloriana was being even crankier than usual when it came to the quality of the parts. You idiot! She yelled at him and pointed at a structural component despite her low period. Look at how far you've missed the mark! A deviation of 0.025 mm will surely weaken the structural integrity of the left arm of our mech. Go back to the 3D printer and make another copy. A lack of creativity and imagination hadn't affected her judgment of existing elements. So long as she didn't need to come up with something new or apply a lot of expertise, she was still able to act like a journeyman. After being pecked over and over again by his picky girlfriend, Ves finally managed to. Are you happy now, Gloriana? There. Passable, she reluctantly replied. Let's just move on to the next step. They began to move to the assembly system and put the mech together starting from its internal frame. Just as before, Ves performed most of the work while Gloriana supervised from behind. Ves felt as if this division of work was just like how a pair of hexers approached their jobs. The male hexer performed all of the mule work, while the female hexer imperiously gave out instructions from above. They couldn't help it, though. Gloriana was only able to work intensively for 3 hours at a time before needing to wait for an opportunity to meditate. During the times when she was most active, she took up the most difficult tasks herself. It was not as if Ves could perform those tasks just as well. They just wanted to maximize their strengths and minimize any potential waste. Letting Gloriana use her limited time and energy on simple jobs would not make much of a difference to the end product. While they worked, their cooperation became a bit more harmonious. Vincent Ricklin and his crew observed the pair working together with quiet fascination, while their recorder bots broadcasted the entire session without stop. A mech pilot like Vincent was completely oblivious to the technical intricacies of making a mech. He could only judge the work by what he could observe, and so far he was very pleased with what he saw. The mech that was promised to him started to become more and more real. At this point, neither Ves nor Gloriana paid Vincent and the public broadcast any attention. They didn't know how many people were observing their work, and they didn't care. They were too consumed in putting the Adonis Colossus together. Unfortunately, Ves and Gloriana mostly performed their work with high concentration and dedication. While that was enough to ensure a good outcome, it was difficult to go any further. Both of them knew that they lacked the inspiration and serendipity to enter into an exceptional state. As the Adonis Colossus started to take shape, they could already judge that it wasn't possible for it to become a masterwork mech. Gloriana looked disappointed. "It's a pity. We have many more attempts." He patted her back. "Don't get too hung up over a single miss. We still have a lot to go before we are worthy to create a masterwork mech. I just feel so regretful that we have to hurry up. I really had a lot of hopes for this mech." Ves didn't agree, but he didn't voice his doubts at the moment. They resumed the assembly work. One unexpected difficulty was the need to apply their signature looks to the mech without the observers getting the wiser. Obviously, affixing a hexagon onto the most masculine part of the mech was a very controversial move. "We can just apply it on the inside of the codpiece first," Gloriana suggested. "Good idea." It wasn't possible to hide what they were doing when they were working on the frame of the mech. However, it was easy enough to assemble the codpiece components while making sure to keep the inside parts hidden from view. Once they applied the codpiece with its hidden additions onto the frame, they successfully managed to overcome this hurdle. As the mech neared completion, its glow became more and more evident. The X factor of a mech corresponded closely to how well it conformed to the design. It was possible to modify and alter a finished mech over time while allowing its individual glow to adapt to the changes. Every form of life experienced some changes in its growth. However, the starting point still had to conform to the original design. This meant that while the glow wasn't very evident when the mech was still made up of an internal frame, once it began to incorporate more parts, the glow started to become more evident. Ves and Gloriana were very close to the Adonis Colossus, so they experienced the strength of its glow first. "It's still pure," Ves smiled. This was a deliberate choice on his part. For mass-market mechs, it wasn't appropriate to expose a newborn spiritual product to thousands of mech pilots. It was different for custom mechs. Ves wanted to experiment with pairing newborn spiritual products with a single mech pilot. As long as the two developed a bond, the spiritual product would grow up by taking the mech pilot as its parent. The bond between the two would doubtlessly become a lot more intimate than usual. In fact, Ves could have checked up on Lady Miralix Laterna and her kinslayer in order to see how Vesca's, its design spirit, had progressed. However, Due to the turbulence in the star sector, news of her was very hard to get, especially after she joined the military of the Sentinel Kingdom. Switching his observation to Vincent and the Adonis Colossus was a lot more convenient. Since Vincent made a lot of media appearances, VS would be able to observe how his mech fared. The increased proximity also facilitated frequent exchanges. The masculinity radiated by Brevo impressed VS quite a bit. It was a bit more coherent and stable than the glow of his soldier mechs at the start. Gloriana's intervention gave the design spirit a much stronger starting foundation. With fewer flaws and imperfections, Brevo's glow immediately impressed the people observing the fabrication attempt. Vincent, the bodyguards, the Tovar mech designers, and even the observers watching the live feed of the fabrication process became impressed by what they felt. Even if none of their sensors detected any radiation affecting their physiology, their emotions nonetheless became affected. Of course, the live feed could only convey so much majesty. The one who really felt the impact was Vincent. The moment Bravo's glow reached a certain level of strength, it already started to reach out towards Vincent. Their mutual attributes attracted them together like nothing else. "This mech is made for me," he uttered breathlessly. Before Vincent even stepped into the cockpit, the mech and design spirit already started feeling each other out. While this was just a surface interaction, the impact on Vincent and Bravo was already profound. Vincent had never faced a mech as masculine as the Adonis Colossus. Even if other mech designers managed to make a more manly mech in appearance, only the mech in front of him was qualified to become his steed. "I will be invincible once I pilot this mech." This was what his hindbrain told him. Whether it was correct or not remained to be seen. Chapter 1679 Well-Equipped Mech. After a bit over 2 days of continuous work, VS and Gloriana managed to complete the Adonis Colossus without encountering any significant setbacks. They easily handled all of the complications and other problems that occurred during the fabrication process. This was in part due to their excellent skill and intolerance for imperfections. By performing a thorough job from the start, all of the subsequent steps proceeded smoothly. Potentially catastrophic incidents never had a chance to occur because the pair of mech designers were simply too meticulous to allow them to break out. Right now, Gloriana had stepped back due to her accumulated exhaustion. She was tired to the bone. Not only did she exert herself mentally, but also physically. Though she managed to suppress her sleep through the use of stimulants, the fabrication of a complicated custom mech expended a lot of energy. To VS, it was as if she overdrafted some of her creative juices. It was unavoidable for Gloriana to draw upon her imagination as she performed her work. To create an excellent mech, she needed to do more than rote fabrication and assembly. Otherwise, they might as well leave the production of the mech to the manufacturing department of the LMC. As VS added the final touches to the Adonis Colossus, the mech was finally complete. He stepped back and admired the huge mech with a touch of pride. Regardless of his feelings towards its design, every product he designed and fashioned out of his own hands was a mark of pride. As he continued to observe his finished mech, a grand feeling overcame his mind and spirituality. His design seed seethed with satisfaction as he managed to realize one of his creations. This was why he designed mechs. As a creator, making something new brought him a lot of satisfaction. Even Gloriana basked in their accomplishment. While VS did most of the work this time, she was constantly involved in one way or another. It was just a pity that her limitations prevented her from exerting her full ability. She would have been able to contribute much more substantially to the fabrication process. "If only I was better," she sighed once her satisfaction made way for remorse. "We could have elevated the quality of this mech if I was fully involved." VS shrugged. I'm not sure about that. It's too difficult to make a masterwork mech? I don't think this mech provided us with the right window of opportunity. VS! She growled and slapped his arm. I thought you were better than that. He knew he wasn't entirely accommodating towards her, but the sight of the codpiece quickly soured his mood. After swearing off on codpieces, he somehow designed and made another mech that possessed the same ornament. Even though Gloriana managed to adapt it into a more inoffensive shape, it didn't shake off the impression that the mech definitely had something to hide in the lower waist. Most mechs did not place much emphasis on the design of the pelvis section. While mech designers did not neglect this critical section which connected the torso to the legs of a mech, they never thought about making it more pronounced. There was no practical reason to do so. For VS to add a belt-like codpiece to the mech would definitely make people form some improper thoughts. If this protective piece was the only masculine element of the mech, then VS could still get away with claiming that it was just a form of reinforcement. However, the muscle definition on the front torso of the mech made it more than clear that every aspect about the mech was meant to enhance its manliness. Mechs ordinarily did not convey a specific gender. Most ended up shaped like a man because that was the most efficient form to fit all of the components of a mech. However, that did not mean that mech designers explicitly assigned a gender to their mechs. It was as pointless as assigning genders to a data pad or a fork. His mind hadn't changed despite designing a mech that embodied manliness. This was because the mech did not project pure masculinity. Instead, its glow possessed some very subtle undercurrents that expressed some of VS and Gloriana's ridicule towards the theme of the mech. As VS threw a look at Vincent, the former rebel leader was already ecstatic about his mech. Perfect! It's perfect! This is my mech! No one else will ever pilot a more manly mech than mine! Ha ha! That was Vincent's immaturity showing. He treated the Adonis Colossus like a vanity piece instead of a war instrument. A more professional mech designer wouldn't be so taken in by the superfluous elements of a mech. Perhaps there was some merit to paying some attention to the glow of his mechs, but real soldiers never lost control over the appearance of a mech. What truly mattered was what a mech was capable of. The Adonis Colossus harkened back to the Caesar Augustus and Mark Antony in a vague fashion. With the shoulder-mounted missile launchers, the Adonis Colossus could instantly output a large burst of explosive firepower. While the capacity of the missile launchers wasn't impressive, they were fully capable of inflicting a lot of damage due to their potent if expensive warheads. Of course, these missiles had to be rationed cautiously. If not for Vincent's importance, the government would never squander so many rare exotics to enhance the payload of the missile launchers. Naturally, the missile launchers didn't protrude upwards. VS and Gloriana cleverly recessed them towards the shoulders so that a frontal opponent wouldn't be able to snipe at them directly. In case the Adonis Colossus faced an attack from the rear, the shoulder launchers could easily be detached from the mech. The missile launchers were also made of compressed alloys, which further enhanced its resilience against surprise attacks. VS did not trust Vincent to be competent enough to make the right decision. Investing in a more resilient pair of shoulder launchers should buy him some precious seconds. The Adonis Colossus could accommodate any compatible missile type. However, considering the mech's relative weakness against distant opponents, VS recommended Vincent to supply his mech with long-range missiles. For medium-range encounters, VS paired the Adonis Colossus with a Sandbreaker rifle. The Avatars and Sentinels already adopted the Sandbreaker rifle by the hundreds. VS already examined a physical copy in person. The Sandbreaker rifle doesn't really match the potential of the mech, he commented. Gloriana frowned, though she did not refute his remark. If Vincent didn't insist on pairing his mech with this rifle model, We would have had more leeway in pairing the mech with something better. The Adonis Colossus was so expensive that it could easily adopt a more powerful weapon system. Why Vincent insisted on a rifle that was most commonly seen in the hands of budget mech was mystifying. The Sandbreaker weapon system isn't that bad, actually. Even if it's cheap and economic, it will at least allow Vincent to fire his weapon without any regard for cost. As a medium-ranged weapon system, the Sandbreaker rifle already possessed many advantages while remaining affordable. Any alternate ballistic rifle models had to be much more powerful in order to exceed its effectiveness against the Sandmen. At this stage in the Sand War, many other mech designers and weapon developers developed similar weapon systems. However, because they came afterwards, they failed to achieve the same degree of fame as the Sandbreaker rifle. For this reason, VS wasn't too disappointed with the weapon. A sloppy mech pilot like Vincent probably wouldn't be able to draw out the potential of more expensive weapons. While the Sandbreaker performed best at medium range, it was no slouch in close range either. As long as the mech was able to bring the weapon to bear on an approaching enemy, it could still pose a threat. The only problem was that all of the armor and other equipment on the mech reduced its mobility. This made the mech rather sluggish whenever it adjusted its aim. A light skirmisher could easily circle around the mech to the point where the Adonis Colossus could no longer keep up with the movement. For this reason, the nail drivers mounted at the wrists of the mech served as a last resort. Due to the abundant budget of the project, VS and Gloriana managed to integrate the weapon into the design and improve their power. However, that did not detract from the fact that the mech could not supply a lot of ammunition nail drivers. The power of a nail driver was limited due to the small size of the weapon system. It was a lot better to affix compact laser cannons on the wrists. At the very least, the wrist-mounted laser weapons could draw its power from the internal energy supply of the mech. The nail drivers lacked this convenience. The only way to provide ammunition was to load them into the weapon system and embed a small magazine into the wrist structure. The physical limitations of this weapon system made it the worst ranged option of the mech by far. At the very least, the shoulder-mounted missile launchers provided a lot of firepower at the press of a button. Vincent did not need to make any attempts to aim or tweak the parameters of the missiles. VS made sure to integrate some automation into the Adonis Colossus so that Vincent could pay attention to the big picture. While the Adonis Colossus possessed 3 ranged options, VS and Gloriana added something else at Vincent's request: a sword. Although the Adonis Colossus looked big and strong, the truth was that it wasn't suitable to wield melee mechs at all. The structure of the mech was incredibly inflexible. It didn't possess the full range of motion expected of a melee mech. This will surely lead to problems to an actual specialist in melee mechs. Fortunately, no one believed that Vincent was a maestro in swordsmanship. His proven skill in melee combat was too unexceptional to feel constrained by the limitations of his new mech. Therefore, VS and Gloriana treated the sword sheath next to the legs as a toy. Of course, it was still a real, high-quality sword. VS even called Kedis to inspect the design of the sword. With her expertise, she provided her with a number of useful suggestions. Since the Adonis Colossus possessed little agility to begin with, VS decided to go for power. The sword was as large as a broadsword in mech terms. Anything larger risked burdening the mech. All 4 weapons provided the Adonis Colossus with a lot of solutions. While all of them possessed some flaws, pooling them all together partially made up for their shortcomings. "Can I try out this mech?" Vincent asked. "Not now." Gloriana shook her head. "Let's bring it into orbit and test its performance in a vacuum condition. Piloting the mech on land will put undue stress on the structure of this mech." "It's no good on the ground?" Vincent frowned. Ves sighed. It's a mech that is primarily meant to fight the Sandmen. Adapting the mech to aerial or land-bound combat requires a lot of compromise. Since our commission never mentioned anything about deploying the mech on a planet, we've specialized the mech for space-borne combat. Vincent looked disappointed. It was as if he never imagined that his impressively manly mech was as weak as a kitten in planet-based environments. In truth, the Adonis Colossus was still able to perform on land, but that was an enormous waste. Its performance would be so constrained on land that it made more sense to substitute it with a true land-bound or aerial mech. It was still capable of walking slowly across the ground, at least. The mech had to be able to function within the artificial gravity environment of a carrier. VS also made sure it would be able to participate in any parades. Let's call in a transport and bring this mech up to space, VS ordered. He was curious how Vincent and Bravo would react when they connected to each other for the very first time. Chapter 1680 Spiritual Trinity. Upon fabricating the Adonis Colossus, Ves and Gloriana moved it into space. On one of the light carriers of the living Sentinels, everyone waited for the first activation. Due to the importance of this event, Ves and Gloriana did not leave anything to chance. They thoroughly inspected the mech to make sure that nothing would malfunction. Their close proximity to the mech exposed them to the glow of the mech. When Ves designed the mech, he deliberately attempted to maximize its aura. While the Devil Tiger was a mech that completely locked its extraordinary quality within its frame, the Adonis Colossus followed the opposite direction. The mech was like a god shaped in the form of a metal humanoid. Its glow and its visual design completely complemented each other. Bravo, the spiritual product that inhabited the design, embraced the Adonis Colossus as if they were two sides of the same coin. The fit between design spirit and mech had reached such an unprecedentedly close degree that VS had no idea what kind of power this mech possessed. And it's still not complete, he whispered. He thought back on his original theory of the X factor. He theorized that it was the power gained from aligning three different entities together: the Mech Designer, and the Mech Pilot. By pooling the strength of three entities together, VS believed that the combination would be able to exert a level of strength that was far in excess to the sum of its parts. Now, VS had come closer to aligning these three elements together than ever before. The starting point was Vincent Ricklin. The commission compelled VS and Gloriana to design a mech that completely fit a single mech pilot. They did so. If its spiritual components were left out, the Adonis Colossus already conformed to Vincent's requirements. The mech completely fit his personality and piloting style. From a technical and visual standpoint, the mech would only be able to exert its full strength in the hands of its destined mech pilot. This was the essence of a custom mech. A mech designed from the ground up for a single mech pilot was much more compatible than a variant customized from a standard mech design. VS completely understood now why Gloriana showed disdain towards the resentful soldier. They may have done a lot to customize the resentful soldier for Silent William, but its basic DNA couldn't be changed. VS acknowledged that there was a gap between the two. However, now that VS completed the Adonis Colossus, he realized he underestimated the difference. There was no comparison. He realized what Gloriana aimed to perfect. Designing custom mechs like the Adonis Colossus brought her closer to an ideal where her works were elevated to gods. Of course, the mech and the mech pilot were only two legs of a three-legged stool. The design spirit acted like the glue that fit them together. It animated the mech and empowered the mech pilot. While its role was the most obscure, its existence transcended both the mech and mech pilot. A new trinity formed in his mind. Aligning the mech pilot, and design spirit as one might result in something unprecedented in mech design. VS wasn't sure why he gained this impression. While he intended to design an impressively masculine mech, he hadn't fully taken into account what might happen if those three elements were closely aligned. None of his mass-market mechs could meet this standard. Mech models such as the Desolate Soldier were designed to be compatible with a wide variety of mech pilots. It was impossible for any single mech pilot to fit the Desolate Soldier perfectly. So this strange form of spiritual trinity could only be achieved by custom mechs. Not every custom mech would do, though. The Transcendent Messenger was an entirely different type of custom mech. Calabas commissioned VS to design a mech for 6 mech pilots. While the elite Cronin mech pilots possessed a lot of similarities, they were ultimately different mech designers. Back then, he also lacked Gloriana's assistance and expertise, so the Transcendent Messenger was very lacking in this area. As for the Resentful Soldier, aside from being a variant, its design spirit was a combination of the Solemn Guardian mixed with Nixie's motive spirituality. This meant that the design spirit was out of step with the mech pilot. After VS performed spiritual surgery on William Urbish's mind, the man from another star sector experienced a huge personality change. No matter what had changed, VS was very sure that his new personality was still very much different from the Resentful Soldier's design spirit. Therefore, from a spiritual standpoint, the Resentful Soldier was an awful custom mech. VS hadn't worked hard enough to create a good fit between the mech pilot, and design spirit. It was just that I was ignorant of this defect until now. Only when I have come face to face with something better do I realize how awful my previous works turned out. He was aware that Gloriana strongly impacted his views on custom mechs. Just like her, VS felt tempted to abandon mass-market mechs in order to completely dedicate himself to designing custom mechs. The Adonis Colossus he designed opened an entirely different path. As long as he pursued this option, he would doubtlessly be able to design an epic-shattering custom mech. This mech is already potent despite being paired with a normal mech pilot. What if my subsequent products are paired with expert mechs? What if I eventually get to the point where I can design a god mech? A shudder ran through his spine. VS believed he could design the most powerful mech in reality, as long as he continued to explore this direction. However, he quickly shook his head in order to clear his mind. The insights he gained from finishing the Adonis Colossus had momentarily overwhelmed his composure. I have to remember who I am. I have my own ambition. He wanted to design mechs that came to life. Whether those mechs were standard mechs or custom mechs didn't matter. He didn't want to exclude certain types of mechs from his range. Both types of mechs had their own charm. VS was someone who was very adventurous and easily got bored if he worked on the same types of mechs all the time. Alternating between standard mechs and custom mechs was a good way to keep his passion alive. As for the direction he just identified, Gloriana already followed a similar path. VS did not intend to usurp her ambition. If their design philosophies converged, they wouldn't be able to complement each other as well anymore. The point of collaboration was to cover each other's weaknesses with their strengths. Gloriana was good in perfecting the physical design of a mech while VS excelled in breathing life to machines. As long as both of them stuck to their domains, they would continue to reap the benefits from their specialization. Once he realized this, he no longer felt any urge to dedicate himself to designing custom mechs. After half an hour of checks, the Adonis Colossus was finally ready to be activated for the very first time. Vincent stepped up in a tight piloting suit that stretched so tightly over his body that his muscles were clear to see. His pants even showed a subtle bulge that stretched the rules of decency. How vulgar! Gloriana frowned and turned away. Even VS couldn't stand the sight. Vincent and the Adonis Colossus were two peas in a pod. Both of them wanted to show off their manhoods. Before he entered the cockpit, Vincent made a big show out of it. He held a boastful speech in front of his mech with his buddies clapping his back. Ves wasn't sure how many people actually followed Vincent. Due to the intensifying war, few people had the time and leisure to indulge in watching entertainment. "I've waited so long for this moment. Let my legend begin from this day." Like a hero mounting a great steed, Vincent hovered up to the chest and entered the cockpit. Once Vincent disappeared from view, Ves activated a projection that streamed the interior of the cockpit. Vincent didn't activate the mech immediately. He first took in its luxurious interior. Just like with his other mechs, Ves had made a habit of decorating the interior of the cockpit with the theme of the mech. The strength of his products depended significantly on how a mech pilot approached the mech. Decorating the cockpit was a way of priming the mech pilot into adopting the right mindset. Of course, not a lot was needed to align Vincent with the Adonis Colossus. The custom mech was already tailored for him, so strictly speaking, Ves didn't need to decorate the cockpit. He did so anyway. To boost Vincent's mood, Ves added many reliefs to the free space of the interior. He depicted all kinds of ancient mythical men such as Zeus, Heracles, Ares, Achilles, and so on. All of these men exemplified a distinct aspect of masculinity. Vincent became enamored by the sights. While he was never educated in the ancient classics, he had consumed enough entertainment to identify these timeless ancient gods and heroes. "These are true men!" He grinned and gripped his fists. "As long as I have this mech, I'll be able to join their ranks one day." He no longer wanted to delay his satisfaction. The thought of becoming a hero was so tempting to Vincent that he interfaced with his mech without any further delay. As a wireless connection formed between his head and the antenna built into the ceiling of the cockpit, his mind suddenly blanked out as he opened up an intimate connection. Outside, Ves no longer observed the projection of the interior of the cockpit. Instead, his senses and his vision had switched to an entirely different mode. He no longer perceived reality from his mundane senses. Instead, he observed the spiritual interaction between Vincent, Bravo, and the spiritual foundation of the Adonis Colossus. 3 different spiritual sources connected together. Immediately, Ves sensed some sort of strength emanating from the combination. A spiritual pulse swept over the entire light carrier. Everyone paused for a moment. No one knew what made them pause all of a sudden. Only certain people such as Gloriana and Nita suspected the truth. She looked at him. "This is our first true custom mech. The Adonis Colossus is incomparable to any custom mech we have designed before. None of the custom mechs I've designed in the past has ever equaled this machine." That was a very high evaluation. In her entire career, she designed more than a dozen custom mechs for Hexers. All of those machines were incredibly expensive, and a lot more powerful than the Adonis Colossus. Yet the inexplicable charm of the Adonis Colossus forced her to acknowledge that all of her prior works were far too lacking. The spiritual component customized for a single mech pilot was incredibly potent. Even now, the glow of the Adonis Colossus seemed to amplify, as if it was resonating with Vincent. The close alignment between all 3 elements had no other outlet than amplifying the mech's already potent X factor. "A god," one of Vincent's buddies whispered. "This mech is practically a god." Ves felt very mixed when he heard that. He never intended to create a god, but somehow his collaboration with Gloriana brought him one step closer to making one. Of course, even if the Adonis Colossus gained an unexpected level of strength, it was still a mech in his eyes. True gods didn't exist in his opinion. Now that the Adonis Colossus came online, Vincent soon gained control. "Open the hatch!" Vincent broadcasted. "I want to experience the power of my new machine." As soon as the cargo bay hatch opened, the Adonis Colossus passed through the energy screen and flew out into space. A majestic red cape, made out of glowing vapor, formed behind its back. Chapter 1681 Handover. Each movement and action of the Adonis Colossus exuded a distinctive charm. VS had never seen anything like it. Only the Devil Tiger exhibited something similar, but the effect was only barely noticeable. The Adonis Colossus was all about outward expression, so its extraordinary qualities were much more obvious. This distinctive charm enhanced the mech's impression. It was extremely difficult to ignore the mech. This effect was still notable when watching the mech through a live projection. Just like all of his other mechs, viewing a projection of the Adonis Colossus inexplicably caused viewers to experience its glow. The reason why VS paid more attention to this aspect was that the high degree of alignment between the mech pilot, and design spirit amplified the glow. As VS closed his eyes and inspected the glow in detail, he found out that both its strength and its quality had risen. Interesting. Compared to the relatively static glows of his desolate soldiers and other mechs, the Adonis Colossus exuded a spiritual presence that was much more alive. It radiates some of Vincent and Bravo's liveliness. Of course, Bravo was still a newborn spiritual product. His first interactions with Vincent was barely enough for it to develop a distinct personality. This meant that the Adonis Colossus was only at the start of its spiritual evolution. Its glow only reflected Vincent's liveliness so far. So long as Bravo learned from Vincent and matured, it would eventually grow into a spiritual entity which was no less sophisticated than a living human being. The only downside is that it won't grow very much when paired with a single mech pilot, he realized. Different from the solemn guardian, Bravo was only ever meant to interact with one mech pilot. This meant that it would only receive a minuscule amount of spiritual feedback. Vincent alone was not enough to provide spiritual nourishment that could facilitate further growth. However, by keeping Bravo exclusive to Vincent, the spiritual product would constantly align itself closer to its intended partner. Through spiritual trinity, the shortcoming of lack of growth could be compensated by pursuing an alternate method of spiritual strengthening. This latest insight prompted VS to look at his mechs and design spirits in a different manner. Design spirits dedicated to mass market mechs needed to maintain many different connections to accelerate their growth. They possessed their own personalities and pursued their own goals. In contrast, design spirits created for custom mechs needed to find a different direction for growth. Instead of empowering themselves, it was much less resource-intensive to strengthen the spiritual trinity. Achieving greater synergy and empowering the other two legs of the spiritual trinity was a way for the design spirit to overcome the lack of spiritual feedback. While Bravo's growth was only in its initial stages, VS already managed to deduce its future progression. While this alternate method for growth sounded weaker, VS did not dare to underestimate how far the combination could go. As long as Vincent, Bravo, and the Adonis Colossus continued to grow in lockstep, the three might be able to become actual gods one day. VS smiled ruefully while he shook his head. How can such a thing be possible? All of the power he witnessed only concerned the spiritual properties of the mech. Sometimes, this was enough to impact the course of a war, as his soldier product line had amply demonstrated. However, VS had to be careful not to place too much emphasis on this aspect. As much as he became enamored by adding life to mechs, they still needed to perform their core functions. The specs and technical performance of his mechs determined the actual value of his mech. In that regard, the Adonis Colossus was not lacking in most areas. Aside from its low mobility, Its armor and firepower were completely in line with its generous budget. After a bit of playing and mindless flying, Vincent stopped fooling around. While he felt tempted to indulge himself in the wonderful feelings emanating from his mech, he still needed to get to grips with the combat power of his mech. "Since I'm about to fight the Sandmen, I'll start testing the weapons of my mech." Ves activated his comm and connected to the bridge of the light carrier. "Release the target dummies. Make sure that they are oriented towards deep space." The light carrier released a number of cheap bots of varying sizes. From human-sized bots to bots that were half the size of mechs, all of them were made of steel or other mundane materials. While they were exceptionally weak against the armaments of the Adonis Colossus, it wasn't necessary to gather more precise combat data. Ves merely wanted to see if Vincent was able to take advantage of his mech's automated targeting system. In consideration for Vincent's lack of piloting acumen, Ves and Gloriana made sure to program a lot of automated routines into the mech. As long as Vincent gained more proficiency in his mech, he could always deactivate these assistive programs. Right now, the mech pilot harbored no intention of switching them off. He hardly needed to exert any effort to aim his sandbreaker rifle at a distant target dummy. "How handy!" he gasped with a delighted smile. "I'll be able to dominate the battlefield more easily than ever." Both Ves and Gloriana sighed. A mech pilot that relied too much on automated systems would never improve. Vincent had become too dependent on crutches, thereby preventing him from developing his own skills. Of course, Vincent developed this habit out of necessity. His frequent switches to different mech types prevented him from specializing in a single kind of mech. The Adonis Colossus continued to showcase its might. After testing the Sandbreaker rifle, Vincent fired a full salvo of missiles that impacted 20 targets at once. While the explosions weren't impressive, that was just because Ves had only loaded the missile launcher with practice munition. The actual missile loadout was a lot more expensive. Even if Ves didn't have to worry about running out of money, he didn't want to waste any on Vincent's account. Against closer targets, the Adonis Colossus freed up an arm and fired a number of nails that absolutely demolished the target dummies. While the accuracy of the nail drivers were rather low, the mech's targeting system accurately compensated for their limitations. Finally, the mech put its rifle aside in order to wield its backup sword. The Adonis Colossus wielded the thick broadsword in a two-handed grip. The weapon somehow made the mech more masculine. The warrior image the mech exuded made it look like it was a warrior from an ancient legend. Unfortunately, the mech's melee combat performance was much less effective than its appearance suggested. It couldn't be helped. The Adonis Colossus was designed as a ranged weapon platform. Ves and Gloriana hadn't been able to optimize the musculature and the secondary systems of the mech for melee combat. Due to the lack of accommodation, the mech swung its sword with a lot less grace, power, and speed than specialized melee mechs. Gloriana let out a grunt in disgust. "It's like seeing a child play with sticks. Vincent hardly knows anything about swordsmanship." "You can't blame him," Ves responded. "Vincent spent most of his limited training time on improving his proficiency with ranged weapons. He's not an exceptional talent, nor does he enjoy the augmentations that we take for granted. For a pure baseline human, he still managed to become an adequate mech pilot." Vincent's strange insistence on keeping himself pure held him back from improving more rapidly. This insistence was out of lockstep with his peers. As long as mech pilots wanted to shed their mediocrity and reach greater heights, they needed to improve their physical and mental attributes. They would eventually come to learn that most successful people in society managed to improve themselves by resorting to implants and genetic modification. Only by becoming less human would they be able to reach greater heights. Well, Vincent isn't bad in that regard, Gloriana admitted. After the Adonis Colossus ceased to randomly swing its sword around, it began to fly around and stretch its illusionary red cape across the stars. The mech made for an enchanting sight. Overall, the Adonis Colossus was a success. When VS checked all of the telemetry, the mech did not exhibit any major problems. Aside from some minor misalignments that only required a couple of tweaks to correct, the mech was ready to be handed over. All right, Vincent, please return to the carrier. Once the Adonis Colossus returned to the hangar bay, the mech slowly deactivated. Its glow became dormant now that its connection to the mech pilot was gone. Vincent emerged from the cockpit with a celebratory smile. Ha! What a fantastic mech! It is everything I've dreamed of. Getting you two to design my custom mech is the best decision I've ever made. It is our pleasure to serve you. VS restrained himself. Let us proceed with the handover of the mech. They moved to an office where VS, Gloriana, and Vincent signed a bunch of official documents. After they completed all of the paperwork, the mech was officially Vincent's property. Have fun and don't break the mech too soon. Vincent already forgot about VS. He briefly bid goodbye to Gloriana before racing back to his mech. Don't bother transporting my Adonis to my ship. I'll bring it back myself. The mech soon came online, bathing the entire carrier with its manly glow. Vincent soon brought his mech away, leaving his followers and his media crew to head back to the carrier of the Ricklin Rollers via shuttle. They're finally gone. Gloriana sighed with relief. I'm finally rid of their annoying stares. That's because you're too beautiful to resist. VS grinned. Only for you. She giggled. After they shared a kiss, they boarded another shuttle that brought them back to the surface. They retired to the Cloud Estate in order to rest after several days of non-stop work. After a pleasant night of sleep, both of them woke up and met up with each other during breakfast. The meals prepared by Dr. Lupo and Gloriana's chefs instantly peppered them up. The high-energy food provided by VS caused him to feel invigorated. What's next? Gloriana asked after she sipped her tea. There's nothing else on the agenda except finishing the Deliverer design. I'm eager to complete it as fast as possible. The Deliverer was not as complex as the Adonis Colossus. The most difficult aspect about its design was increasing the accuracy of its railgun handling. This was not straightforward as the Executor rifle was very big and heavy. Not only that, it required a dedicated energy channel in order to feed its voracious energy needs. Fortunately, VS and Gloriana already solved most of the challenges concerning the design. They only had to fill up the gaps in the design in order to complete the first iteration of the Marksman mech. Even their design team would be able to complete the mech design by themselves. How many iterations do you want to make? Gloriana pointedly asked. With the way the Sand War is going, I don't think it's wise to delay the publication of the Deliverer design too much. I know. VS frowned. He grappled with this difficult issue for a long time now. If necessary, we can make do with only one round of prototype testing. I think we can finish the design within 10 or so days if that's the case. Gloriana did not look pleased. She never liked to rush a mech design. 10 days is too short. However, she also knew that time might be running out. The Adonis Colossus already wasted much of their time. The Sandman invasion had already overrun a part of the Bright Republic. So long as the Sandman maintained their current momentum, it wasn't impossible for them to overwhelm another strategic star system. 10 days is all we have, I think. Chapter 1682 Special Feature The handover of the Adonis Colossus and the departure of Vincent Ricklin returned some calm to Cloudy Curtain. While the Mech Corps was still scouring the local asteroid belt for hiding Sandmen, VS felt relieved now that Vincent was out of his life. Whatever Vincent planned to do with the Adonis Colossus was not his business. I can't control Vincent. VS quietly shook his head. Now that he received my mech, it is up to him to make the most out of his new asset. A part of him wanted to keep up with the news in order to track Vincent's performance. Another part compelled him to wash his hands of the commission and pay no further attention to the Adonis Colossus. He decided to follow the second approach. All signs pointed out that Vincent would mostly play a symbolic role in battle. It wasn't really worth it for VS to follow Vincent's exploits. I'm not his fanba. Instead of wasting his time on Vincent, VS preferred to direct his attention to other priorities. When they arrived at the design lab, VS gathered all of the mech designers together. The deliverer is not that far away from completion, he said. Let's try and increase our pace. With no other distraction, the mech designers began to commit all of their time to designing the deliverer. The marksman mech rapidly filled out in the next couple of days. Just as VS predicted, they encountered no serious problems. They had already settled all of the major design choices. The only thing they needed to do was fill up the gaps, which didn't require much brainpower. This was very helpful to Gloriana, who was still suffering from a lack of creativity and imagination. It's no problem for me to solve these minor issues, she stated to VS. I'm already close to getting back to normal. The burden on my mind has become less and less after each prayer session. I see. Don't strain yourself, though. I can still do a lot on my own. She shook her head. Don't. I don't want to squander the potential of this mech design by reducing our synergy. So long as she invested fully in her work, the deliverer was on the right track. As a marksman mech, its ability to handle the executor rifle was everything. Even if VS wanted the mech to rely on its glow to guide its aim, the mech still needed to be accurate enough to land a hit on its intended target. This required a lot of specialized accommodation. While VS possessed the necessary theories to adapt the mech to its weapon, Gloriana possessed a much better intuitive understanding in this regard. Her proficiency in this area was always better than his own. No matter how much knowledge he accumulated with the help of the system, his actual utilization was still rather rudimentary. Compared to VS, who possessed no special advantages in physical mech design, Gloriana's design philosophy was highly geared towards this kind of design work. With Gloriana taking the lead, she managed to reduce the spread and improve the accuracy of the deliverer by 30%. Since the deliverer was already designed to be accurate from the start, accomplishing this level of improvement was very impressive. It only took her a few days of focused adjustments to achieve this result. Her successes lit a fire under his butt. He could not let Gloriana steal the limelight. He possessed his own strengths. It was just that his specialty was largely invisible. In order to empower the deliverer with some special features, VS applied some of the lessons he learned from designing the Devil Tiger by giving his design spirit some control over its own limbs. Since VS decided to incorporate these kinds of gimmicks in his mechs in the future, he decided to formalize the special features into a new structure. The moment he formed this structure, VS felt as if he introduced a very impactful innovation in the field of mech design. For a moment, he had the illusion that he was heralding an entirely new way of empowering mechs. By granting some control of the mechs to their design spirits, it was possible for the latter to exert some of their strengths. These special features could be strong or weak. It depended on the nature of the design spirit in question. In this case, Ves paired the deliverer mech with Ylvain's spiritual fragment. While the spiritual fragment was fairly powerful, it could only bow its head in front of older monsters such as Kalankso and Nixie. However, different from those powerful spiritual entities, Ylvain's spiritual fragment appeared to excel in prophecy and prediction. While Ves hadn't managed to verify its powers, the performance of the transcendent messengers already showcased their uncanny ability to dodge enemy fire. Ves therefore decided to explore these strengths and adjust his mech design to explicitly accommodate these extraordinary interactions. For now, Ves only possessed a handful of design spirits. However, he imagined that he would be able to accumulate hundreds of design spirits, each of which possessed their own strengths and abilities. The more design spirits he collected, the more special features he could incorporate in his mech designs. It would probably take decades for Ves to grow his collection to this point. The main issue related to expanding his connection was that he constantly needed to find more spiritual fragments and entities. This was also why Ves continued to insist on setting up an exabeast reserve. It was far too cumbersome for Ves to track down exabeasts with spirituality or spiritual potential. Ves decided to share his latest innovation to Gloriana. "It sounds like magic," she whispered. "It's not magic," Ves objected. "It's a special feature. Call it a special feature." "Why?" "Because not everyone likes magic. Calling it a special feature is much more harmless to many cultures. It's a neutral description that technically describes what I am imparting to my mech designs." His girlfriend crossed her arms. It's basically magic or a divine ability by another name. Do you expect to fool anyone with this misdirection?" "It's not a misdirection, Gloriana. At most, I'm merely omitting some information. The point is that the special features of my mechs can't be hidden. Since the market will be bound to figure out what is up with my mechs, I might as well make them known so that my customers won't be fumbling around." Ves was taking a gamble here. Seeing as how his glows hadn't attracted too much attention, he was ready to reveal another application of his specialty. While he was sure he would be greeted with a lot of skepticism at the start, so long as the deliverer met his expectations, he was sure that everyone would embrace his special features. "Your mech comes with 2 special features, right?" He nodded. "I'm sure you've already noticed my latest additions. I've already explained the first special feature of the deliverer, which I call guided aim. I've only given it a name and added it to my library of special features." By letting Ylvain's spiritual fragment guide the aim of the deliverer, Ves hoped it was enough to wipe out the Sandman admirals. "What is the second special feature?" "Prescient movement. It's basically giving my design spirit some control over the limbs and propulsion system of my deliverer. Depending on the depth of the connection, the design spirit will be able to force the mech to move in response to an imminent attack." The scariest part about this special feature was that it could make the deliverer dodge in advance. Due to its extreme focus on firepower, its mobility was abysmal. By the time the mech pilot noticed an incoming attack, it was already too late to dodge. Therefore, granting the deliverer the power to evade an attack addressed this critical weakness. Ves had no idea if the Sandman admirals would ever learn to focus their firepower on strategically important targets. If that ever happened, his deliverer mechs would certainly turn into death traps. To prevent this potentially disastrous occurrence, Ves had to raise the self-preservation ability of his mech. By relying on this cheat-like special feature, Ves could avoid compromising the offensive focus of his mech. "This is a good special feature as long as it works," Gloriana agreed. "The key is whether it works at all. From what you're telling me, the mech pilot has no control over the activation of this ability. It's solely up to the whims of the proto-god to activate these special features. That's a downside, yes. While the lack of control is not exactly ideal, I don't think it's a bad idea. The only way for mech pilots to benefit from the special features is to increase their bond with their mechs and their design spirits. Ah. So that is why you made your signature look so responsive to the connection between the mech and mech pilot. You wanted to give your customers an indication to how close they are to their mechs. Ves had already accounted for all of this. He wanted to herald a new and improved style of mech design in the new generation. While he wasn't entirely sure how the market would react to his new style, he hoped that at least some customers would embrace his innovations. Maybe you can give your customers a choice, Gloriana suggested. You can design one mech that possesses these special features and develop a minor variant that lacks these additions. That was an interesting suggestion. I have a better idea. Instead of splitting up my products into two different categories, I might as well keep it as one and add a switch to a mech that controls how much control a mech pilot is willing to share. He immediately applied this new idea to the deliverer. He tweaked the internal architecture of the mech to add some hardware switches that possessed the ability to cut off the design spirit from direct control. Naturally, incorporating these switches was always a risk. As long as the mech sustained severe damage, some of these switches might be forcibly tripped without the mech pilot's consent. Of course, when a mech suffered from internal damage, it was already in bad shape. As a result of adding these switches to his current and future mech designs, Ves granted his customers the ability to choose how much they trusted in their mechs. All of this still required a lot of testing, though. Ves wasn't sure if the guided aim and prescient movement abilities worked as expected. If the deliverer failed to channel these special features, he would have wasted all of the time he invested into its design. It won't fail, he furiously whispered. He had come into frequent contact with Ylvain's spiritual fragment during the design process of the deliverer. The certainty and conviction it conveyed constantly kept his hopes alive. After a week or so of design work, the design team finally managed to complete the first iteration of the deliverer. Its design was functionally complete. While Ves was able to get a good handle on its technical performance by subjecting it to virtual tests, it was impossible to express their special features. Gloriana did not like this development. This is a very significant disadvantage, Ves. The only way to verify your so-called special features is to perform live tests. We'll just have to reserve more time for prototype testing. He shrugged. It's only a moderate inconvenience. The glows of my mechs are already incompatible with simulations. It's not really surprising that existing models are unable to work with my specialty. Is it possible to remedy this problem? Maybe you can create a new model from scratch. Ves always wanted to do this, but his understanding of spirituality and all of the stuff associated with it was still at a rudimentary level. It's too soon. I don't have a single clue how to virtualize my innovations. Let's just settle with live tests for now. The LMC soon fabricated the first prototype with two special features. Ves had already invited some Ylvain mech pilots to test the prototype. Chapter 1683 Transcending Growth. The Sand War seemed to approach a critical point. A continuous outpouring of Sandman fleets descended upon Bentheim, battering the defenders so much that they could barely rest before they had to fend off another incursion. While the Bright Republic prepared for the onslaught for months, when the Sandmen finally hit its port system, the ferocity of the Sandmen caught every military planner off guard. The battle for Bentheim will make or break the Bright Republic. No amount of sand will engulf our light. Our 400 years of heritage will not end on our watch. The propaganda efforts went full swing. The people must have confidence. No matter how many star systems fell, the Bright Republic must survive. Even at Cloudy Curtain, Ves and the others felt the effects of the war. Martial law had belatedly come into effect, forcing every citizen to stop idling. They either had to work and contribute to the state or stay at home like obedient lambs. The sudden drawdown of social life turned Freslin into an empty hub where only air cars and shuttles made noise. The hustle and bustle of people on the streets made way for enforcer bots that patrolled the empty city. Though the mech nursery was situated well outside Freslin, Ves could still sense the gloom by observing his downbeat employees. Due to the temporary halt of production at the mech nursery, a lot fewer people showed up at work. The reduced operations elsewhere had left much of his subordinates at his headquarters idle. There simply wasn't much work to do. Ves even contemplated laying people off, as the LMC recently hired a lot of people to manage the spike in sales and production. Demand has dropped and our production costs have risen, Gavin reported to Ves. More and more third-party manufacturers have ended their contracts or reduced their production. At our current estimate, this month's sales won't surpass 50,000 mechs, much of which consists of foreign states in the 4th and 5th lines of defense. That was still a huge figure compared to the sales the LMC achieved before the Sand War. Nonetheless, it was a major drop compared to the month before. At this point, Ves still wasn't accustomed to bulk sales. He stopped paying attention to the exact sums he earned after monthly sales surpassed 1,000 mechs. It didn't matter too much in this crumbling and deteriorating economy. Inflation was so high that the real value of the LMC's cash reserves dropped by half after a month. And that was just the start if the Sandmen continued to nibble away at the territories of the Bright Republic. Ves had risen up from his desk and moved over to the windows while petting Lucky. He looked out at the empty campus grounds of the mech nursery. The display mechs and patrol mechs still radiated the glow of duty. It was a pity that there were too few people around to affect their moods. We should reduce our headcount, he decided. The Desolate Soldier sold extremely well due to various favorable circumstances. However, I'm not sure I can replicate its success anytime soon. Gavin walked up to him and frowned. You can easily transform the market yet again if you release a mech as accessible and revolutionary as the Desolate Soldier. I don't dare to do so. Ves shook his head. While I've enjoyed a lot of success so far, my power isn't enough to sustain this level of success. It's only due to desperation that the mech industry has tolerated my soldier product line. You're afraid of the competition? In short, yes. I didn't expect to hear that from you, boss. I'm a journeyman. Selling a decent amount of mechs is a given, but when my mechs are hotter than the mechs of a senior, people will start to have ideas. I don't want to become the victim of my own success, so it's best if we take a step back and consolidate our strength. Gavin didn't understand why Ves wanted to retreat. In his eyes, the LMC could easily leverage its recent successes and continue to build up momentum. However, Ves saw the situation in a different light. The mech markets weren't as free and unrestricted as he thought. His interactions with the Tovar mech designers already made it clear that the mech market was already carved up by established interest groups. While a reasonable degree of competition still took place, major disruptions were very rare. The only instance where a mech company dared to disrupt the established order was if they had the strength and backing to enjoy the fruits of its labor. If an uppity mech company ever shot up for some reason, the competition would definitely come to suppress it right away. This was what the Ansel mech designers already did to the LMC. It wasn't cheating. The Ansel alumni network was deeply entrenched in the Bright Republic's mech community. Ansel could leverage its deep influence to further its own success or hinder the growth of competitors. According to the Tovars, This was a game where VS and the LMC weren't qualified to participate in. VS was too young and the LMC lacked the network of connections to establish a foothold at the upper end of the hierarchy. VS sighed. I used to dream about reaching this level of success. Many mech designers will become ecstatic if they manage to sell more than 1 million mechs within a year. Even I didn't expect to accomplish one of my dreams so soon. You sound disappointed. I'm not. I just feel as if my previous dreams were juvenile. Now that I have reached a level of skill where I can earn money as long as I put some effort in my work, I'm no longer content with chasing after some of my old goals. Because you've already adjusted your sights higher. Right. Do you think being a journeyman is impressive? It's not, Benny. Perhaps to average people, becoming a journeyman is a distant fantasy, while becoming a senior is already a myth. While I might be a little conceited, I don't think these accomplishments are noteworthy. In the wider galaxy, only masters are worthy of attention. What is the point of all of this, boss? I'm just trying to make you understand my vision. I no longer feel the drive to pursue growth above all else. My own development must come first. For this reason, I started designing mechs like our upcoming Deliverer. To a marketer like Gavin, the Deliverer was one of his worst nightmares. It was a niche, premium mech model with a very small target audience. Even if VS managed to elevate its performance to unheard levels, the Deliverer would never sell in significant numbers outside the Ilvain Protectorate. Does that mean you're going to design more weird mechs like the Deliverer? VS nodded. It's not out of the question. Of course, just because I don't care that much about growth doesn't mean I'll neglect it entirely. Don't worry about my next products. I'll probably come up with a mech that is aimed at the general market. It wasn't a good idea for him to become known as an Ilvainian mech designer. He only decided upon developing the Deliverer because the market needed it despite all of its restrictive properties. He continued to share some of his future plans to Gavin. The direction he wanted to take in his career would see him veer away from pursuing growth through quantity, but instead focus more on excelling through quality. To be honest, I feel like you're wasting your potential, his assistant honestly said. He had remained troubled throughout this conversation. I know you well enough that you've already made up your mind. I don't know why mech designers like you make these kinds of decisions, but we'll do our best to support you, boss. That's a given. VS chuckled while placing Lucky on his shoulder. I'd fire you all if you don't do what I say. He was the one raking in all of the money, after all. What about your grand expedition? I seriously doubt whether you can gather enough capital to fund your expeditionary fleet. It's useless to focus on money when I won't be able to earn enough merits at my current stage, VS retorted. I have to progress my design philosophy faster and develop more unique features in order to appeal to the Rim Guardians. So long as I can design mechs that no one else can match, I will have the grounds to become a galactic pioneer. No amount of success in the Bright Republic or the Komodo Star sector interested him anymore. VS was bored with his home. He longed to go on an adventure and experience something new. He wanted to rid himself of the suffocating hierarchy that had solidified in the Milky Way galaxy. In his heart, he looked at the red ocean as a golden opportunity to develop his own power base that was free from existing entanglements. Therefore, VS saw his current activities as nothing more than a means to gain entry to the new dwarf galaxy. As for money, if he reached the point where he was able to earn millions of MTA merits, he could easily earn an abundant amount of money. Don't forget that I plan to become a second-class mech designer, he reminded his assistant. I've been spending some time familiarizing myself with the customs and standards of second-class mechs. At my current level of progress, I'll probably be able to design my first second-class mech in a year or so. That's quite fast, you know. The more he learned about second-class mechs, the more he became enamored by their expanded versatility and options. Third-class mechs were very rudimentary in comparison. While they possessed their own distinctive charm, Ves understood why it was very hard for third-class mech designers to advance. Naturally, that didn't mean that Ves saw no hope if he continued to design mechs for third-rate states. He had the confidence to succeed where others failed. If he intended to stay in the Milky Way, then it was fine for him to continue to excel in designing third-class mechs. Yet he found himself changing his old plans as soon as he set his sights on the red ocean. How could the MTA and the Rim Guardians be impressed by third-class mechs? No matter what kind of miracle he designed, as long as a single MTA mech could easily crush it like a bug, Ves would never be able to earn a lot of merits. Only by transitioning to designing a higher class of mechs would Ves be able to earn a lot of merits. Once he explained all of this, Gavin finally understood. I see. You're really serious about starting anew at the Red Ocean. Every decision you've made recently is to help you redeem a Beyonder ticket. The Red Ocean constantly beckoned to Ves like a siren. His blood boiled and his bones shook whenever he thought of the opportunities he could find there. The Big Two did not set a high price of entry without a good reason. I plan to set off for the Red Ocean within a decade. Ves spoke. I can't afford to stall my departure any longer. The opportunities that I'm looking forward to will doubtlessly be snatched by other galactic pioneers if I come too late. Compared to his hopes and dreams for the Red Ocean, his success in the Komodo Star sector didn't interest him anymore. His reputation and his earning potential were merely means to an end. He would do anything to become a galactic pioneer. He would even cheer for the Sandmen to sweep over the entire Bright Republic if that somehow made it easier for him to reach this goal. Besides, he was not the only one who was hoping to gain entry to the Red Ocean. Ves wasn't sure whether his competition impacted his chances, but he knew he had to focus on becoming a more capable mech designer rather than a more successful mech designer. Chapter 1684 Overspecialization. After a few more intensive design sessions, Ves and Gloriana managed to complete the first iteration of the Deliverer design. They knew that this accomplishment was much different from previous ones. Ves already possessed a high degree of confidence in the soundness of the first iterations of the Adonis Colossus and the Desolate Soldiers. No matter what kind of flaws, deviations, and unexpected interactions the other mechs carried, Ves knew for sure that they weren't anything major. Ves had acquired a lot of knowledge and knew exactly how most elements of his mechs interacted with each other. It was only when the scope became too big that Ves didn't dare to make any certain predictions. Even so, as long as each component was sound, the physical prototype would not perform too differently from the virtual prototypes. This time was different. Subjecting the first iteration of the Deliverer to numerous virtual tests revealed only a part of its potential. Right now, the entire design team gathered together to observe one of the billions of simulated tests. The virtual Deliverer flew backwards in space while facing down 10 approaching Sandman drones. Due to the importance of designing mechs against the Sandmen, a lot of companies already modeled the tactics and behavior of their race. The drones in the simulation behaved closely if they showed up in reality. The fight started off poorly. At extreme range, the Deliverer carefully aimed its massive Gauss rifle and fired a shot. It missed by more than 50 meters due to the incredible range and time lag. The Sandmen didn't fire yet. While their laser weapons were much more accurate at longer ranges, each drone possessed a limited amount of energy. It was too much of a waste if they emptied their reserves at a distance. For this reason, the Deliverer had a window of opportunity where it could reduce the number of Sandman drones unopposed. Only distance was its enemy. The executor rifle was slow to cycle under ordinary circumstances. To maximize its muzzle velocity, the weapon had to cycle a lot of energy and endure some great forces. While it was possible for the mech to overload the executor rifle and increase its firing rate beyond its safe parameters, the cost of doing so was severe. Overloading the weapon reduced its structural integrity due to subjecting it to frequent stress. Increasing the firing rate also built up a lot of heat, which took time to siphon away. All of this damage also reduced the accuracy and precision of the weapon. However, the virtual deliverer evidently figured out that it wouldn't be able to survive if it kept firing its weapon at safe levels. The mech therefore deactivated the Gauss rifle's safety limits and fired it faster, heedless of the price it must pay after the battle. The chance of hitting a target had dropped due to subjecting the weapon to increased stress. However, firing the weapon twice as fast gave the mech a lot more chances to score a lucky hit. Eventually, the mech managed to hit a Sandman drone, causing it to explode in a cloud of sand. 9 more targets remained. The rifle barked out silent shot after silent shot. The lack of air in space made it impossible for any air to propagate. The heat emanating from the rifle constantly increased as too little time had passed to shunt all of it away. The mech drew out a lot of power from its energy cells, thereby putting its internal architecture under severe strain. A lot of performance parameters started to drop as a consequence. However, it was worth it to pay this price in exchange for doubling the firing rate. One more Sandman drone collapsed before the enemy finally began to hit back. 8 laser beams struck out in succession. 7 of them managed to land on the deliverer. This was a very high hit rate at this distance. The mech instantly incurred a lot of damage to its armor. If not for the mech's size and mass, the lasers would have been able to inflict more damage. What was worse was that one of the laser beams managed to strike the executor rifle. The weapon was simply too big. Fortunately, the executor rifle was robust enough to function even after a part of its body had been vaporized. The Sandman drones quickly fired again, though. This time, all 8 laser beams hit the deliverer without fail. 3 laser beams struck the executor rifle, causing it to finally fail as some of the coils sustained too much damage. Along with the other damage suffered by the mech, it became clear that it was no longer battle effective. All it could do was to turn around and increase its flight speed in an attempt to escape. Sadly, the mobility of the deliverer was abysmal. The mech couldn't outrun the swift and agile Sandman drones at all. The simulation ended. Thoughts? VS asked. The performance of the deliverer is not up to industry standard. Miles reluctantly stated the truth. Other marksman mech models subjected to the same conditions generally fare better. Their rifles aren't as powerful, but they're smaller and less vulnerable against enemy fire. The mechs are also more mobile, allowing them to dodge and confuse the enemy's targeting system. In independent combat, the deliverer is too unsuitable. Sherry Tovar manipulated an interface and projected previous simulation results. The mech doesn't perform as well in group combat either. The only instance where the deliverer performs decently is if it enjoys the cover of a bunker or a space night. Without this level of protection, the mech is a sitting duck. Sitting duck describes this mech well. Pactold Tovar agreed. While I get that this is supposed to be a glass cannon, but its defense and mobility is so inadequate that it's incapable of operating by itself. To be fair, the mech isn't supposed to be deployed alone. It's very clear that the deliverer is meant to be deployed as a force multiplier, Vela Tovar noted. As a ranged mech specialist, she possessed the best understanding of the deliverer. The mech is capable of fulfilling the job it's supposed to do. It's just that the mech community has a certain expectation towards marksman mechs. They're too used to the idea that they should be able to fend for themselves. Third-class mechs usually specialize a lot. However, that did not mean they sacrificed everything to perform their primary roles. Battles were messy and circumstances weren't always ideal. A mech had to possess a certain amount of versatility and self-sufficiency in order to sell well in the Bright Republic and elsewhere. The Desolate Soldier was a lot more appealing for that reason. While it was just a budget rifleman mech without any exceptional strengths, it didn't possess any pronounced weaknesses either. Aside from being garbage in melee combat, the Desolate Soldier performed adequately in group or individual combat. Even if its performance wasn't stellar, the mech was so cheap that it wasn't a significant loss if one of them was taken out. The Deliverer, on the other hand, was a premium mech that cost 3 times as much as a Desolate Soldier. The standards were higher when it came to more expensive mechs. Otherwise, why should customers even purchase them in the first place? From this perspective, the Deliverer's extremely limited applications made it much less appealing. When customers paid this much money for a mech, they wanted to get some bang for their buck. Even though the Deliverer was strong in some circumstances, it was incredibly weak and vulnerable in other circumstances. The chance of wasting their money was too big if they went for an overly specialized mech. VS was already familiar with this reasoning, as it was the main reason why the Aurora Titan failed to achieve critical success. While the LMC and Nora Consolidated still sold a decent amount of Aurora Titans per month, it was merely enough to call it a cult classic. Miles addressed the elephant in the room. We all know that the Deliverer is supposed to offer more than what the simulations have shown. After all of the wonders Mr. Larkinson managed to realize, I won't discount the special features until I see the mech in action. A wave of uncertainty and dissatisfaction went through the other mech designers. As Brighters, his design team found it very difficult to accept the possibility that the mech they helped design possessed superpowers. It didn't fit their current understanding of reality. How could science possibly enable such magic? If they worked for any other mech designer, they might have quit on the spot. Not even I know for certain whether the upcoming physical tests can showcase its special features, VS admitted. That caused Gloriana to frown. I thought you were certain that your mech can deliver on its promises. That is different from stating that the prototype will perform up to satisfaction, VS retorted. Due to the deteriorating war situation, the Cronin dynasty has only lent 3 Ilvanan marksman specialists to me. Each of them are highly trained and possess different backgrounds, but there is a chance that none of them are compatible with my mech. That would be a depressing outcome and a serious setback. This was not the Ilvain Protectorate. Due to its long-standing isolation, very few Ilvanans spread to other states. At the very least, the chance of finding an Ilvanan mech pilot who specialized in marksmanship was very low outside of the Protectorate. Do you expect that to happen, VS? Probably not. I did request the Cronins to send some of their more devout marksman mechs to me. As long as they aren't faking it, the test pilots should be able to elicit at least some reaction from the prototype. If that didn't happen for some reason, then VS still had a last resort. He could always summon Ilvain's spiritual fragment and beat it up until it agreed to lend its power to the test pilots. Naturally, VS preferred to keep a friendly relationship with his design spirit. It was enough for him to harbor a willingness to resort to harder measures. With the fragment's apparent ability to predict the future, it should probably choose to accommodate V's intentions out of its own accord. They continued to discuss the state of the Deliverer design for a couple of hours. After a lot of explanation and questioning, they were ready to fabricate the prototype. Considering the mech's high degree of reliance on the X factor, VS did not allow regular mech technicians to fabricate at this time. You should all be proficient in fabricating mechs, he spoke to the Tovars. Go to the workshop and fabricate the prototype. I've already stocked several batches of materials in the inventories. Are you sure? Miles skeptically asked. We're not Ilvanans and we don't have any experience in making Ilvanan mechs. Ves shook his head. A mech is a mech. Calling them brighter mechs, Vision mechs or Ilvanan mechs is nothing but a way to specify their origin or target audience. Mech designers like us shouldn't be too picky. If you keep limiting yourself to brighter style mechs, you won't be able to expand your success outside of our borders. Besides, we all pitched into the design, Gloriana added. You all deserve some credit for your contributions, however minor they might be. Are you really disgusted with fabricating your own work? None of the Tovars could offer a good retort to her. It was just that they had always been rather begrudging when it came to designing this mech. At least the Adonis Colossus was a pure brighter mech designed specifically to accommodate a brighter mech pilot. Even with its silly emphasis on masculinity, the Tovar mech designers were still proud of what they accomplished. They weren't as happy with the deliverer. Yet due to the continued teachings of Ves and Gloriana, they came to tolerate this weird design. We'll try our best, Miles weakly promised. Please don't blame us if we fail. Chapter 1685 3 Kronins. Despite their lack of confidence, the 5 Tovar mech designers managed to do a decent job at fabricating the prototype. The deliverer mech they managed to produce appeared just as ornate and holy as Ves intended. Its spiritual foundation exuded a sense of certainty and holiness. He had already invested Ilvain's spiritual fragment as its design spirit. Ves became intrigued by the reaction of others towards the prototype. The Tovars, who carefully fabricated the mech over 3 days, had mixed feelings over the mech. On one hand, they were proud of their craftsmanship and content with how well the prototype turned out to be. The mech possessed only a small amount of flaws that they managed to correct afterwards. Miles Tovar had been the biggest contributor. As a former independent mech designer and one who possessed a lot of practical experience, he immediately took charge and ordered his cousins around. On the other hand, the Tovars were abhorred that they built an openly religious mech. None of them were religious. To Brighters, faith was a primitive and outdated artifact of the past that just wouldn't die for some reason. Ves actually agreed, but his perspective and knowledge was wider. He had become exposed to some of the deeper truths of reality, so he wasn't troubled by working on Ilvanan mechs. Gloriana wasn't troubled either. She already believed in a religion that shared many overlaps with the Ilvanan faith. Though the contradictions between different faiths often resulted in some very acrimonious disagreements, Gloriana wasn't the type of person to care about the differences. She exhibited a lot of grace and tolerance towards the deliverer. Of course, part of it was because of Ves. How could she withhold her support for her boyfriend? If Ves believed in something, Gloriana believed in it as well. The only caveat was that she often interpreted something through her own lens. Ves figured out that this was Gloriana's way of coping with difficult contradictions. Therefore, Gloriana tended to view the Ilvanan faith as a flawed offshoot of Hexism. This mech would have been a lot better if it revolved around Hexism. She pouted a bit. While I admit that Prophet Ilvain is a good fortune teller, our Hexers also birth powerful talents. If the Ilvanan test pilots were present, they would have become scandalized by her words. Ves slapped her side. Watch what you are saying! Don't ruin this project for me. Try to do your best to show due respect for the Ilvanans and their faith. If you can't do that, then stay quiet or head back to the Cloud Estate. I'm sorry. Once he verified that the prototype was ready to be tested, he ordered some subordinates to send it off to one of the testing grounds. Let's go meet with the Ilvanans. He spoke and left the workshop. Once he brought Gloriana upstairs to his office, Leland came up to meet him to discuss the guests. You've been stirring quite a lot of confusion, Ves. The spy sardonically smiled. Staying low is not your thing, it seems. Ves could only shrug in response. I can't help it. The Ilvanans are taking me way too seriously. You should see the news from the Ilvane Protectorate. It's full of praises for your holy soldier. More and more Ilvanans have converted to the cult of the Bright Martyr. Don't joke around. Okay, I was exaggerating a bit. That doesn't mean my point is invalid. You've managed to attract a disturbing amount of respect for a foreign state. What does the government have to do with my fans? For better or worse, you are able to influence our foreign policy, Leland grimly stated. I don't know how you've done it, but your holy soldiers have managed to raise the morale of the Ilvanans to stratospheric levels. This was because of the holy soldiers' faint connection to Ilvane's spiritual fragment. While the holy soldiers weren't as potent as the transcendent messengers in this area, they still offered many Ilvanans a lot of spiritual comfort. Something like spiritual comfort was extremely precious in these trying times. It was reminiscent of how stubbornly the Ilvanan exiles clung to their lives and faith during their flight to the galactic rim. What do you want me to do, then? While my influence among the lower ranks of the Protectorate is considerable, the higher-ups won't allow the so-called Bright Martyr to take over. That view of yours is outdated, by the way. It is? Ves puzzlingly frowned. Have you spent any time observing the reaction of the Ilvanans to your mech? Not exactly. Well, you should. Every holy soldier is a relic to the Ilvanans. To the higher-ups, the holy soldiers have unquestionably saved the Protectorate so far. This kind of appreciation, along with all of the trends taking place, has started to gnaw at the leadership of the state. All of this sounded plausible. As long as the Ilvanans began to buy into his myth, they would surely treat him like a real martyred follower. It sounds as if I can just go there and pick up a crown to place over my head. Leland chuckled. If only. Just because they are beginning to acknowledge you as the Bright Martyr doesn't mean you have absolute say in how the state is run. Only Prophet Ilvane has enjoyed this privilege. Since you don't have the title of prophet, then you should stop entertaining these delusions. Is there anything else I should take note of concerning the Ilvanans? Plenty. What the Bright Republic currently needs is a strong Ilvane Protectorate that can fend for itself. So long as the Protectorate remains standing, our flank will remain secure. I think the Ilvanans already have that covered. Is that all you have to say? It's not that the government has thought of taking advantage of your high status within the Protectorate. It's just that exerting too much influence will inevitably invite some backlash. A state can never be taken over by a single person. That said, you can still gain some advantages if you carefully leverage your status. You just have to avoid being greedy. Ves found it rather suspicious that Leland placed so much emphasis on this relationship, especially during these times. What's the deal here? I'm getting mixed messages here. On one hand, you're trying to say that I have a lot of influence. On the other hand, you state that my influence is limited. Forget it. Leland shook his head. Let's address something else. I believe you are encountering some friction with certain groups within the government. Ves scowled. Yeah. Some people want me to move to Bentheim for my own protection. Ha! As if Bentheim is safe. Only a single Sandman fleet invaded the Cloudy Curtain system so far. As for the Bentheim system, I've long stopped counting. Most of those who recommend you to relocate to a more secure site are only looking out for the state. Losing you will severely impact the Bright Republic. I've heard all of that before. Is there a point to this, Leland? Let's just say we've handled the situation. By we, Leland meant Flashlight, Pro Baby. It's that simple? Of course not. The spy ruefully smiled. It is more accurate to say that we have suppressed calls. It helps that the Lighthounds have been fairly successful in hunting down the Sandman admirals that are hiding in the asteroid belt. No other Sandman fleet has invaded Cloudy Curtain, so the risk level of this star system is very low. Benthine will fall before Cloudy Curtain does. That's true. In any case, I can promise you that the government won't insist on relocation any longer. To be honest, most of these proposals come from well-meaning officials, so it didn't require much effort on our part to get them to back down. What about those who are more opposed? They can't be silenced, but be assured that they won't be able to influence this matter either. Leland gave enough assurances that Flashlight would keep protecting the LMC in the dark. After a bit more talking, Leland left the office, leaving VS with a bunch of topics to think about. I can go over them later. First, I have to meet with the test pilots. He ordered Gavin to allow a trio of disciplined Cronin mech pilots to enter his office. The three marched up to the desk in lockstep and offered VS a very precise salute. Honorable Bright Martyr! We are at your disposal! VS gestured for them to sit down. 2 extra chairs emerged from the floor to accommodate them all. Please introduce yourselves. The leftmost mech pilot started first. I am Sergeant Jezebel Cronin. The only woman spoke. She looked to be in her 30s and exuded the toughness expected of a blooded elite. I have been fighting against the Sandmen for months with the holy soldier you've provided to our people. VS lit up at that. I thought you were a marksman specialist? How come you piloted a cheap holy soldier? A sense of fanaticism entered her eyes. The moment I laid my eyes on the holy soldier, I never wanted to pilot anything else. While its performance is not comparable to a proper military marksman mech, it is still a great machine in the right hands. Against simple, inflexible opponents like the Sandmen, it's enough to land some blows. I see. Our people have started to pray daily inside and outside of the mech. While most people can only pray in front of a holy soldier, it is a great privilege for mech pilots like myself to come into touch with our mechs. My mechs aren't designed to be altars. They are much better than the boring altars we have prayed to all our lives. If it was up to me, every Ovanan church or cathedral ought to enshrine a holy soldier to allow everyone to witness the splendor of your machines. The more Jezebel Cronin gushed, the more VS started to become nervous. Though he was no stranger to fans, the female Cronin was disturbingly enthralled with the holy soldier. If only I can stay with my holy soldier forever, she sighed. It's okay though. As soon as the Curans paid a visit to me and offered me to test one of your future products, I dropped everything. After Jezebel paused, VS immediately turned to the man sitting next to her to stop her running mouth. Sergeant Edward Klesser. It is an honor to meet you. I will endeavor to assist you for the remainder of my stay here. You're not a Cronin. Not every mech pilot wants to dedicate their entire lives to fighting, Klesser responded. I was a reservist before the Sand War broke out. Now, the Cronins have called up every able mech pilot. Do you resent that? Absolutely no. Defending our people and faith is an important responsibility. In our long history, our faith has endured many threats and challenges. I cannot stand by when our state is at risk of annihilation. Apparently, Edward was an idealist. He possessed the typical Curan-like mindset of a grounded citizen. The only difference was that he did not hesitate to answer the call of duty when his services were required. The man reminded him of a Larkinson in some ways. VS turned to the final Cronin. My name is Lieutenant Dominic Cronin. I'm a true-blood Cronin and the leader of our small delegation. I have received orders to stand by your side unless you dismiss us. If necessary, we are willing to serve you and fight on your behalf during the Sand War and beyond. What? Our contact didn't say anything about this, Lieutenant. These are our orders, Bright Martyr. The lieutenant withdrew a data pad from her uniform coat and placed it on the desk. Ves picked it up and began to skim through the orders. It turned out that Dominic wasn't exaggerating. As long as Ves wanted to, he could treat the Cronins as his own subordinates. He wasn't sure whether he should be pleased with this gift. Chapter 1686 Polishing Troops. The 3 Cronin mech pilots each possessed different backgrounds. While they had a lot in common, Ves was glad that the 3 weren't carbon copies of each other like the chosen of the transcendent messengers. After quizzing the 3 Ovanan mech pilots, Ves found that they were all skilled marksman mech pilots. While they weren't as good as top elites, he was very satisfied by their current level of skill. His deliverer did not impose ridiculously high demands. As long as a mech pilot was proficient with ranged weapons, the mech would still be able to exert most of its potential. Ves still wanted to have some insurance, though. He deeply needed trained mech pilots who polished their marksmanship to a high level. After all, the primary ability of the deliverer he envisioned only nudged the mech pilot's aim in a certain direction. It was up to the mech pilot to follow up on this suggestion and aim at the designated target. If the mech pilot's aim was as bad as Vincent's, then even if the deliverer nudged a dozen times, the attacks would still miss the mark. As Ves observed the 3 Cronins sitting respectfully in front of him, he couldn't help but imagine them as collectibles. He was gathering quite a menagerie of capable subordinates. Over the years, he managed to pick up a pirate designer, a spy, a double-dealing assistant, a strategic partner, an obsessive girlfriend, a broken expert pilot, a fanba, a bunch of kinners, and etc. It was getting harder and harder for him to manage his increasing number of employees and followers. The addition of 3 Cronins to his crew was starting to give him a headache. Fortunately, Ves did not have to deal with every problem himself. He developed enough of a hierarchy to settle the Cronins while they were following orders to remain in his company. Considering your nature and your skill sets, I will arrange the avatars of myth to receive the 3 of you as guests. Do you have any objections? It is our pleasure to serve alongside your avatars of myth, Lieutenant Dominic Cronin stated. We have heard of their valor on the front lines. That's nice to hear. Try and get along with my avatars. Please keep in mind that most of them are brighters. I'll tell them to accommodate your religious customs as best as possible, but do remember that you are not in the Protectorate. We have already prepared ourselves, sir. You do not need to make any special arrangements. Sergeant Jezebel Cronin looked like she wanted to object, but she quickly steeled her emotions. The lieutenant's words reassured Ves. He thought that the Cronin dynasty would have sent the 3 most fanatic mech pilots to him, but fortunately the envoys all seemed reasonable. Ves realized that he was letting his prejudices get the better of him. The Ilvanans weren't as bad as he initially thought. Residing in the Ilvane Protectorate taught him that the Ilvanans were just as human as Brighters. I have a request, sir. Lieutenant Dominic spoke. Go ahead. We would like to offer our services to you alongside your avatars. You were only sent here to act as test pilots for one of my new designs. We know, but we wish to do more. We also have orders to assist you without any restrictions. There was more to the envoys than Ves initially thought. The Cronins probably wanted to deepen their relationship to him, or maintain a presence by his side to feed back information or something. Ves did not mind these games. He was still rather upset at being driven out of the Ilvane Protectorate during his stay there. If he improved his relationship with the Ilvanans, he could eventually leverage it to gain some advantages. There was no harm in deepening his friendship with the Ilvanans, so he decided to work with the Cronins. I'll allow it. I'll treat you like my own subordinates while you are here. If you have any objections to my orders or arrangements, please let me know as soon as possible. We will endeavor to respect your orders, sir. Is there anything else? The lieutenant hesitated. If you will allow us to fight under your banner, we would prefer it if you allocate us with Ilvanan mechs. We can pilot non-Ilvanan mechs if there is no other option, but we are accustomed to piloting holy soldiers. This was a reasonable request. I'll take care of it, but not immediately, he decided. Instead of holy soldiers, I've got something better in store for the three of you. All of you have been informed that you are sent here to test a product of mine, right? They nodded. Well, once I complete my design, I'll just assign each of you with my new deliverer mechs. All three Cronins looked pleasantly surprised. From its name alone, they knew that it was a mech that appealed to Ilvanans. However, not everyone is worthy to pilot my new mech model, Ves warned and looked at them sternly. While any mech pilot can make use of the deliverer, only those who are truly devout and skilled can unlock its full potential. Do the three of you have what it takes to pilot the mech that will save our states? The three looked solemnly at Ves. None of them expressed any doubt in his words, which gratified him a bit. It took a lot less effort to hoodwink Ilvanans. They were similar to Gloriana in that regard. He dismissed the Cronins and sent them off to the Avatar base to settle in. The Tovars were still in the process of fabricating the first prototype, and they were working slower than he expected. Amateurs. He cursed when he called up the footage and ran it at super speed. Unlike him and Gloriana, the Tovar mech designers obviously hadn't spent much time at all on the shop floor. Only Miles possessed enough practical experience. If not for his leadership and supervision, his four cousins would have botched the prototype. While the frame of the mech was not that difficult to fabricate, the Tovars encountered a lot of difficulties when they attempted to make the executor rifle. The rifle was just far too high-spec. It was unlike anything the Tovars had ever worked with. They wasted plenty of materials in trying to produce its most difficult parts. Ves was tempted to step in to show them how to produce it properly, but he refrained himself. The mech designers each possessed a strong foundation. Fumbling around like this was exactly what they needed to learn their shortcomings. Once they found out what they lacked, they would definitely work on remedying their faults. That was what all good mech designers would do in their place. After shutting off the projection, he moved on to other matters. Aside from handling the daily paperwork, he received an important notification. The avatars and sentinels assigned to the front are finally allowed to return? He was surprised. Considering how much the Sandmen were pressing the Bright Republic, he would have thought the military wanted to keep his men around longer. However, after seeing the latest casualty figures, Ves no longer expressed surprise. The living sentinels only lost a portion of their manpower. While Commander Magdalena would probably lament their loss, to Ves they were merely names on a list. He never met or got to know any of these mech pilots in person, so why should he feel sad for their deaths? Even the couple of Larkinsons who perished in battle hardly affected him. The Larkinsons always answered the call of duty knowing what kind of fates awaited them. Too many Larkinsons died in wars all the time that the family learned to honor their sacrifices rather than get hung up on the losses. Compared to the modest casualties of the Sentinels, over half of the avatars failed to make it back. Unlike the Sentinels who had been supplied with Dawnbreakers and other excellent mechs, the avatars were forced to make do with desolate soldiers. Though Ves could easily replace their machines with something better, he deliberately withheld any excessive care towards the avatars. How could he sharpen his most promising mech pilots into fearless elites if they didn't suffer some hardships? Fortunately, The few individuals who he couldn't afford to lose managed to make it back alive. As Ves read their records, he couldn't help but become impressed. Silent William racked up quite a lot of commendations. While his performance wasn't always eye-catching, he had become increasingly more skilled in piloting his resentful soldier. As the only avatar who piloted a custom mech, his performance always stood out compared to the others. As for Melker, while his battle performance wasn't as eye-catching, he had become increasingly more proficient in commanding his men in battle. The tactics he managed to execute with the avatars slightly helped in improving their performance against the Sandmen. Of course, most tactics weren't very effective against the Sandmen, but that wasn't important. So long as Melker continued to polish his ability to command his troops, the avatars would definitely be a force to be reckoned with against both alien and human opponents. Looks like this has been a very worthwhile excursion for my avatars. He smiled. With the return of the first detachment of avatars and sentinels, the second detachment needed to be prepared. Ves had made a commitment to the Bright Republic, and he still intended to meet it despite the losses he suffered. He called Magdalena, who immediately knew what he wanted to talk about. I have already selected and prepared our second batch, sir. How ready are they for the conflict? Commander Magdalena looked stern. They are ready to do their duty. I have made sure of that. I'm not referring to their willingness. To be honest, I am not as confident in their readiness, she reluctantly said over the comm. Our first detachment participated in the early stages of the war when the Sandmen weren't as frightening as now. Commander Melker and the rest slowly acclimatized to the war as the Sandmen grew deadlier. You're afraid our second detachment won't fare as well because they'll be thrown right into the meat grinder? She nodded. I'm especially concerned with your avatars. Their mechs can't keep up with the demands of the war anymore. While your desolate soldiers are fine products, they are too fragile in battle. I haven't changed my mind on this. My avatars are different. They must meet any challenge. They're just kids, sir. Fresh graduates like Joshua King or young mech pilots such as Casella and Ayman Ingvar deserve better than to pilot a mech that is barely better than cannon fodder. She was right to be concerned. The first detachment of avatars mostly consisted of the most trained and prepared mech pilots. Melker thought it was better to bring the most prepared mech pilots first and give the younger and less experienced avatars some extra time to train and prepare for their upcoming deployment. However, neither Ves nor Melker anticipated that the enemy grew so much in strength in the meantime. Sending valuable avatars which Ves placed a lot of hopes on in the future was irresponsibly dangerous. It would pain him a lot to lose valuable mech pilots with strong spiritual potential like the three that Commander Magdalena already mentioned. I know the risks have changed. I still see no reason to change my mind, though. Whether they are young or old, every avatar must be prepared to fight any foe. If they aren't prepared to participate in a war of this caliber, then they are useless to me as avatars. I'm not running a mech academy here, Commander. Every mech pilot I employ are adults. They have already made their own choices. At most, I'll give them one more opportunity to resign from the avatars and transfer to the living sentinels. Is that okay? The compromise eased Magdalena's concerns. That is acceptable. Don't complain to me if none of the avatars accept this offer. He smirked. Chapter 1687 Solemn Ceremony. The return of the first detachment of avatars and sentinels from the front was a much-anticipated affair. Surprisingly, Melker already sent a message to Ves. The Avatar commander requested a subdued rather than a bombastic ceremony. The war wasn't over yet. Planets and star systems continued to fall while countless mech pilots and starfighter pilots sacrificed their lives every day. In addition, the first batch of returning soldiers brought back the coffins of the fallen. For that reason, Ves, Gloriana, and everyone else who worked for the Avatars or the LMC turned out to the landing zone of the Mech Nursery on a dreary morning. In addition to his organization, Ves also invited the Larkinsons and the Mech cadets attending their academy to take part in this event. Every future Mech pilot ought to become aware of what was in store for them. Each Mech cadet had to accept the prospect of returning to their homes in a coffin one day. If they perished far beyond friendly territory, then their coffins would never make it back home. Instead, their comrades would have no choice but to launch them into the nearest star. The ever-present clouds over Cloudy Curtain appeared darker than usual today. A slight shower of rain poured down on the Mech Nursery, though none of the people present shied away from the rain. The LMC already forecast the rain and installed a device that projected a wide-area rain cover over their heads. A weak energy screen blocked the rain and diverted it to the sides. "They're coming." A single carrier emerged in the far distance. Her hull already started to cool from the friction generated by her descent. Slowly, the ship approached the Mech Nursery and landed her considerable bulk in the center of the landing zone. Soon, her main hangar bay hatch opened up. A large ramp extended from the opening, revealing a procession of avatars and sentinels in golden and silver dress uniforms. 2 columns holding coffins draped with flags of the Bright Republic emerged, stepping onto the landing zone in complete silence. The ritual slowly proceeded according to some of the customs of the Mech Corps. While the avatars and sentinels weren't soldiers, many of them used to serve in the military. There was no need for them to fix what wasn't broken. The familiar customs soothed their troubled souls. No matter how much the Mech pilots suffered at the hands of the Sandmen, they had each fought for a noble cause. The lives they directly and indirectly saved as a result of their sacrifice had elevated each of them into heroes. As a trumpeter blew a sad tune, Ves stood as stiff as possible in order to convey his respect to the fallen. The survivors brought over 40 coffins back from the front. Whether they actually contained any human remains, no one was sure. Battles at the scale of mechs and alien constructs often resulted in a lot of damage. The forces unleashed by a sandbreaker rifle was enough to explode an unprotected office building. Even the lightest lasers released by a Sandman drone was enough to vaporize a human body from existence. Considering that most mech pilots perished instantly from a direct laser strike, the retrieval parties often came back with nothing but some floating ashes. Therefore, no one ever asked what the survivors placed in the coffin. Usually, the comrades of the fallen placed the clothes and some of the personal possessions of the deceased inside to take the place of the missing body. The family members of the deceased looked at the coffins and started to cry and react under the darkened skies. Seeing how much the families the dead have left behind were suffering made Ves feel a little guilty. It was easy to dismiss the dead when they were just names on a list, but being confronted by their coffins and their saddened family members hit his emotions a lot harder. He still steeled his face and presented a stoic front. As a leader and one of the people responsible for sending them in battle, Ves could not show any remorse. He stood by his choices. The solemn ceremony slowly conveyed the honor and valor of the fallen to the audience. The rituals had an especially strong effect on the normally energetic and rambunctious Mech cadets. Thousands of young potentates showed up to honor the dead today. Each of them had grown up hearing heroic tales. Coming face to face with the price they might pay for their chance of glory instantly doused their optimism. They needed this wake-up call. No Mech pilot was invincible in battle. Even expert pilots were mortal enough to lose their lives when faced with insurmountable opposition. After more than half an hour of silent rituals, the ceremony finally ended. As the surviving Mech pilots eventually brought the coffin away, the Larkinson instructors slowly guided their pupils away. The avatars and sentinels who remained home walked up to greet the veterans of the Sand War and guide them to their haunts. Ves and Gloriana slowly turned around and departed while surrounded by their bodyguards. Each of them held their cats in their grasp. Due to the serious occasion, they remained remarkably quiet and well-behaved. It probably wasn't easy for them to suppress their playfulness, but they knew when to listen to orders. Meow. I know. Leadership is a burden that constantly weighs me down, he replied. I wasn't born to be a leader. I don't even really enjoy ordering people around. I only ever wanted to be a mech designer, you know. Meow meow. Lucky pressed his paw against his cheek. Yeah. You never know where life takes you. That's the charm of living. Life was precious and valuable because it wasn't predictable. Perhaps some people were convinced that life could be modeled and calculated to a point where the future was already set in stone. Ves did not buy into this belief. He viewed life as a chaotic form of existence that provided endless variety. It was exactly due to these properties that life must be cherished. He shook his head. How did he end up thinking about life after witnessing a ceremony that welcomed back the dead? Somehow, he felt as if a part of him had sublimated after this event. It was as if his understanding of life and death had shifted in a way that made him view reality in a different manner. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. Gloriana, Clixie, Nita, Gavin, Crinden, Raymond, and so on had all stood by his side as they welcomed back the first detachment. All of them were alive, but for how long? If nothing happened to Gloriana, she was bound to live the longest out of all of them. As a hexer and a journeyman, she would definitely be able to prolong her life by at least a century. Clixie would also live younger than most people. Robarthan's sentinel cats lived up to 200 years due to their excellent genetic properties. As long as they were fed with high-quality food, it was no problem for them to reach the limits of their generous lifespan. As for the rest, Ves couldn't really say. People like Gavin and Crinden were very helpful to him, but not to the point where he felt inclined to pay for an opportunity to extend their lives. Unless his fortunes improved enormously in the future, it was unlikely that he could make all of his valued subordinates live longer. Eventually, they would grow older, retire their jobs, and die long before Ves was even close to aging. This was the inherent unfairness of modern society. While it was amazing that humanity found a way to extend their lives, the treatments were so expensive that only a privileged few gained the opportunity to take advantage of them. As for everyone else, they would only be able to live for up to 130 years. Was this how an old geezer like Senator Tovar viewed life? Ves was only a tenth as old as this old fossil, but already he was starting to adopt the same cerebral mindset. He was too young to view reality with jaded eyes. He still had a full life ahead of himself. I haven't even married or raised any kids yet, he muttered. What was that? Gloriana perked up next to him. Did you say something about having kids? Ves awkwardly coughed. It's nothing. I have to pay a visit to the Avatar base in order to check up with Melker. Please go ahead without me. The Tovars are taking too long to fabricate the deliverer. Be sure to give them a good push. All right, Ves. Some time later, Ves entered the Avatar base, which had already started to take in the damaged, war-ravaged mechs of the Avatars. Ves took a moment to inspect the machines. Most of them consisted of desolate soldiers, and it became clear that none of them returned unscathed. In his expert eye, he could see that even the most well-preserved mech exhibited a significant amount of wear and tear. The Avatars fielded the mech way too much. Sometimes, the mech technicians hadn't even been able to perform the most basic maintenance. How many battles have the Avatars been through? He wondered. The reports and mostly sanitized footage he received in the comfort of his office did not fully reflect the desperation that Melker and his subordinates had experienced. Seeing the mechs that returned with missing limbs or blackened holes in their frames made it clear why so many avatars died. To a mech designer, the damage to mechs told a much richer story than after-action reports. The Sandmen are a dreadful foe, he judged. They fought as if they embodied attrition warfare. This was a difficult opponent to defeat for humans who were too used to fighting against other humans. At the very least, their opponents possessed emotions. It was possible to make them afraid so that their morale dropped to a point where they were ready to halt a conflict. This wasn't so for the Sandmen. The Sandman admirals exhibited no fear to speak of, and they apparently followed their orders to the letter despite facing certain death. Ves felt a bit more respect for Melkur and the others who managed to return alive. That was not to say that he belittled the dead. It was just that living mech pilots were much more useful to him than those who weren't able to contribute to his security or prosperity. He viewed the returning avatars as treasures. They formed the core of his avatars of myth. After he finished inspecting the mechs, he moved into the headquarters and entered Melkur's office. The two Larkinson cousins faced each other in the flesh for the first time in months. Ves immediately paused as he sensed a different Melkur. The cousin he sent off to war was gone. The one who returned carried himself in the demeanor of a seasoned Larkinson veteran. Ves even had the illusion that he was facing a smaller and less mature version of Magdalena Larkinson. "You've changed," he said bluntly. "No thanks to you," Melkur replied. He didn't hide the resentment in his tone. "Do you know how much your restrictions have put us in danger?" "I know," Ves lightly said. "I bear all the responsibility for your losses, but don't pretend that my avatars died unjustly. I've given them several opportunities to withdraw. They didn't. They accepted the risks. Now they died in the service of humanity and our state. I really want to punch your face now. Have you always been so callous when it comes to the lives of your own men?" Ves smirked. "Go ahead. I'll warn you that I'm not as fragile as you think I am." Of course, Melkur didn't punch his face, even if Ves practically invited it. The mech commander had matured over the course of his wartime experiences. In particular, he learned to deal with difficult superiors. Chapter 1688 Blooded Leader. After Ves and Melkur greeted each other under tense conditions, they settled down in the latter's office. Melkur took the time to sweep over his old office. His visor made it difficult for Ves to figure out what he was paying attention to. Was he looking at his academy diplomas mounted on the wall? Was he reminiscing about his youth by watching the projected images of his parents? Melkur behaved as if he had returned from a 100-year expedition instead of a few months of action. "It's difficult for me to get accustomed to peace," he said. "I'm still used to tensing up for the alarm sounds that warn of imminent combat. I've fought off so many Sandman fleets that they've even started to haunt me in my sleep. It sounds like you can use some time to retreat to the Cloud Estate." "I know. I plan to surround myself with family. I have one request, though." "Say it. You're one of my closest confidants." "That's news to me." Melkur threw a jaded at Ves, though the effect was largely lost due to his visor. "You pretty much threw us against the Sandmen." "Let's not retread this argument," Ves sighed. "Get on to it. What is your request?" "Much of my men have returned broken or traumatized. I don't think any single avatar or sentinel has managed to keep their sanity. I'd like to invite them to the Cloud Estate to give them the care and love they need to heal their psyches." Ves idly waved his hand. "I'll allow it for the avatars, but not for the sentinels." Melkur looked upset. "Why? Even though the sentinels are dedicated to protecting the LMC, they are just as worthy as my avatars." It's exactly because they work for the LMC that they're not worth investing in. I don't want to crowd the Cloud estate and disturb the Larkinsons who still reside there. It's enough to allow the avatars to rest and recuperate with the help of our Larkinson methods. What about the Sentinels then? Are you just going to shove them aside because they're not as useful to you in the future? Don't misunderstand me, Melker. Risk must be paired with reward. I'm being much more generous to your returning avatars because they deserve it after all they have done. As for the Sentinels, they had it easier, so they are not as deserving. This is how I operate. So they'll be left to fend for themselves? The Sentinels can take care of themselves. Besides, who says they will be left alone? I recently founded a new charity that is dedicated to treating the mental and physicals of war veterans. I already called Director Clinton to offer his services to your avatars and Sentinels. Since his Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans specialized in these matters, he might as well make use of it instead of turning to an outside institution. I see. I heard about Clinton's good work. I trust him to know what is best for my men. It seemed that Melker thought highly of Clinton Larkinson. Ves wasn't too familiar with the old director, so he hadn't anticipated this reaction. Good. You can discuss the details with Magdalena and Clinton. Lucky climbed out of V's lap and padded over to Melker. The Avatar commander hardly took any notice of the mechanical cat. Go away. I'm not in the mood to play right now. Meow. Ves, please tell your cat to stop sniffing my uniform. Meow. Ves briefly concentrated his mind and sent a spiritual nudge to Lucky. The cat instantly jumped as if someone stepped on his tail. Meow. You deserve it. Now get back. While Ves reined in his pet, Melker watched on with a level of detachment. Maybe I was being too harsh on Lucky. Sorry, Ves. I'm not used to letting uncontrolled elements approach me. Who knows if it's a Sandman who crept up on my ship? Did the Sandmen really sneak into ships to assassinate people? You'd be surprised at what they are capable of doing. Just because the Sandmen admirals call the shots doesn't mean the lower castes are unthinking. We needed to be really careful in tracking the debris from broken Sandmen because a part of them always managed to live. The most annoying survivors are those who manage to cling to a mech as it returns to its ship. I haven't witnessed it in person, but I've heard of these instances taking place in other star systems. Melker proceeded to tell random anecdotes to Ves. He had experienced or heard a lot of interesting stories which didn't show up in public or in the reports he had access to. Each tale illustrated the many dangers and frustrations the soldiers at the front had to deal with in their endless fight against the implacable aliens. Ves noted that Melker's need to share his stories was a form of catharsis for him. This didn't seem surprising. The returning commander had no one else to share his closest thoughts with when he was deployed to the front. Melker had to put up a strong and confident exterior in order to inspire his subordinates. He couldn't share anything with his allies because they were mostly strangers who happened to be assigned to the same defense force. As for confiding with the officers of the Mech Corps assigned to lead the defense forces, there was a very clear separation between the two. Larkinson or not, Melker was just the head of a private mech force. So what now? The matured commander asked. The war isn't over. None of us can relax until the Sandmen stop flooding into our state. Commander Magdalena and I have already made arrangements. For now, you should prepare to take over the Sentinel commander's role when she leads the second detachment to the front. We need a competent and experienced leader to direct the remaining avatars and Sentinels in the event the Sandmen show up in Cloudy Curtain again. Are you up to the task? I can do it, Melker immediately replied. It is no problem for me to step in her boots. You can count on me to maintain discipline. Ves believed him. The authority he exuded could not be faked. Someone much less than Ves would instinctively follow Melkor's instructions without expressing any doubt. This was the most valuable ability that Melkor acquired from his tour. Before Melkor deployed to the front, he had always seemed a bit fresh and green to lead the most elite mech force under V's command. Now, Ves had no reason to doubt Melkor's qualifications. According to the reports, the Avatar commander managed to lead the Avatars and Sentinels well enough to earn their trust and respect. Such a leader was worthy to take on the mantle of Avatar commander. Failed leaders such as Lady Miralix from the Sentinel Kingdom or Casella Ingvar from the Kingdom of the Three Flowers served as cautionary tales for what could go wrong. It was very hard to be in charge of people. Each of them had their own thoughts and wants. An organization was supposed to fit them into a structure, but a strong leader was needed to truly bring them together. While Melkor showed a bit of attitude, that was not a bad thing. Ves never asked for a yes man to lead his avatars. As mech pilots who were supposed to embody myths and legends, they should have the capital to be arrogant. Of course, Ves would never be as charitable if he didn't have the confidence to suppress his jaded subordinate. "How is the war going from your perspective?" he asked. "I thought you had access to all sorts of intelligence." "I do. It's just that most of them are prepared by all sorts of people. I want to hear what you think of the war, as someone who fought and lived through the battles." "It's a calamity. You don't understand how many lives are resting on our shoulders. Each time defenders like us fail to stop the Sandmen, another planet is lost. The Bright Republic has too many planets to evacuate their populations. Only the brightest and most important individuals have been taken to safety. As for those who aren't valued enough, you can imagine their fates." Ves heard a lot of hidden resentment in Melkor's voice. He probably hated the fact that the Bright Republic hadn't allocated a lot of ships to evacuate more citizens. "Do you think we can win?" "Ha!" Melkor burst out in laughter. "Win? We've won thousands of battles, but we are still losing ground. Defeat a single Sandman fleet, and another one arrives the next day. Defeat that fleet, and a third fleet arrives. There is no end to the Sandmen. A CFA war fleet recently demolished the Sandman Empire," Ves pointed out. "What does it matter? I have seen how endless they are. Every soldier deployed to the front has never enjoyed a moment of rest because they are too numerous. Have you lost hope?" Melkor suddenly froze. "I guess I have. I don't see an end to the Sandmen. I know their numbers are finite, but will we still be around by the time the Sandman invasion has lost steam?" That was the question that everyone wanted to answer. No one knew how many Sandman fleets were on their way to batter human space. Analysts have made all kinds of predictions, but there was simply too little data to make a solid guess. Though Melkor put up a strong front, Ves recognized how fragile he had become. The burden of leadership bore down onto his shoulders until his bones started to crack. If the pressure increased by even a little bit, Melkor was liable to break entirely. Once Ves recognized this danger, he immediately became concerned. He initially agreed to send Melkor to the front in order to cultivate a strong leader. Now that his cousin had returned, he got what he wanted, but not without some damage. If Ves wanted to get his money's worth, he needed to give Melkor the opportunity to heal his wounds. "Don't push yourself too hard now that you're back," he advised. "You're not the only person in charge here. There are a lot of avatars and sentinels who can take over some of your duties while you recuperate." "I know. I'm a Larkin's son, remember? I recognize my own condition. I'm not stable enough to lead my men in my current state." "Good." Ves felt reassured. He didn't want to have another Carlos on his hands. "One more thing, Ves. Have we proven ourselves? Yes. Ves immediately replied. You and your avatars have done enough to prove your courage and commitment. As far as I'm concerned, you and the avatars you've brought back have become the core members of my organization. A huge sense of relief escaped from Melker's body. He was really afraid that Ves would impose additional demands. Rest assured that you and all of your proven men don't have to pilot low-spec budget mechs anymore. Commander Magdalena has already procured a batch of Dawnbreakers for your blooded avatars. They deserve to pilot mechs that match their elite status. The avatar commander perked up. Do you really mean that? We have enough Dawnbreakers in stock to pair every avatar with a premium mech. Ves did not take offense by Melker's obvious preference for the Dawnbreakers. Their powerful specs and their notable defense turned them into one of the most popular mechs among the mech pilots deployed to the front. Few mech models preserved the lives of mech pilots as well as the Dawnbreaker. The desolate soldier designed by Ves was simply too lacking in comparison. Despite their valuable glows, mech pilots vastly valued their lives over feeling good about themselves. Melker's reaction reminded Ves that he should not overvalue his unique strengths. As long as the performance difference was wide enough, mech pilots were better off using powerful mechs than living mechs. Chapter 1689 Silent Inspection. The return of the first group and the imminent departure of the second group of avatars and sentinels led to a lot of activity. Mechs moved in and out of workshops while the returning soldiers received the care and attention they needed. The Cloud Estate temporarily hosted the stressed and war-stricken veterans who had to get used to normality after months of non-stop fighting. Ves frequently moved around to meet with various people. He discussed the disposition of the returning soldiers with Commander Melker. He talked to Commander Magdalena about stockpiling more supplies. He granted a larger budget to the Foundation in order to give Director Clinton the facilities and manpower needed to treat the wounded. Of course, he also met with each individual avatar in person. He did this not only to show his appreciation, but also observe how they changed. In general, he was very satisfied with the quality of avatar soldiers. Forged in battle, each of them had shed their frivolity and groundless bravado. The only ones who were able to survive the meat grinder of the front lines were those whose willpower were akin to compress alloy. Each veteran avatar reminded Ves of the old Sword Maidens. Just like him, the Sword Maidens subjected their prospective sisters to a brutal survival test. The graduating Sword Maidens were dropped onto an untamed planet. There, they had to survive the alien wilderness, track down a deadly exobeast, and slay it in single combat with nothing but a sword. Suffice to say, not a lot of Sword Maidens emerged out of this harsh ritual. Yet those who did always turned out to be elites that Commander Lydia could rely upon to form the core of her organization. When Ves met with every blooded avatars, he could hardly keep his joy contained. None of them were exactly pleased with the hardships and near-deaths they faced during their deployments. Their feelings towards the man responsible for subjecting them to torture weren't exactly positive. Regardless, Ves did not worry about any betrayal or defection. He understood that all of his avatars had toiled too much to quit at this point. With the help of sunk cost fallacy, Ves employed his devil tongue to the fullest in order to remind them of the rewards they had in store. Each of you will enjoy an exalted status within my organization. As my elite avatars, you are entitled to pilot some of the best standard mechs I design. Not only that, I will invest considerable resources in order to retrain you into second-class mech pilots. A bright future awaits. Languishing in a poor third-rate state is not in the cards for you as long as you renew your commitment. Even if his message wasn't always well received, Ves did not worry about anyone going rogue. The avatars were surrounded by his subordinates. They didn't have anyone by their side who could persuade them to quit or worse. Perhaps the only individual that VS couldn't solve was William Urbish. As soon as the man stepped into his office, William marched forward with an unnaturally stiff gait before facing VS in complete silence. VS awkwardly gestured to the chair, motioning for his latest visitor to sit. Hello? Okay. You go by Silent William these days, right? How was your first real combat deployment? Have you received enough stimulation? My purpose for attaching you to the avatars is to facilitate your advancement to expert candidate. After all, real combat is the best way to bring out a mech pilot's potential. How much progress have you made? Silent William continued to stare at VS with steely eyes as his mouth remained shut. No matter how many times VS prompted him, the Urbish clansman did not utter any word. VS realized that it was pointless to get William to say anything. He doubted whether the disconcertingly silent mech pilot was truly mute. Yet no matter how much of the original William was left, VS still had a mission to fulfill. You know you won't be able to get rid of me until you advance to expert candidate, right? He spoke. I'll throw you to the Sandmen again and again until you finally make a breakthrough. VS did not have any good options aside from pushing William to the brink. Even if the chance of death was ever present, he was more than willing to make this gamble. It helped that Silent William's performance was exemplary for a normal mech pilot. William always possessed an excellent piloting foundation due to the intensive training he went through. The Rim Guardians also threw him in some of their excellent training programs in an attempt to break his psychological aversion to combat. William never had the opportunity to show off his abundant accumulation due to his previous mental blocks. Only after VS got rid of them did the foreign mech pilot finally demonstrate why the Urbish clan used to be a respected power from the Garland Empire. VS scratched his head. Talking to William was like talking to a wall. The lack of meaningful responses threw him off kilter. You know what, screw this, he muttered and turned around. Nita, go knock William out. Yes, sir. His bodyguard didn't question his strange order and immediately moved into action. She drew an electrifier pistol from one of her holsters and immediately blasted William with a stun ray. BZZT. No matter what abomination William had turned into, his flesh was still human. He lost consciousness in an instant. VS calmly activated some security measures that locked and isolated his office. Jammers came online, causing Lucky to be disturbed from his nap. He picked up his pet and tossed him in the air. His cat hastily stabilized his trajectory. Meow! Stop lazying around and help me inspect William. Meow meow. After making his displeasure known, Lucky eventually did what he was told and floated down on William's chest. He sniffed all over the mech pilot slumped onto his seat. Meow. You sure? Meow meow meow. Okay. William carried no weapons, bugs or anything dangerous. His body only contained a couple of implants that were harmless in this situation. Once Lucky finished his inspection, Nita stepped forward and inspected William's body. He's clear. Considering William's strangeness, VS did not think it was excessive to check him twice. Only after he was absolutely sure that William posed no threat to him did he approach the unconscious mech pilot's body. He hardly sensed anything abnormal when William was out cold. If anyone told VS that William possessed at least a partial alien influence in his mind, he would never believe such a wild claim. Both VS, Lucky and Nita stared down at the slumped figure with an unreasonable amount of caution. So, there is nothing on him that poses a threat? As far as I'm aware of, he's defenseless. Nita spoke. Okay. Ves tentatively stepped closer until he was able to place his palm on top of William's head. Since William was determined to maintain his silent act, there was no way Ves could glean any details from the mech pilot. So he decided to go straight to the source. Voices lied, but spirituality never deceived. As soon as Ves concentrated his mind and extended his spirituality, he could feel the strength hidden deep inside the Urbish clansman. The consequences of performing spiritual surgery on William's head were as clear as day to him. A strange balance had emerged in the mech pilot's mind and spiritual potential. A weaker portion consisted of William's pure humanity. A hefty dose of cowardice still resided here, counterbalancing the aggressive and chaotic attributes of the stronger portion. Ves truly had no idea who was in charge. It could be that neither William nor an offshoot of Nixie was in charge of William's mind and body. Perhaps the current William was a new entity that inherited the traits of both. He's like my spiritual product, Ves suddenly realized. He widened his eyes. The notion sounded ridiculous, but Ves could not dismiss this crazy possibility. Had he really displaced the old William by inadvertently turning his spiritual potential into a spiritual product? This can't be true. In the end, he knew too little about the interaction between spirituality and someone's personality. Affecting one inevitably affected the other, but how interconnected were they really? After a bit of thought, he dismissed the crazy theory he came up with. He didn't feel as if he mixed William and Nixie into a third entity. The spiritual attributes that belonged to his old self and the ancient alien spiritual entity maintained a very clear separation. The situation looked similar to two neighboring hostile states locked in a stalemate. The original William may be on the back foot, but he was fighting on home ground. His mind and spiritual potential originally belonged to him, so it possessed a considerable defensive advantage. As for Nixie, his unwelcome intrusion into William's spiritual potential couldn't be dislodged either. The alien was too strong in the spiritual department, and even if Ves only introduced him into William's mind through contamination, his spiritual quality was far too high. The more Ves explored William's mind, the more he figured Silent William out. He had truly become a fusion of two separate influences. He possessed the old William's humanity and Nixie's alien cruelty and strength at the same time. Such a combination did not appear very stable to Ves. Many of William's attributes were highly opposed to Nixie's attributes and vice versa. However, the two spiritual influences somehow managed to end up in a tenuous balance. This was because either side possessed the strength to overpower the other and take over William's mind and body for themselves. As long as this balance wasn't disrupted, Ves expected the new William to be able to take advantage of both influences. Nixie provided the strength and daring to pursue greater power. The old William reined Nixie in and inserted some very necessary human norms to the new William. All of this sounded great, but the condition of William's mind and spiritual potential grew too slowly. After months of continuous high-intensity battles, Silent William barely developed his spiritual potential. The strongest indicator for this lack of progress was that Silent William hadn't come close to developing a force of will. His mind was chaotic and full of conflicting and contradictory thoughts. The lack of a unifying ideal prevented William from elevating it into a spiritually empowered conviction. "Do I have to perform another bout of surgery?" he mused. He already operated on his test subject once. He might as well do it again in order to finish the job. Yet when he thought how messy William became after his first round of surgery, Ves quickly shook his head. He was playing with forces he didn't fully understand. He lacked the theoretical foundation to manipulate William's mind with purpose. In the end, he decided on a more direct approach. Wake him up, Nita. On it. As soon as Nita injected some sort of stimulant in William's bloodstream, the man immediately woke up and tried to get his bearings back. Despite getting knocked out, Silent William did not exhibit any strong reaction. He merely stared at Ves with his disconcerting eyes. Ves tried his best not to feel spooked. Hello again, William. Since you aren't one for small talk, I'll just get straight to the point. As a Larkinson, I'm very familiar on how to nurture an expert candidate. After inspecting you, I think I know the reason why you haven't made any progress on this front. The answer is very simple, really. Your mind is too mixed and unfocused. Every expert pilot I've met has dedicated themselves to a single principle or ideal. Some fight because they want to vanquish evil. Others fight to protect their home state. Many simply want to become the strongest warrior in the galaxy. No matter what they chose to dedicate their lives to, you don't appear to have a goal. Silent William finally showed a reaction. A hint of confusion glinted in his eyes. Chapter 1690 Circling Shadows. After a one-sided lecture, Ves dismissed Silent William as if he was just a regular mech pilot. Whether Silent William believed in him or not, Ves would make sure that his guest would develop a conviction sooner or later. As William stepped outside of the office, distanced himself from Ves, his facial expressions twitched and jerked in an uncontrollable manner. His entire mind and spirituality fluctuated considerably. Eventually, his inner turmoil ended, and William quickly restored his impassive expression before resuming his journey back to the Avatar base. As for Ves, he contemplated William's unusual spiritual state even further. He had never seen anything like it. The thought of being responsible for such an odd and unnatural condition made him feel as if he was playing God. Gods are nothing but masters of creation and designers of life, he whispered. Meow. Ha ha! He chuckled. Too bad I can't conjure up exotics from nothing to feed your insatiable appetite. Besides, isn't Gloriana spoiling you rotten already? Meow. Lucky still hadn't forgotten about being tossed into the air. He landed on V's head and ruffled some hair. Hey! Don't mess with my hair! Gloriana will hate me when she sees any sloppiness. Ves grabbed Lucky's bone-metallic body and tossed the cat aside yet again. He then activated a command on his terminal that caused a beauty bot to emerge from the side and float to his head in order to fix his hairstyle. Ever since Gloriana got into his life, he couldn't show up as uncaring for his appearance as before. He had gotten used to activating bots to fix up his looks. Once his hair became impeccable again, he turned to Nita. You've been following me around for a while now. You know many of my decisions and witnessed many things I have hid from others. Aside from Lucky, you probably know me best. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. The tall woman frowned. I'm just your guard, sir. It is not my place to offer advice or question your decisions. Well, you're one of my only confidants. He smiled sardonically at her. It's funny, isn't it? I'm surrounded by people and I'm constantly recruiting more. Yet I still don't dare to trust them completely. I believe Miss Gloriana is worthy of your trust. She has always reciprocated the trust you have extended to her. I suggest you confide in her if you require someone to share your burdens. Ves lowered his head as he contemplated this idea again. Not yet. Although we are close, I'm still not sure whether we'll be together in a permanent capacity. There are too many uncertainties for me to feel relieved with extending my trust towards her. Do you understand? I do not entirely agree. Nita. I have seen you accomplish many things and shape many wonders. I am privileged to pledge my service to a great man such as you. However, you are still human no matter how different you are inside. Every human needs companionship. He frowned. I admit that you have a point, but I can't guarantee my own security at this point. A great enemy is on the way to our star sector, and many existing organizations would love nothing more than to capture me and cough up my secrets if they become aware of what I really am. I'm surrounded by threats that are too great for me to resist by myself. I can only survive by hiding among the people who are beneath their notice. He always resorted to hiding himself to protect himself. He was so paranoid about it that he only recently decided to loosen up and expose some of his peculiar abilities. Acknowledging and naming the auras of his mechs as glows was a way to accelerate his progression and business success. If not for the lack of time and great need to develop himself, he would have never risked this much exposure. Fortunately, his worst fears hadn't come true. The MTA was way too busy with the invasion of the Red Ocean to bother with investigating a peculiar Class 9 design philosophy. Even the Komodo branch of the MTA, which was far away from any Beyonder gate, was oddly quiet. The lack of reaction encouraged Ves to take the next step and introduce the concept of special features to his mechs. These special features, while esoteric, were very similar to the abilities built into higher quality mechs. Many second-class mechs possessed an enhanced gimmick or two that used fake resonance to inspire all kinds of strange abilities. The only difference between the two was that other mech designers had to resort to adding expensive resonating exotics to their mechs, while Ves could make do by borrowing the power of a design spirit. While the latter was definitely not as reliable, it didn't really cost anything for Ves to add them to his mechs aside from the effort of creating or obtaining the design spirit. Perhaps the biggest advantage was that the special features derived from design spirits didn't increase the production cost of his mechs. If Ves wanted to add some resonating abilities to his mechs, then he probably would have been forced to multiply the production cost by at least 100 times. This illustrated the enormous expense required to build a mech with a resonating ability. Many third-rate states therefore limit these applications to expert mechs only, because expert pilots were able to arouse true resonance, which was much more powerful than what ordinary mech pilots could manage. There has been a lot of strangeness recently, sir. Nita suddenly spoke up. I've been keeping in touch with Crinden, who has been tracking all of the unfriendly intrusions that have taken place in the last month. What's the problem? More and more unknown individuals have attempted to infiltrate the mech nursery or cloud estate. We even started finding them on some of our ships or cargo transports. Ves narrowed his eyes. Have they succeeded? For now. The quality of these infiltrators is inconsistent. As far as we know, no one has ever succeeded in sneaking onto our premises. This doesn't help much against spies and informers within our own ranks. We have tightened recruitment in order to make sure that we are not inviting any trouble. It sounds to me like we have the problem handled, Ves stated. We must look beyond the immediate. Someone is expending a lot of men in the hopes of infiltrating our premises. We don't know their goals or who they work for. Despite the many failures and deaths, people are still trying to trespass onto your property. Though all of this admittedly sounded concerning, Ves had faith in his security arrangements. With hundreds of mechs and a lot of guards patrolling the premises, someone would have to be crazy to think they could get in undetected. Not only were the avatars and sentinels on guard, Ves could also rely on some other helpers such as Nita and Lucky for protection. Of course, he wasn't easy to take down himself. Even if he was garbage in combat, his excellent gear forcibly elevated his personal strength. Yet even as he wanted to dismiss Nita's concerns, his inner paranoia made him pause. While he had ample grounds to feel confident in himself, it was not within his nature to dismiss a credible threat. If you believe that something must be done, then go ahead and coordinate with Crinden and the living sentinels, he instructed. I'm too busy with other priorities to attend to this matter in person. I will take care of this issue on your behalf, sir. Nita bowed. Good. Don't hesitate to speak up if you have any other concerns. I trust your judgment. After his brief talk with Nita, he left his office and descended all the way down to the lab and workshop floor. There, he met with Gloriana and the Tovar mech designers as they stood in front of a finished mech. So this is our prototype, Ves uttered. It feels Sylvanin, all right. Good job. We didn't expect to fabricate a mech like this, Miles Tovar admitted. He appeared conflicted. The closer we got to finishing it, the more we started to feel as if ignorance was gnawing at our minds. This mech is too insidious. It didn't surprise Ves to hear this. The Deliverer prototype standing dormant before him exuded a weak but undeniable glow from its core. A sense of sacredness emanated from the mech. Any Sylvanin within the range of his glow would inevitably rouse their faiths. The strength of the prototype's glow was just as strong as the auras of the transcendent messengers. The two were different from the Holy Soldier. Whereas the latter only possessed a mote of Sylvain's spirituality, the transcendent messenger and deliverer both contained the complete fragment. Ves had already managed to induce Sylvain's spiritual fragment to occupy the deliverer design. How it could do that while simultaneously occupying the transcendent messenger design wasn't clear. Ves had long figured out that some of the rules of reality didn't apply to spirituality. Whatever the case, the Deliverer managed to embody Prophet Sylvain in a way that would surely send the Protectorate in a frenzy. While the Transcendent Messenger possessed an identical glow, there were only 6 of them in existence. Well, technically there were 7 copies in existence, but Ves already discounted the stolen prototype. The point was that unlike the Holy Soldiers, the Deliverers conveyed the full might of Sylvain's fragment. In a standard mech, this was extremely scary. The Sylvain Protectorate could purchase as many Deliverers as the LMC produced and spread them all over in order to meet the spiritual needs of its citizens. Even if the LMC stopped selling them, the government would just purchase the license and continue their production. So Ves was very sure that the Deliverer would cause a lot of waves in the religious state. I can't care about that now. Not when we need its strength. The design was too important for him to suppress. He truly had faith in its ability to snipe the Sandman admirals. What do you think about your first time fabricating an Sylvanin mech? Miles Tovar grimaced. As I've said, it's unsettling. This is not a mech that should be built by brighter hands. The bias against religion was too strong within Miles and the other Tovar mech designers. They were highly educated Brighters born in one of the most powerful families of the Bright Republic. There was no way that any of them would ever look at religion in a good light. Though Ves was disappointed, he did not bother himself too much on this issue. He made an attempt to widen the minds of his students and failed. It was no big deal. He had plenty of other lessons in store. You won't look down on this mech once it saves the Bright Republic. None of the Tovars took this boast seriously. Even if they respected Ves, they still didn't buy into the Deliverer's special features. It sounded too strange. Having built the prototype from the ground up, they detected no materials or components which could accomplish anything notable. In their eyes, the Deliverer was just a space-born marksman mech with an Sylvanin coat. You don't need to believe, Ves told them. You just have to cooperate. We can't test the prototype like we test our other mechs. What must we do, sir? For one, we need to test our mech with a variety of mech pilots. I've already invited some Sylvanin marksman mech pilots to act as our primary test pilots. In order to find out if the Deliverer works for non-believers as well, I'll be assigning some brighter mech pilots to act as a control group. He began to lay out a modified testing plan. He wasn't really interested in the deliverer's ordinary performance parameters. He wanted his subordinates to rush through the ordinary tests. Only the deliverer's extraordinary aspects deserved his attention. Chapter 1691 Hero's Entry. Bentheim. The Sand War reached its most intense stage at Bentheim. The battles at the front lines had turned into a sideshow compared to the great collision between two civilizations in a single port system. Bentheim was like a black hole that sucked in numerous Sandman fleets and human reinforcements on a continuous basis. Its mere existence seemed to warp the surrounding regions, depriving them of most Sandmen that would have ordinarily attacked the lesser star systems. Whether this was a good or bad development for the Bright Republic remained to be seen. While many vulnerable citizens temporarily escaped the threat of annihilation, the Bentheim system turned into one of the most terrible war zones in the Sand War. Dozens of Sandman fleets poured into the star system every day. While most of them were individually weak, collectively they pressured the defenders to the brink of despair. There are too many Sandmen! The attacks never end. Sand! 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 I never want to see a single grain of sand in my life ever again. Almost all of the Bentheim mech divisions had been recalled to bolster the critical port system's defenses. The planet itself had turned into a hive of war production. Mechs, starfighters, and supplies constantly poured out of its many factories. The supply of valuable goods and war material not only sustained the defense of Bentheim, but many other vulnerable star systems. As long as Bentheim stayed in human hands, it continued to supply the entire state. For this reason, the Bright Republic invested everything possible to strengthen its defenses. Transport ships towed many defensive platforms in the orbits of planets and moons. The government coerced or incentivized all kinds of gangs and underground forces to defend their homes. No one ever deciphered the full might of Bentheim's underground community. The smuggling organizations, black market associations, dark mercenary corps that hid in some of the deepest cracks of Bentheim never revealed their presence in the open. Until now. No matter how averse they were to fighting alongside the authorities, they couldn't let the Sandmen overrun their turf and destroy all of their accumulations. The most clever underground organizations had already evacuated well in advance. Those who were slower to leave simply couldn't anymore due to how tightly the authorities controlled the local space. Not a single ship was able to escape Bentheim without the consent of a government institution. Not even stealth ships managed to get away due to the near-constant scanning taking place in Bentheim's orbit. Many of the defensive platforms orbiting above the planet frequently swept their surroundings for any anomalies. No matter how much energy the platforms expended in their scans, the government simply didn't care about the costs. Not when the survival of the entire Bright Republic was at stake. A dozen or so clashes took place in the outer system. The Mech Corps, Starfighter Corps, Planetary Guard, and assisting forces did their best to prevent the Sandmen from advancing further. The casualties were significant. The attrition warfare the Sandmen seemed so eager to impose on their opposition grinded against the morale of the Mech pilots and Starfighter pilots, who bore the brunt of the fighting. The glows of the desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers could do so much to stave off the deterioration of their fighting spirit. Inspiring one's patriotism and duty could only do so much against the onset of hopelessness. After recognizing this problem, the government tried many possible remedies. One solution that seemed effective was to promote the heroes leading the resistance against the Sandmen. Many expert pilots and military commanders made a name for themselves in recent weeks. Venerable Ves Larkinson, who survived the fall of Sydney Superior, held nothing but vengeance in his heart. "Never again!" he exhorted every warrior. "We must never allow Sydney Superior to happen again. Fight until every moving grain of sand is destroyed. Other Larkinsons distinguished themselves as well. Under the stimulation of constant battles, two Billingsley Larkinson and Perelia Larkinson were becoming more and more remarkable every day. Their will to defend the bright republic and protect the people became stronger and stronger as more and more people placed their hopes on the shoulders of the young expert candidates. My predecessors bled and died for our republic. I will not let their sacrifice go to waste. I must advance as soon as possible. We need more expert pilots to stem the tide. The initiative to promote the heroes in their ranks successfully inspired the rank and file to persist. Hope was like a candle that threatened to be snuffed out at any moment. However, through the constant displays of heroism, the individual soldiers suffering all the hardships had someone to look up to when they needed it the most. Expert pilots were by far the most popular role models. While everyone admired expert pilots, they were also jealous at their luck and fortune. Many people were born as norms. They never had a chance to become the favored people of this age due to their lacking genetic aptitude. Those who not only became mech pilots but also took a step further and advanced to expert pilots were considered to be double lucky. This made expert pilots rather detached from the common folk. They were heroes. They were noble. They also stood on a far greater height than the rest of humanity. They weren't called demigods for nothing. While they still inspired a lot of hope, they were far too lacking in the human touch. The problem wasn't a lack of empathy or sympathy. Expert pilots were still human in their roots, and they hadn't lost their human emotions as they advanced. It was just that each of them possessed a quality that unconsciously caused people to look up at them. They were far from the common man or woman who someone could have a beer with, for example. Recently, an ambitious mech pilot stepped into this void in a bombastic manner. PFF! What is this flashy display mech doing here? What the hell? What is up with that belt? Why does it look so? Rickland's rollers? Never heard of them. Where do they come from? Wait. I recognize the name. It's Vincent's new outfit. The bastard is back. Terrorist. The BLM killed my parents. He owes me a mech. The entry of Rickland's rollers provoked a lot of chatter, both good and bad. Their former allegiance to the Bentheim Liberation Movement was no secret. While it wasn't strange to see former BLM cells taking up arms against the Sandmen, the rollers attracted a lot more attention than usual. Most of their mechs were rather ordinary. They consisted mostly of prideful soldiers, whose unified aura gave the rollers an aggressive and eager air. Yet these sights were hardly unique due to the many underground organizations that adopted this popular mech model. It was the mech flying at the head of their formation that ignited a lot of controversy. What an impressively large mech! It's slow though. How much armor is tacked onto its frame? Is the mech pilot afraid to die or what? It's like an ancient statue floating in space. Just look at the abs of that mech. You know, didn't Vincent used to pilot a similar mech in the past? If I recall, that mech came with a codpiece. What an abomination! Is he trying to overcompensate or something? Soon, a lot of people found out that the V-shaped belt of the Adonis Colossus served no practical purpose. A number of mech designers inspected it very carefully and came to the universal conclusion that it was completely superfluous. In other words, it was a codpiece. Look at this record. It says the designer of the previous codpiece mech is the same designer of this new machine. Ves Larkinson! What perverted mech designer! As expected of someone called the Devil Tongue. How could the designer of the best-selling Desolate Soldier stoop to designing such a vulgar mech? Not only that, but look at the other lead designer. A woman also took part in its design. Hexers are crazy. Despite the controversy he provoked, Vincent Ricklin ate it all up. As soon as he piloted his mech, he felt supremely confident in himself. Nothing would stop him from debuting his heroism in battle. Flying at the head of a mech company of prideful soldiers, the Adonis Colossus seemed to siphon off a huge portion of their glows. The masculinity exuded by the custom mech took on an aggressive and battle-hungry shine. No matter what everyone thought about the Adonis Colossus, the Sandmen soon confronted the force it was a part of. Battle commenced, and both sides began to fire thousands of lasers and projectiles. A large Sandman swarm surrounding a dodecahedron-shaped monolith advanced indomitably towards the inner system. The smaller swarm fired countless rapid-fire laser beams at the mechs and starfighters, while the larger monolith fired more powerful lasers at the distant ships at a relentless firing rate. Unlike the more primitive monoliths, this more sophisticated one erected a firing rod on each of its sides. Each time one of the rods discharged a heavy laser, the monolith changed its orientation, allowing another precharged firing rod to fire another heavy laser strike at a vulnerable carrier. The constant rotation not only allowed the monolith to fire as soon as it changed its orientation, but also spread out the damage to the outer layers of its mass. It would take an incredible amount of firepower to go through all of the upper layers. The most central portion, which presumably held the Sandman admirals controlling the monolith, remained absolutely safe. The 10-sided monolith therefore inflicted a huge amount of damage to the carriers over time, forcing the expert mechs to go into action early in order to accelerate the collapse of this abnormal configuration. In the meantime, a single hybrid mech flew out of formation and almost reached the diminishing starfighter screen. This looks like a job for Ricklin's rollers. Missiles, launch! The Adonis Colossus opened the battle by firing its entire first salvo of missiles. The small but very powerful and very expensive missiles streaked across the battlefield and impacted the surface of the monolith with considerable fury. Hardly any mech pilot noticed the detonations, let alone track the source of the missiles. The damage inflicted on the monolith was considerable, but far from matching all of the other projectiles that slammed onto its surface. The actual effect of this missile launch was minimal in the greater scheme of things. Not that Vincent actually admitted it. "Ha ha! Take that, Sandmen! I hit you right in the face, you manless freaks!" His Adonis Colossus began to fire its Sandbreaker rifle next. Some of the shots missed the huge monolith in the distance, as Vincent forcibly deactivated the assisted targeting system that came with the mech. A true hero didn't need to rely on automation to win. Eventually, the Sandmen noticed the Adonis Colossus flying close to the starfighters at the vanguard. The large mech possessed such a large sensor signature that a number of Sandman drones automatically diverted their fire in its direction. Ouch! Hey! Bad Sandman! Vincent vengefully diverted his aim from the easy-to-hit monolith to the incredibly swift and agile Sandman drones. None of his shots hit a single target. Each of his Sandbreaker rounds flew through the swarm and continued on its journey out of the star system and into interstellar space. The Sandmen didn't have that problem. The large Adonis Colossus began to attract more than 50 laser attacks within the span of a few seconds. "Hey! I'm sorry! No more, please!" In his panic, Vincent barely remembered the defensive system the mech incorporated. He hastily activated the mental command, but his mind was so jittery that his mech couldn't interpret it correctly. "Damn it! There's got to be a button somewhere!" Perhaps anticipating that Vincent would have trouble operating his mech in battle, Ves mindfully incorporated a very large red button in the left console of the cockpit interface. As soon as Vincent slammed his fist onto the button, a large amount of fluid poured out of the ports of the mech. The fluid soon hardened into a solid crystal-like shield in front of the Adonis Colossus. Vincent activated the function just in time. Though the Adonis Colossus featured high-quality armor, its surface was already starting to melt and crack due to the huge amount of damage it absorbed. Fortunately, the consumable Lasponge shield blocked a lot of laser strikes, giving Vincent enough time to gather his wits and fly back to his fellow rollers. "I'll get you next time, Sandmen! Only men deserve to win this war." Chapter 1692, the fourth aspect. What a disgrace! Gloriana's face turned ugly as she viewed a popular local broadcast during their breakfast period. The narrator lampooned the recent participation of the Adonis Colossus in the Battle of Bentheim. From its mech pilot's lack of battle awareness to his penchant of relying on the Lasponge system to bail himself out of a difficult situation, the eye-catching mech was catching attention for all the wrong reasons. What was worse was that the mech pilot in question seemed oblivious to how much ridicule he attracted. Not only did he live-stream all of his battles, the media eagerly played along and used his mech and his antics as comic relief. It was completely unlike the heroic rise that Ves and Gloriana anticipated. Even though they knew that Vincent was not exactly competent, it was out of their expectations for him to fumble so badly. Not every mech pilot lives up to their potential. We are merely responsible for providing a product. It's up to the customer to decide on how to make use of them. For all we know, our customers might enjoy using our mechs as target practice, Ves stoically remarked as he took another bite of his slow-cooked beef pie. That did not sit well with Gloriana. She abhorred inefficiency and waste, and that was exactly what Vincent Ricklin was doing. This idiot! If he intended to misuse our mech to this degree, I would have never taken part in its design process. Meow! Clixie angrily hissed at the projection. She detested anyone her owner hated. Calm down, Gloriana. I expected that something like this might happen, though not to this extent. The way we designed the mech certainly hasn't encouraged him to fight more seriously. The mech mainly draws out his vanity and desire to show off. He's definitely succeeding in that from all of the attention he has drawn. She followed his advice and took some time to regain her composure. Why do pilots like Vincent exist? She gestured at the projection of the Adonis Colossus. The hegemony would never tolerate incompetence to this degree. How could he even graduate as a mech pilot in the first place? The Bright Republic needs as many mech pilots as possible. With all of the wars we've been through, manpower is a constant concern for our state. While we have plenty of premier mech academies who hold their cadets to high standards, many more are simply concerned with pumping out as many people who can at least make a mech move without tripping on its feet, Ves plainly answered. That sounds alien to me. Gloriana frowned. It's different in the hegemony. Our mech academies are very demanding. The instructors would never allow mech cadets to graduate if they are inclined to waste or misuse a mech. This is because second-rate states hold their mech pilots to a stricter standard. Your state is able to invest a lot more resources into the training of its mech pilots. With the budgets of your mech academies, it's a lot easier to ensure the quality of each of their graduates. In addition, their admission standards are higher. From what I've heard, they don't even accept potentates with E or D grade genetic aptitudes. That's because they're not capable of making use of all of the functions of our mechs. We don't bother with designing frontline mechs that cater specifically to unskilled or untalented mech pilots. This reflected their different circumstances. A third-rate state generally tended to pursue quantity over quality. 2 cheap mechs was almost always stronger than 1 expensive mech. With the limited money and resources at their disposal, a third-rate state almost always chose to field as many mechs as it could afford. They made much more use of their manpower, not even neglecting the mech pilots who were only able to make use of simplified mechs. In contrast, a second-rate state always took advantage of its abundant resources and capital. Not only that, but the quality of their manpower was also a lot higher due to the excellent training environment. For this reason, second-rate states pursued the elite route and aimed to make every mech and mech pilot count. While this was very costly, the greatest benefit of this was that the second-rate states preserved their manpower, which was arguably their scarcest resource. All of those low-aptitude potentates didn't sit on their thumbs, though. The Friday Coalition and Hexadric Hegemony ordinarily enrolled them into part-time training programs to allow them to gain basic proficiency in the piloting profession. If someday war broke out and the states suffered a lot of casualties, then these reserves of low-quality mech pilots would eventually be activated. There were a lot of D and E grade aptitude mech pilots as well as those who did badly in training. In times of desperation, they could do a lot to reverse a defeat. It was just that second-class mechs were too expensive to activate them casually. One of the reasons why no one believed the Komodo War would end anytime soon was that both sides involved were still holding this option in reserve. In any case, Gloriana had only ever interacted with highly trained and highly competent mech pilots in her life. Even among Hexers, she often designed mechs for some of the best standard mech pilots in her state. Designing a mech for someone who isn't as dedicated to the piloting profession has been a very novel experience for me, Gloriana sarcastically stated as if she blamed Ves for this unfortunate experience. Sometimes, I wonder why I'm even staying in the Bright Republic. This is my home. It's where I grew up. My design style is steeped in brighter tradition. Sure, not every mech pilot is up to standard, but trying to design mechs for them is an interesting challenge. Unfortunately, Gloriana didn't see it that way. She looked at him with disgust before turning aside her head. It wasn't until they finished breakfast and moved to the mech nursery that her resentment faded. I can't wait for you to start designing second-class mechs. Your talents are wasted on third-class mechs. The Bright Republic and the Ilvain Protectorate don't deserve your mechs. Ves shook his head. I disagree. Each class of mechs have their own charm. Third-class mechs are much more cost-efficient than any second-class mech. No offense, Ves, but third-class mechs are too limited to develop any mech pilot's talents to their fullest. Second-class mechs are much more richer. Unlike the rigid and limited specialties adopted by the Bright Republic's mech industry, the Hegemony's mech industry is much more varied. She spontaneously started to lecture about the main reasons why second-class mechs were so much better. The increased budgets allow for the use of resonating exotics or high technology in standard mech design. As you know, resonating exotics can be combined and applied in ways that result in the activation of powerful phenomena. It's similar to what you intend to do with the Deliverer, but without the corresponding materials. I'm already aware of that, Gloriana. I don't think you're fully aware of the implications of what this added option brings. Practically all of the third-class mech models on the market are extremely dull compared to second-class mechs with embedded resonating abilities. Oh? Take a typical mech squad for example. Why do you think it's customary for 8 to 12 mechs to work together? It's not an arbitrary number. At least 8 mechs working together can form a self-contained unit that is significantly stronger than 2 groups of 4 mechs. What are you on about? From what I've observed of third-class mech designers, they mainly focus on the offense, defense, and mobility of their products. In the framework of mech design that you adopt, the value of your products depends on how well you combine these 3 priorities into a worthwhile product. I thought that was universal in mech design, Ves stated. Every mech possesses a different configuration. Some mech designers want to balance the three aspects, while others prefer to focus on one in particular. Ves always believed in introducing distinctive strengths in his mech design. Even if he introduced corresponding weaknesses due to his design choices, it was still acceptable. It was up to the customer to employ the mech in situations where it could leverage its strengths while minimizing its weaknesses. However, Gloriana raised 4 fingers in front of her face. You're missing a fourth aspect. Utility. Utility? It's the reason why most third-class mech designers fail to adapt to second-class mech designs. You don't understand the importance of utility in higher-class mech designs. Some of the crude augmentations that are prevalent in third-class mechs actually fall under this category. Let me show you some examples. She activated her comm and browsed the site before showing off some footage of mechs in action. There was a mech that transformed into a stationary sensor tower. Its arrays began to sweep the surrounding areas with such power that the sensor mech quickly detected an enemy squad approaching under stealth. Another example showcased a mech that wielded a very strange projector that reminded Ves of a fluid projector used by planetary guard mechs. Instead of spraying special slime that immobilized mechs, it instead sprayed some kind of bubbly foam onto damaged mechs that put out fires and filled the gaps and tears in their armor. Yet another clip showed off a mech that carried a large battery backpack. The reason for carrying all of this extra power became evident as its arms transformed into special arrays that instantly formed a bubble shield around the entire mech squad. While the bubble shield did not block any physical projectiles, it was extremely effective stopping heat and energy damage. Laser beams and positron beams stopped going through, giving the mech sheltering in the bubble a considerable amount of breathing room. A fourth example displayed a space-borne mech that flew in the center of a formation of mechs. Just like other mechs, it was completely unarmed. Instead, its unusual shape began to glow as a lot of resonating exotics became active. As soon as the mech finished charging, it instantly enveloped an entire mech company with a peculiar light. The instant the light touched the other mechs, they began to accelerate at least 3 times faster, causing them to reach their destination faster. All of these examples opened V's mind. While he was aware that these capabilities existed, he always considered them to be auxiliary functions. However, if Gloriana was right, then these abilities actually consisted of one of the core functions of a second-class mech. Cheaper second-class mechs don't incorporate these kinds of abilities. They're the equivalent of frontline mechs in a second-rate state. Up until now, you've mainly been exposed to these lesser mechs because I wanted to introduce more advanced mechs at a later date, Gloriana explained. So these mechs all distinguish themselves by offering utility, is that right? Partially. I'm sure you've noticed that there is a lot of overlap. The mech that projects an energy shield, for example, is providing utility by enhancing the defensive capabilities of its mech squad. The mech that speeds up the entire mech company is providing utility by enhancing their mobility. I think the sensor mech is a typical example of a mech that offers pure utility. Its presence doesn't directly enhance the firepower, defense, or mobility of the other mechs, but information itself is extremely valuable. I see. Ves began to see Gloriana's point. When second-class mechs begin to incorporate resonating exotics or advanced applications of high technology, they become capable of affecting the battle in a more sophisticated manner. The examples that Gloriana showed off only touched the surface of how these mechs affected the battlefield. Gloriana summed up her point. In third-class mechs, these functions are seen as gimmicks. In second-class mechs, they're considered utility. Third-class mechs can't incorporate any resonating exotics of high technology, so the utility they can provide is very limited. It's completely different for higher classes of mechs. Chapter 1693 Wrong Phi. As a mech designer, VS was already aware of the concept of utility. However, third-class mech designers viewed utility in a much more limited fashion than second-class mech designers. The limited resources and technology at his disposal forced VS to neglect utility in favor of focusing on the other three aspects of his products: offense, defense, and mobility. When stripped of all of their complexity, every mech had to offer a winning combination of these three aspects. Of course, a good mech was not simply a package that scored high on all three aspects. A mech design was much more complicated than that, though many laymen still referred to aggregate numbers such as the Mech Performance Index to get a quick evaluation of a mech. What made a mech truly great was how well they fulfilled their roles. Having good offense, defense, or mobility was often one of the main requirements for many roles, but they were not the only ones that existed. Gloriana's lecture revealed how the addition of utility completely transformed the landscape of high-end mechs. A very clear separation existed between cheaper mechs which lacked utility and more expensive mechs which used them as their main selling points. Utility allows mechs to manipulate the battlefield in far greater measures, Gloriana explained and called up a list from the Galactic Net. Just look at the effects the MTA has registered. Many phenomena, whether they came about through resonating exotics or high technology, have already been categorized and standardized. In fact, the public ones are the most mundane ones. Every mech designer or mech company has developed their own in-house solutions that aren't as easy to copy. Because they're related to their design philosophies, right? Correct. She nodded before sighing. Some design philosophies are very geared towards excelling in these areas. Mech designers who specialize in forming acceleration fields or damage redirectors can always count on selling lots of mechs as long as their foundational skills are decent enough. VS noted something from her wistful tone. Your Class 1 design philosophy doesn't give you much of an advantage with regards to utility. Yes, she admitted. I work best with the tangible and known aspects of a mech. My research fields encompass their standard properties, which means I'm good at optimizing and maximizing the fundamental parameters of a mech. Advanced utility has always been one of my more lackluster fields. I always had to collaborate or seek assistance from other mech designers if I wanted to add some advanced functionality to my custom mechs. Gloriana's description of her own specialty suddenly enlightened VS. He saw the opposite in himself. My specialty is pretty much all about utility, he uttered in realization. From my glows to my upcoming special features, they all fit in this category. I've never displayed any particular passion towards offense, defense, or mobility. They are merely means to an end for me. What I am truly passionate about is adding different strengths and qualities to my mechs that fall outside of those basic areas. Do you realize it now? She smiled and patted his shoulder. This is why we fit so well together. I can take care of the aspects you've neglected while you can focus on increasing the utility you can impart to your mech designs. Each of us has something the other wants the most. So long as we can maximize all four aspects, our mech designs are bound to become popular even in the highly competed hegemony mech market. Utility was pretty much a neglected priority to most third-class mech designers. It wasn't a coincidence that the mech community largely referred to utility applications as gimmicks. Even in his previous mech designs, the utility they provided was not very spectacular. Even the Aurora Titan, which came with a very useful polarizing module, had to sacrifice almost everything to fit it into the mech. Mechs which excelled in utility could only be treated as niche mech designs in the Bright Republic and other third-rate states. As for second-rate states, they became so much more powerful and accessible that customers had begun to expect them to be implemented as core features. A quality second-class mech was not complete unless they incorporated a powerful ability. After Gloriana explained the importance of utility, Ves gained a broader perspective of his own place in the mech industry. Whereas most of his peers in the Bright Republic still focused on standing out by excelling in one of the three core aspects, Ves had already taken a different road, one that was more prevalent in second-class mech design. Perhaps the main reason why an anomaly like him existed was because he depended on tech and resources that were inaccessible to everyone else but himself. The unique expertise he formed and the ease in which he created or adapted design spirits meant that he was able to add utility to his mechs without paying a prohibitive price. You've realized that as well, haven't you? Gloriana grinned and leaned closer to him. While I'm aware that you need to expend some time, energy, and other costs to apply your specialty to your mechs, you can obviously afford to do it in budget mech projects. Not only that, your specialty doesn't increase the material burden or technological sophistication of your mechs, which gives you an immense competitive advantage. Whereas other mech designers have to add expensive tech and materials, you can make do with adding intangible components to your designs. She was right. What Ves was doing was not as unique as he thought. The true value of his specialty was that he could impart utility to his mechs by spending resources that were not as scarce. Doesn't this give me an even greater advantage in designing third-class mechs? He promoted her. Hardly any third-class mech designer can do what I do. If I step up to designing second-class mechs, wouldn't I be clashing against all kinds of abilities? You still enjoy an advantage here, Ves. We can still incorporate the standard abilities that are publicly known or available for licensing into our designs. If we just leave it there, our mechs are merely average and not as impressive as those who offer unique abilities. It's when we add your specialty that our mechs become special. I get it. Ves shot up. We can double the utility of our products if we add standard abilities as well as my special features into their designs. In fact, we can achieve an even greater degree of utility if I can somehow achieve synergies between the two. The potential is great. Of course, so far Ves had not developed his special features very highly. The design spirit of the Adonis Colossus didn't offer anything special aside from its glow. While it was a very fantastic glow, it only amplified performance in an indirect manner. He understood now why Gloriana claimed that his specialty was more valuable with more sophisticated mechs. The utility he could impart onto third-class mechs were inevitably limited because they had to work in isolation. In contrast, the utility he could provide to second-class mechs would always be stronger as long as he found a way to achieve synergy. He had experienced the advantages of synergy several times in his life. He knew how much potential it held. They eventually turned their attention back to the Deliverer. As one of their upcoming mechs, the Deliverer was a mech that doubtlessly centered around utility. Though Ves hadn't been able to achieve any synergy with regards to its special features, the mech should already be able to stand on its own. As Ves and Gloriana entered the workshop, they beheld the finished prototype of the mech. Gloriana had supervised the fabrication process, so the mech did not contain any major defects. The Tovar mech designers had already received an earful from her about their fumbles. Ves only made a brief inspection of the mech. He paid particular attention to its X-factor. If the X-factor wasn't coherent enough, the mech would not be able to channel its design spirit as well. This would doubtlessly affect the strength or fluency of its spiritual abilities. As expected, neither Gloriana nor the Tovar's mech designers fully bought into the vision of the mech. Alternatively, they didn't maintain a high degree of focus while they were fabricating the prototype, which led to a lot of scattering. This was not a difficult problem for Ves to solve as long as he was willing to expend some spiritual energy. He concentrated his mind and began to imprint his original vision onto the mech. Through various means, he smoothed out the incongruous factors and corrected a lot of flaws. It was as if he was finishing a half-made product. There. The mech is much better now. He smiled. Though Gloriana and the Tovars didn't see any changes, they somehow felt that the prototype had changed somehow. Its glow was much more clear and pure. This gave it the illusion that it had grown stronger. Once he completed this correction, he only performed a cursory inspection of the remainder of the mech. He provided some feedback to his design team. Technically, the prototype is decent. However, your minds were obviously askew while you were fabricating it. Your hearts need to be in the right place to make a good mech. We started to become uncomfortable as we were piecing together this mech. Miles Tovar answered. Its glow makes me feel as if I have to betray everything I am in order to convert to a faith. Ves looked at their faces and saw that this was a bigger issue than he anticipated. Even if the Tovars didn't like his deliverer, he thought they would have at least been able to tolerate it while they produced a copy. Now, he saw that Briders truly didn't get along with Ilvain's spiritual fragment. He made a mental note to himself to assign the production of the deliverers to Ilvainans. This was not a big deal. The deliverer was a purely Ilvainan mech design, so limiting its productions to the faithful was only natural. If Ves wanted to fabricate a copy of the deliverer at the mech nursery, then he could only do it himself if he wanted to do it right. Let's bring this mech to orbit. I want to test the special features of the mech as fast as possible. I want it done by today. Now that the prototype was finally ready, Ves couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to verify his latest theories immediately. As his design team arranged the transportation of the prototype from the workshop all the way up to orbit, Ves informed the Ilvainan test pilots to be ready to do their jobs. He was looking forward to their reaction to the deliverer. You also need to invite some mundane mech pilots to act as a control group, remember? Gloriana poked his side. I'll call ahead. He briefly called Melker and told him to select 3 random avatars to join the transport ship heading into orbit soon. The deliverer may be an Ilvainan product, but Ves could not rule out that non-believers would pilot it as well. He had to make sure that Briders and other people were able to make adequate use of the mech. Sadly, his mech wasn't really much good when stripped of its glow and special features. Ves held little hope that his control group would be able to make efficient use of his mech. In fact, Ves even believed that the brighter test pilots might clash against the deliverer's design spirit. While Prophet Ilvain had been known to be tolerant towards other beliefs, who knew how well it took to unbelievers blaspheming the mech he guarded? If everything went right during the first testing session, Ves would be making history today. Soon, he would know if he succeeded in designing the mech that could save the Bright Republic. Chapter 1694 Anti-Synergy. By the Great Prophet! This mech is greater than we have ever hoped. As soon as Ves unveiled the deliverer to his Ilvainan envoys and guests, they immediately collapsed onto their knees and supplicated in front of the mech. Their hysterical babbles and spontaneous displays of worship disturbed the others currently present in the hangar bay of the carrier used as the testing base. From the Tovars to the mech technicians, all of them looked at the prostrating Ilvainans as if they were aliens. It couldn't be helped. Open displays of worship had become so rare in the Bright Republic that it was as if a relic of the past had come back from the dead. Ves whacked the Tovars on their heads. What are you gawking at? The galaxy is full of people of faith. Aren't you familiar with Gloriana? She normally doesn't express her beliefs. Miles Tovar excused himself. That's because she is being mindful to you all. These Ilvainans probably haven't left Protectorate space until now, so they aren't fully aware of our cultural norms. Don't be shocked if they act like this. As long as their actions are harmless, just take them into stride. Despite his words, the Tovars still couldn't help but regard the Cronin marksman mechs with odd expressions. Perhaps Ves used to be this way too. Fortunately, the time he spent in the Ilvain Protectorate allowed him to get accustomed to these kinds of displays. It was much worse in the Protectorate, that was for sure. After a few minutes of fanatical worship, the Cronins finally remembered themselves and rose up to their feet. Our apologies, bright martyr. Ves waved his arm. I understand. This mech is similar to the Transcendent Messenger in character. I already expected you to respond in this fashion. Dominic, Edward, and Jezebel all looked incredibly ecstatic. The fact that they were about to test the prototype was an incredible honor. The reaction of Sergeant Jezebel Cronin was the most pronounced of all. She was practically slobbering over the mech. Her gaze locked onto the mech so strongly that she didn't even bother to pay attention to Bright Martyr. Ves scratched his head. Was his mech really that great? As a non-believer, Ves merely perceived the Deliverer's glow just like any other aura. While each flavor had their peculiarities, they all fell in the same category to him. If their strength was taken out of the equation, then no glow was more exceptional than others. This was obviously different for the Cronins. As devout believers in the Ilvanan faith, their entire attitudes underwent huge shifts the moment they came in touch with the mech. In fact, they were so unsettled that Ves made a controversial decision. Let us begin the initial tests with Avatar mech pilots, he told everyone before turning to the Cronins. The three of you are too excited right now. Don't forget the purpose of your stay here. I need sober and focused test pilots to demonstrate the strengths and abilities of my prototype. The Cronins each looked remorseful. As disciplined soldiers, they recognized how bad it was for them to lose their composure. Ves decided to console them a little. You still have an opportunity to pilot my Deliverer, but not immediately. Remember that piloting my prototype is a privilege. I need to collect data, and if you aren't able to help me with that, you're not useful to me as test pilots. After this incident, he moved on to a compartment converted to a makeshift control room. Some Avatar mech pilots stepped into the mech and started to boot up the mech. Ves paid close attention to the reaction of this mech pilot and the telemetry of his neural connection. Gloriana, who understood this data better than Ves, soon spotted some issues. There are problems with the neural connection. What? Ves looked startled. He had already seen some strange deviations from the norm, but he didn't fully understand what they meant. Is the mech pilot at risk? The Avatar mech pilot currently sitting in the cockpit was Yarrick Nolan. He was one of the newer avatars who was slated to join the second group about to deploy to the front. The reason why he'd been chosen to test pilot the mech was because he specialized in piloting space-borne rifleman mechs. While he didn't pilot marksman mechs, he was proficient and trained in their use. This made him the closest thing to a dedicated marksman mech pilot among the avatars. Not quite. Gloriana shook her head. It's just that Mr. Nolan is psychologically holding himself back from deepening his immersion in the mech. The fit between the two is rather poor. It didn't take much guessing to find out the reason why. Yarrick Nolan was repelled by the Deliverer. Whether it was just his bias at work, or his mind putting up its guard against the Deliverer's glow, the result was that the neural connection was a lot weaker than normal. How much weaker is the connection, exactly? I'd say 30%. Oof. A 30% drop in responsiveness, data transmission, and other parameters was a very severe handicap. It was the same as if a top athlete suddenly changed into the body of a normal human. Even though many of the functions were still the same, the severe drop in performance in so many areas completely rendered the athlete useless in his role. After consulting with Gloriana and some of the testing personnel, Ves saw no further health issues. Proceed with the test, but skip the ones involving more intensive motions. Instruct Mr. Nolan to take it easy and avoid any drastic movements. The mech flew out of the hangar bay and slowly emerged into space. With the clouds of cloudy curtain as a backdrop, the Deliverer's first sortie seemed remarkably unexceptional. The mech started to undergo basic motion tests. It raised its arms, kicked its legs, flew in every direction, spun around on its axis, aimed its Gauss rifle from one side to the other side, and so on. These tests not only verified the integrity of the mech and its assembly, but also allowed the mech pilot to slowly familiarize himself with his machine. Gloriana hummed as she continued to observe the pilot-based telemetry. It's rather peculiar. Normally, mech pilots slowly increase their immersion and deepen their connections with their mechs after settling into the cockpit. Nolan's connection is actually decreasing. What? Ves had never heard of this instance happening. The only time such a travesty ought to happen was if the mech was heavily damaged or if the neural interface was malfunctioning. He immediately manipulated the terminal in front of him and called up the current condition of the mech, which was all green. He then shifted to the condition of the neural interface, which was completely green as well. In order to be sure, he activated an internal diagnostic that thoroughly swept the neural interface for any damage or corruption. Nothing was amiss. After ruling out any errors on this front, Ves could only conclude that Nolan was extremely incompatible with the Deliverer's design spirit. In truth, it already made sense to Ves. The X-Factor was a double-edged blade. It could enhance the mech pilot's effective performance if he fit well with the X-Factor of the mech. In the same way, the mech pilot's effective performance could also tank if his personality was a poor fit with the X-Factor of the mech. This was an instance of anti-synergy, where the outcome was less than the sum of its parts. Of course, he couldn't say as much to the testing personnel and observers, but that didn't matter. All of them were under the mistaken impression that the prototype was heavily flawed or that its design was an abject failure. Only Ves and Gloriana knew better. They shared a sheepish look with each other. I've never tested the Transcendent Messenger or Holy Soldier with non-Ovanan mech pilots, Ves realized. The idea never really came up to me before. They were always aimed at Ovanan mech pilots, so I didn't bother trying to figure out if they were effective in the hands of Briters or people of different faiths. Evidently, pairing mechs with incompatible mech pilots was a very bad idea. Though the mech pilot did not seem to incur any damage, the drop in battle effectiveness was so severe that Yarrick Nolan piloted his mech as if he possessed an E-grade genetic aptitude. Gloriana became increasingly more irked at the jerky and awful movements of the prototype. I can't take this any longer. Why don't we end this session and switch to another mech pilot? No. Ves shook his head. We should see this session through, if only so that we can understand the consequences of incompatibility more. Ugh! Suit yourself, but you better do it without me. I can't stand this ugly sight. Gloriana left the control room in frustration, leaving Ves alone to supervise the remainder of the session. He didn't mind. Nolan's deteriorating performance made him want to bash his head against the bulkhead. His Deliverer may not be the most graceful mech he designed, but he never meant for it to resemble a fat clown. Suffice to say, despite Nolan's specialization, the Deliverer performed exceptionally poorly in the basic marksmanship tests. The carrier released a number of cheap target bots in space, which flew out straight downwards of the orbital plane. Naturally, there was no way they would allow the Deliverer to shoot in the direction of Cloudy Curtain, or any other planet, or star system for that matter. Who knew if a Gauss rifle round would hit a transport ship that was on her way to deliver a batch of materials to the mech nursery tomorrow? To Nolan's credit, the Deliverer did not have much issue in hitting stationary targets at close to medium range. Due to their small size, it became incredibly hard to hit them at long range. It was only when the target bot started to move that Nolan's accuracy went downhill. The Deliverer completely failed to exhibit its guided aim ability, as the mech achieved an incredibly poor hit rate of 9%. By the time the Deliverer expended its half-filled ammunition stores, almost everyone involved in the tests regarded either the mech or its mech pilot as a failure. "I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson." Nolan apologized directly to Ves over the comm. "I tried my best, but this mech is just—" "You don't have to excuse yourself. Your performance was within my expectations," Ves said. "The Deliverer is an explicitly Ilvanan mech. It shouldn't be any surprise for your strength to drop while you're piloting it. I'm sure you will get right back to normal as soon as you pilot a Desolate Soldier or Dawnbreaker. In fact, when you return, why not hop into a spare Desolate Soldier and see whether your piloting fluency has restored?" Ves initially wanted to move on to testing the mech with another test pilot, but he had to pay some extra consideration to his avatars. As one of his future elites, he couldn't let Nolan wallow in his failure today, especially since it wasn't his fault. Once he offered Nolan a way to restore his confidence, the second testing session proceeded soon after. The second avatar to step into the cockpit exhibited a nearly identical drop in connection strength and battle performance. It was as if the mech had become rusty and damaged all of a sudden. It was so dramatic that Ves suspected that the attitude of the mech pilot towards the mech was not the only factor. Was Ilvain's spiritual fragment actively trying to repel the non-believers from piloting the mechs under its purview? It made a lot of sense to Ves. After all, the design spirit had only ever come in touch with believers after becoming the design spirits of the transcendent messenger and holy soldiers. After the second testing session was a bust, the third session with a non-Ilvanan mech pilot commenced soon after. Different from last time, the telemetry showed a very different circumstance this time. Even though Gloriana wasn't here, Ves understood the changes enough to determine that the connection quality was a lot higher. It was as if a devout Ilvanan was in the cockpit instead of a faithless brighter. "Who is the third test pilot?" One of the testing personnel provided an immediate answer. "Joshua King." Chapter 1695 Respecting a Mech. One of the greatest ambitions a potentate from Cloudy Curtain could have was to become a member of the Avatars of Myth. The amount of boys and girls who dreamt of becoming an Avatar surpassed those who wanted to join the Mech Corps. Perhaps the reputation of the Avatars hadn't reached a resounding level elsewhere, but in Cloudy Curtain they were the premier mech troop of their planet. The Mech Corps was too far away for most locals. Even when the Lighthounds and the Equinox Stingers sent mechs to defend their little corner of space, they mostly flew around in deep space. In contrast, the Avatars' mechs occasionally showed up in public whenever they escorted Ves around or went on their practice sessions. While the Avatars did not deliberately pursue fame, they already attracted due to their high status within V's orbit. While the living Sentinels were more numerous and visible, their nature as glorified guards for the LMC meant their prestige simply didn't match that of the more elite force. Joshua was proud to be an Avatar. He had trained long and hard in order to come into Ves Larkinson's eye. Becoming his man and piloting his mechs was his greatest ambition, and now that he got his foot in the door, he fulfilled one of his most cherished dreams. Each day, he woke up and wore his golden uniform with pride. While he had mainly been subjected to tedious combat drills ever since he became an Avatar, he never complained or slacked off no matter how much pressure the Larkinson instructors piled up on his shoulders. This was because of two reasons. First, he wanted to distinguish himself among the Avatars. Joining this elite outfit was just the start. What he truly wanted was to become Ves Larkinson's champion. Only then would he be privileged enough to pilot a custom mech that he could call his own. This was why he was not content with being treated as a rookie avatar. Ever since the veteran avatars under the command of Commander Melker returned from the front, Joshua immediately saw the difference between him and the survivors. I need to prove myself as well. To do that, he needed to survive whatever gauntlet was in store for him, hence the need to polish his skills even further. Second, training was a great pleasure, because he often piloted actual LMC mechs. While the avatars frequently held simulation training, the Larkinson instructors highly prized live training with real mechs. Only by piloting an actual machine of alloy and grit would rookies like Joshua be able to embody them in battle. Due to his varied skills and talent, Joshua quickly caught the attention of the instructors. They started to treat him like a Larkinson and intensified his training regime. Even a true-blood Larkinson mech pilot would have complained at the intensive load, but Joshua accepted it without any complaint. This was because every live training session was a joyous occasion to him. He was addicted to LMC mechs. Over the months since he joined the avatars, he fulfilled another dream. His varied training allowed him to pilot several different mech models that he had only touched in simulations and virtual reality games. The physical mechs were so much more majestic in real life. I feel truly connected to my mech. He piloted various great staple mechs of the LMC such as the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. Each new mech he piloted granted him a different experience that was so much fuller than piloting their virtual equivalents. Naturally, due to the Sandman crisis, Joshua mainly participated in drills with his personal desolate soldier. Yes, the avatars assigned him a mech that he could truly call his own. Joshua often lingered after practice and brushed his hand over the smooth and cold surface of his mech. While he did not own the mech in his name, he knew it was very likely going to be his partner when he eventually deployed to the front as part of the second group. The constant drills, primarily in space, deepened his proficiency in piloting the desolate soldier. Before he joined the avatars, he often polished his skills by piloting the virtual LMC mechs until he unearthed almost every little quirk they possessed. After some adjustment, Joshua easily managed to transfer his previously acquired skills to the desolate soldier. His prior training with the Crystal Lord had polished his marksmanship. While it took some time for him to adjust to using ballistic rifles in space, he eventually managed to raise his accuracy scores. Spending hundreds of hours on trying to work around the limitations of the Aurora Titan gave him a decent intuitive grasp on space-borne combat and maneuvering. While the desolate soldier was much faster than a super-medium space knight, Joshua easily comprehended its controls. As a result, Joshua soon mastered the basic and advanced operation of the desolate soldier. While there was still room to improve, he needed to perform a lot of rote practice or undergo frequent combat to go further. While Joshua was not opposed to deepening his mastery of the desolate soldier step by step, he felt there was more to the mech than met the eye. A living mech is never a simple machine. This was what he believed. Joshua had studied the LMC's motto and founding principles to a much greater extent than his colleagues. Unlike them, he believed in the LMC's mission. He believed that living mechs existed. He should know, as he piloted them every day. The glows were more than odd psychoactive influencing fields to him. Regardless of the science and engineering behind them, to Joshua they represented the living souls of the LMC mechs. No other mech he came in touch with offered anything like it. The handful of mech models the avatars acquired from other mech companies did not feel as lively as an LMC mech. Not even the great Dawnbreakers surpassed the humble desolate soldier in his eyes. Sadly, he was almost alone in his appreciation of LMC Mechs. It was not as if the other avatars were opposed to his passionate views on LMC Mechs. They piloted LMC Mechs for a living, after all. They were simply reluctant to buy into his more extreme opinions. To them, a mech was a mech regardless of their brand. "Heh, I'll show you all how we should truly appreciate an LMC mech," he grinned. When the call came to test pilot one of Ves Larkinson's new designs, Joshua immediately volunteered. Even when he was told that it would be an Ilvanan mech design, he didn't care. Whereas many other avatars shied away from piloting a faith-themed mech, Joshua only became more fiery. This was because he always regretted not being able to pilot a transcendent messenger. In fact, Joshua hated the fact he couldn't pilot any custom mech designed by Ves. The resentful soldier and the Adonis Colossus constantly haunted his dreams. "Piloting this new Ilvanan mech is the next best thing to piloting a transcendent messenger," he reasoned when he accepted this task. When he boarded the carrier that ascended into space, he finally learned about the new mech that Ves Larkinson had been working on these past few months. The Deliverer, a space-borne marksman mech designed to assassinate high-value Sandman targets. While Joshua wasn't sure what exactly constituted a high-value Sandman target, he immediately understood why it was an Ilvanan mech when he had the time to inspect the prototype. "It's just like the Holy Soldier, but so much more," he whispered. The Deliverer exuded the same glow as the variant, but in a much stronger and purer fashion. Despite creeping out his two comrades, Joshua did not exhibit any aversion towards it. To him, each glow was alive, and each of them deserved appreciation. "The key to mastering an LMC mech is to gain its approval." This was the insight he gained after spending thousands of hours piloting virtual LMC mechs in his academy days. Therefore, he maintained absolute respect towards the Deliverer throughout the long wait. While he was eager to hop into its cockpit right away, he did not dare to do so until he properly grasped how to gain the prototype's respect. He allowed his comrades to test pilot the mech first, while he mentally adjusted himself to pilot this unreleased mech. Eventually, he figured out a reasonable approach. "I should show my respect to the Ilvanan faith." He never piloted a physical holy soldier, as the LMC did not have it in stock on Cloudy Curtain. However, he had the opportunity to pilot the virtual version. After several frustrating practice sessions, he finally managed to get rid of his unease by reading up on the Ilvanan faith and expressing his sympathy towards its tenets. "I don't have to convert to the faith. It's enough to keep an open mind." According to his studies, the Ilvanans treated every human as a fellow brother and sister. Regardless of their beliefs, humans and aliens of all stripes were all eligible to ascend to godhood when the promised time arrived. By accepting this assumption, or at least keep an open mind about it, Joshua believed he found the key to gain the acceptance of an Ilvanan mech. What worked for the Holy Soldier will surely work for the Deliverer. When it was his turn to pilot the mech, he reined in his eagerness and approached the mech cautiously. "Please accept my presence and put me under your care." He bowed in front of the mech. The closer he got, the more he experienced its exceptionally pure radiance. Though he initially felt uncomfortable, he constantly tried to convey his respect towards the religion and the mech. "Please allow me to channel your will." His sense of unease did not resolve in an instant. It was a lot harder to earn the Deliverer's appreciation compared to the Holy Soldier. When he stepped into the cockpit and interfaced with the mech, his unease multiplied. The neural connection put him in direct contact with the mech. The pressure on him intensified as he had the illusion that he was being judged. "I will not be found wanting." He opened himself up to his mech without resorting to any of the usual safeguards that mech pilots learned in the academy. This was incredibly dangerous, especially with a newly developed mech. As long as the mech glitched for some reason, his head could easily be harmed. However, Joshua did not consider these matters at the moment. He knew that he needed to gain the mech's trust and acceptance, and what better way to do so than to open up his entire mind. A strange sensation swept through his being. While he was not sure what was going on, he knew that he could hide nothing from the deliverer. "If you are truly alive, then please accept my sincerity." Eventually, the penetrating sensation subsided, and a comfortable equilibrium emerged. A smile emerged on his face when he realized what had happened. "You've accepted me. Thank you so much. I will do everything to live up to your promise." While his integration with the deliverer was not as great as with his other mechs, he at least maintained a comfortable degree of closeness with the machine. "It's as if I'm a guest in someone else's home." Joshua knew that it would be hard to gain greater acceptance from the mech as long as he did not convert in the faith. Should I convert? The more he learned about the Ilvanan faith, the more he grew comfortable with its beliefs. While they were rather weird, they didn't cross his lines. It was just that Briters were taught from young to regard religion with skepticism. Joshua sheepishly smiled as he flew the deliverer into space. "How did Mr. Larkinson design a mech like you in the first place? Isn't he a Briter as well? Since he can work with Ilvanan mechs, so can I. I'll definitely find a way to master you, just you wait." Chapter 1696 Test of Faith. How could Joshua King possibly mesh so well with the deliverer? It didn't make any sense. His two fellow avatars failed to bring out even a fraction of the deliverer's potential. Their instinctive aversion towards the mech and the deliverer's rejection towards non-believers resulted in a great degree of incompatibility. Ves assumed that only Ilvanans would be able to make full use of the deliverer. He only threw in some Briters at the mech in order to gather more data and verify some of his assumptions. He never expected to encounter an anomaly. What kind of freak was he for accomplishing the impossible? The neural telemetry the mech transmitted to the carrier was so smooth that Ves would have thought that Joshua was an Ilvanan. Did he convert to the faith or something? Ves decided to get his answers directly from the source. He opened up a direct communication channel to the prototype. "Joshua, your performance so far has astounded us. Can you tell me how you managed to increase your compatibility with the deliverer?" "Mr. Larkinson, it's an honor for me to speak to you again. As a fan of your mechs, I've developed a common method to bind with them more closely. In accordance with your company's principles, each of your mechs are alive and deserve to be treated as such. Once I understood this point, I always approach every mech you've designed with nothing but the utmost respect and sincerity. Treat a living mech right, and they'll repay the favor." This was exactly what Ves wanted to convey to mech pilots. He had spent so long in trying to impress the meaning of living mechs to the public, yet everyone still regarded his mechs as tools. Joshua's mindset towards his mechs was like music to his ears. Ves couldn't help but raise his appreciation towards the young avatar. This mech pilot was different. Joshua understood the true essence of his mechs. Only a few other mech pilots that Ves had encountered came close. Certainly, mech pilots such as Janzi Larkinson developed an extremely intimate bond with her Shield of Samar, but this dedication only applied to a single mech design. Joshua was obviously different. This was definitely his first time piloting a deliverer. No other deliverer mech existed considering that the design was still incomplete until very recently. For the native Cloudy Curtainer to develop an immediate rapport with a distinctly Ilvanan mech defied his expectations. VS began to pepper Joshua with questions. How would you describe your current bond with the prototype? It's like I'm being welcomed in Prophet Ilvain's house as a guest, sir. Do you feel you are getting closer to the mech? No, sir. I think this is as close as I can get. I'm not an Ilvainan, sadly. Do you feel the urge to become one? Not truly. Not at this point. I'm developing a greater appreciation towards the faith the longer I pilot this mech, though. The questions went on and on, either verifying or disproving the assumptions that VS had formed. Once he exhausted Joshua's ability to explain his situation, VS ended the questioning and allowed the testing session to resume. Gloriana, who heard about what happened, returned to the control room a short moment ago. She wordlessly approached the terminal and inspected the readings related to the mech pilot closely. This is odd, she admitted. Mr. King here is genuinely comfortable with piloting the Deliverer. This is in stark contrast to the previous 2 test pilots. It's not so odd when you hear Joshua's approach. VS smiled. He's the first mech pilot I've met who wholeheartedly treats my products as living entities. If I recall, he's an early fan of yours, right? I'm sure that more mech pilots will follow in his footsteps. He's just the first to comprehend your mechs to this degree. The testing session proceeded as normal once the immediate excitement had passed. The testing personnel diligently observed and recorded the prototype's parameters as it began to perform acrobatics. What interested everyone the most was when the Deliverer finally started to fire at the target bots. Well, the Deliverer is finally working properly in the hands of a proper mech pilot, Gloriana noted with pleasure. Unlike the previous disgraceful performances that aroused her disgust, Joshua's proficient piloting made the Deliverer look harmonious in action. The mech's accuracy against stationary targets at close and medium range was excellent. VS recognized that Joshua's slow and deliberate firing rate was reminiscent of the Old Soul, the virtual training mech that he once designed for students to improve their marksmanship. Still, the Deliverer shouldn't be firing so slowly in actual battles against the Sandmen. Time was of the essence, and the mech should have plenty of ammunition and energy to spare. Please speed up your firing rate, Joshua, he instructed. Imagine facing a Sandman fleet in battle. If you aren't able to snipe the Sandman Admiral hiding among the drones, an entire planet will perish. I understand, sir. The Deliverer soon increased its vigor in Joshua's hands. The massive executor rifle barked out powerful rounds with such force that its flight systems had to spike in order to negate its considerable recoil. The hit rate deteriorated as Joshua no longer enjoyed enough time to line up his aim. It dropped even further when the target bots started moving and dodging. This was as much of a test of the Deliverer as the mech pilot's individual accuracy. This was also why VS wanted to record the performance of the prototype with several mech pilots. In this way, he could compensate for their individual marksmanship and develop a general overview of his mech. Gloriana continued to look pleased. Joshua is doing quite decently. He's doing a bit worse than if he's piloting the Desolate Soldier. He's only doing a bit better when the range grows longer, but that is a given considering his current weapon. The Desolate Soldier actually possessed an advantage at close to medium range. A ballistic rifle like the Sandbreaker rifle was extremely simple and fairly easy to handle. It was also a lot lighter and easier to adjust. At longer ranges, the Deliverer's Executor rifle actually gained an advantage. As a higher-tech Gauss rifle, its muzzle velocity was incomparably better. This gave the targets less time to move and dodge incoming fire. As the Deliverer started to run out of ammunition, the target bots were really making Joshua sweat. Not only had the distance stretched to the limits of the effective range of the Executor rifle, the final test also simulated the conditions of its intended use. Around 100 target bots buzzed and flew in a facsimile of a Sandman swarm. Ves had secretly installed a colored bomb inside one of the bots. Once the bot was hit, the bomb would explode in scarlet fury. Ves installed this bomb extremely well, taking out a couple of superfluous components to keep its mass and sensor signature the same. To be honest, he didn't even know which of the bots in the swarm carried the bomb. This would ensure absolute fairness in the test, as not even Ylvain's spiritual fragment would be able to cheat by accessing his mind. "It seems like Joshua's compatibility with the Deliverer is not good enough," he whispered. Joshua managed to hit 3 drones in the distant swarm. This was an amazing feat of accuracy considering that the bots were much smaller than the typical Sandman drone. Unfortunately, none of the 3 unlucky drones contained the priority target that the Deliverer was meant to destroy. "Alright, let's end the testing session here. Joshua, come back to the carrier." "Yes, sir." The mech pilot obviously sounded glum due to his failure in hitting his assigned target. In fact, Ves actually didn't expect Joshua to be able to accomplish another impossible feat. Once the Deliverer returned, a crew of mech technicians refilled its energy and ammunition reserves. They also inspected the mech for any obvious faults. The prototype was still in close to optimal state. The next test could proceed without any major issue. In fact, continuous testing was not a bad idea as they could test whether the mech could cope with back-to-back sorties. Finally, a real Ylvainian mech pilot entered the Deliverer's cockpit for the first time. Lieutenant Dominic Cronin had the pleasure of piloting the mech after Joshua's turn. The experienced marksman mech pilot quickly got the hang of the prototype's basic operation and flew it out into space. As the Deliverer started to make the same basic movements at the start of each deployment, Ves and Gloriana closely observed the telemetry related to the mech pilot's integration with the mech. "It's better than with Joshua, that's for sure," Gloriana concluded. "If Joshua is a guest in Ylvain's home, then Dominic Cronin must be a resident." Just looking at the feed displaying the interior of the cockpit hinted at this difference. The mech lieutenant's face was practically rapturous as he came closer to the source of his faith than ever. Ves actually underestimated the impact on Ylvainian mech pilots when they came in touch with Ylvain's spiritual fragment. Dominic's entire body and mind resonated powerfully with his closest beliefs. A vast, supreme existence touched his entire being. This being tested his faith and found nothing wanting. As soon as Dominic passed this test of faith, the mech beckoned him deeper, encouraging him to immerse himself further until he practically embodied the machine. For a time, Dominic was the Deliverer, and the Deliverer was Dominic. This sublime moment changed his entire life, but only happened for a relatively short period. Once he got back to the testing session, his fluency in piloting the prototype constantly increased. He had long passed Joshua's scores and went a step further. As a devout Ylvainian, he already possessed a high degree of compatibility with the Deliverer. As a marksman mech specialist, he easily became accustomed to the Deliverer's operation. Many marksman mechs were slow and lightly armored, but this was the first time the mech lieutenant piloted a mech so deficient in these aspects. Nonetheless, his close connection with his mech did not allow him to show any doubt towards the Deliverer's configuration. If the Great Prophet himself had blessed this mech, then who was he to doubt its viability in combat? At the very least, the offensive might of the mech was not in question. As soon as the testing session proceeded to shooting down target bots, Dominic finally showcased his considerable skill in marksmanship. Despite firing as fast as the Gauss rifle could cycle, he managed to sustain a near-perfect hit rate at close to medium range. He even managed to hit slow-moving targets at longer ranges with a high degree of accuracy. It was only when the target bots started to whiz and accelerate as fast as actual Sandman drones that the lieutenant encountered difficulties. It was simply too difficult to hit the tiny bots when they moved so fast. His impeccable aim and prediction ability could no longer keep up with the situation. When 100 target bots simulated a Sandman swarm, Dominic only managed to hit a couple of mundane targets. He failed to take out the primary objective. "This won't do," Ves frowned. Was Ylvain's spiritual fragment being lazy or something? Where was the guided aim ability that Ves placed his entire hopes upon? He gritted his teeth. Just as he was starting to concentrate his mind in order to get in touch with the inscrutable fragment, the situation suddenly changed. A distinctly red explosion enveloped one of the target bots. In the backdrop of space, the explosion was like a bloody flower that bloomed amidst the starry seas. The sight astounded Ves and Gloriana. Both of them knew what it represented. The lieutenant already took out 3 ordinary drones. That means that there was a 1 in 97 chance for him to take out the primary objective. Those were minuscule odds. For the prototype to hit the correct target should hardly be a coincidence. Nonetheless, Ves couldn't rule out this possibility. He needed to repeat the same scenario again and again in order to verify that the deliverer actually received assistance. "This test is not conclusive yet. Let's do it again." Chapter 1697 The Prophet's Dignity. In the subsequent testing sessions, Ves and Gloriana divided their work. Ves mainly paid attention to the integration between mech and mech pilot, and also kept an eye on any spiritual interactions. Meanwhile, Gloriana busied herself by observing the prototype's technical performance. "The deliverer is performing exactly as expected in this regard," she noted as Sergeant Jezebel Cronin was having the time of her life with the Ylvainian mech. "Our prototype excels in offense but is poor in everything else. We haven't stress-tested its weaknesses yet." "It doesn't matter. I can already see it. The armor of our mech is so poor that a simple desolate soldier can defeat with ease. Its acceleration is so weak that it is poor in dogfights, skirmishing, and any other form of maneuver warfare." As the mech designer responsible for making these design choices, Ves was fully aware of these shortcomings. However, planning for them was one thing, seeing the mech perform so poorly in reality was another thing. If the deliverer failed to live up its promises, then Ves doomed a lot of customers. "Well, its special features aren't as reliable as I thought," he murmured. The prototype failed in trying to dodge weak practice rounds launched by tiny bots. The second special feature of the mech designed to rely on prediction to dodge incoming attacks did not seem very useful. Perhaps it already activated a few times, but with how the test was put together, Ves couldn't distinguish external assistance to the judgment and instincts of the mech pilot. It seemed that making prescient movement one of the selling points of his mechs was not a good idea. As for the guided aim ability, each Cronin mech pilot managed to display it once, hitting the primary objective after firing just a few shots. This was definitely not a coincidence anymore. Ylvain's spiritual fragment truly intervened and directed the mech pilot to aim at a specific target bot. The only issue was that subsequent attempts to snipe down the bot designated as the Sandman Admiral failed. Certainly, Dominic, Edward, and Jezebel became increasingly proficient in their marksmanship as they grew accustomed to piloting the deliverer. Yet this growth was just an ordinary progression that took place with every mech pilot's introduction to a new mech model. While the control room gathered plenty of precise and useful data about the deliverer's regular operation, Ves did not really find it all that interesting. He knew how the mech performed in ordinary times. When it came down to it, the performance exhibited by the prototype did not differ too much from its performance in the simulations. VS already anticipated this result long ago. For all of its extremes, the Deliverer was not a complex mech design. Its frame did not incorporate a lot of systems, and most of its available internal capacity was filled with energy cells and ammunition containers. The most complex part about the mech was its executor rifle, but even then it was just a mech-sized weapon. Such weapons were always simpler than the mechs that wielded them in battle. Even so, simulating the operation of a Gauss rifle was pretty easy as long as it did not contain any abstruse effects. Though Gloriana worked on it for some time, the optimizations she made did not reach the point where modeling became skewed. Therefore, the physical tests mostly served to affirm the Deliverer's theoretical performance parameters. Only the special features couldn't be tested in simulated tests. There was no human mech pilot to bond with the design spirit. Ylvain's spiritual fragment could not develop a connection with an entity that was either alive nor sentient. VS had hoped that the testing sessions today showcased the promise of the Deliverer's guided aim ability. His hopes only partially came true. Demonstrating this capability just once per mech pilot was too stingy. Perhaps he should go directly to the source for answers. He stood still as he concentrated his mind and centered his thoughts on the design of the Deliverer. Soon enough, he made contact with Ylvain's spiritual fragment. He mentally conveyed his doubts towards it. Why did it offer its assistance so infrequently? The fragment already transmitted its answers. You are not a dispenser to be drawn upon as someone wishes. You must pay a price to affect the material realm. Is that what you're trying to say? He mentally conveyed. The spiritual fragment seemed rather proud, VS. It did not wish to be turned into a slave to the mechs it was supposed to be watching over. The great prophet was a great man in the past who stood far above everyone's heads. Its spiritual fragment was just as conceited, if not more. VS was unsure whether the spiritual fragment accurately represented its origin's attitude. He found it to be a little bit too arrogant for his liking. However, the impressions conveyed by the fragment were not ungrounded. It demeaned the prophet if his spiritual remnant was used too much in tests. The fragment only complied once because VS would have beaten it up if it withheld its powers entirely. What's the deal here? The fragment conveyed a series of impressions that clarified its stance. If VS was interpreting them correctly, then Ylvain's spiritual fragment did not wish to extend its powers too frequently and arbitrarily. It only intended to come to a mech pilot's assistance if he truly needed it, and if helping him truly benefited the Ylvainian people and faith. This sounds reasonable, he muttered in a mixed tone. Obviously, VS was less than enthused. He could hardly convince others that the Deliverers were able to save the Bright Republic if the mechs only demonstrated their guided aim ability when it truly mattered. The severe reduction in reliability was a major hit to the value proposition of the mech. While VS had taken this possibility into account, having it come true left a sour taste in his mouth. Nothing comes for free, he reminded himself. Very likely Ylvain's spiritual fragment only agreed to extend some help at all because its own flock was under threat. The Ylvain protectorate might fall if the fragment did not assist its defenders at crucial moments. In every other case, the spiritual fragment was highly disinclined to lend its strength. VS was unsure how much it cost the spiritual fragment to influence a mech pilot. He had the feeling he was being hoodwinked on this front. You just want to keep your distance and appear inviolable, he accused. The spiritual fragment did not respond to his suspicions. It merely conveyed its intentions, nothing more. It was up to VS to decide what he should do with what he learned. Perhaps Ylvain's spiritual fragment already predicted it, but VS decided it was not worth it to put his relationship with it under strain. Therefore, He accepted its conditions and hoped that the fragment would still activate the guided aim ability in the defense of the Ylvain Protectorate and the Bright Republic. Remember, if the Bright Republic falls, so will the state founded by your people. Make sure to defend my state just as well as yours. The two formed an unspoken pact. So long as both of them helped each other out, they would both get what they wanted. Ylvain's spiritual fragment simply wanted to pay the lowest possible price to uphold his end of the deal. The Deliverer was a mech that should only be employed in great need. It should not be relied upon in low-level conflicts between two squabbling outfits. How is it, Ves? Gloriana approached his side at the end of the testing for the day. Is the Deliverer up to your expectations? The prototype revealed much during the testing sessions. The special features I placed my hopes upon turn out to be akin to blessings. They are granted to the mech pilots of my deliverers by a stuffy god who is too stuck up for his own good. I see. Isn't that what is supposed to happen? I was expecting more. Oh, Ves. She patted his shoulder. Gods like to pretend they're inviolable and dignified. If you want them to do more than act on their self-interest, you have to show that you are greater than them. Are you in control or not? Ves grimaced. I'm not. I am dealing with forces that surpass my strength. This gives my products a powerful advantage. The downside is that they won't exactly do what I want, especially if they are wiser and more mature. In general, his spiritual products were pretty obedient to him. Ves was one of their parents, so they were highly cooperative towards him whenever he issued an instruction. Other spiritual entities such as Ylvain's spiritual fragment were generally more powerful and asserted themselves more. When they grew powerful, they were willing to push their own agenda above his own. This made working with them a diplomatic challenge. Ves had to make sure to maintain friendly relations with them. This meant that it was unwise for him to force them to do something they disagreed with or went against their principles. Ves knew that the primary reason why the Ylvainans adored him was because he designed mechs that brought them closer to their faiths. The Transcendent Messenger, Holy Soldier and Deliverer designs all enshrined Ylvain's spiritual fragment as their design spirits, or a contributor at the very least. He could not afford to lose the fragment's support, especially in these uncertain times where wars had engulfed the star sector. For this reason, he refrained himself from teaching it a lesson. Besides, at its current spiritual strength, Ves would have to borrow the strength of the F-stone to win a confrontation, which was highly wasteful. The offensive charge of the F-stone should not be squandered. Let's go meet with the pilots and receive their feedback, he suggested. Very well. After wrapping up their business at the control room, they left the compartment and went down the halls until they reached a ready room. 4 of the 6 mech pilots who tested the Deliverer awaited their arrival. Joshua immediately stood out. Whereas the other 3 mech pilots wore Cronin Dynasty uniforms, the Cloudy Curtainer was the only one who wore a golden avatar uniform. At ease. Ves casually waved his hand. Upon his entry into the ready room, all 4 pilots had immediately jumped to their feet and saluted him with a frenzy that he had scarcely witnessed elsewhere. Sir! It is a great honor to pilot the Deliverer! Jezebel spoke out of an overflowing sense of devoutness. Her bloodshot eyes bore into Ves as if he was the second coming of the great prophet. Regardless of my orders and prior commitments, I would like to dedicate myself to your service. Let me be the first Ylvainan to fight on your behalf as an avatar. Sergeant Jezebel Cronin! Lieutenant Dominic Cronin immediately clapped her back. Please go through the proper formalities before you make such a declaration. The Cronin dynasty still requires our service. Ha! As if you don't intend to do the same, sir. You just want to do it properly, that's all. Think of your family. The Cronin dynasty won't do anything to them, sir. Serving the bright martyr is a worthy cause. Ahem! Ves forcibly interrupted the Cronins. While my avatars are open to recruiting any capable mech pilot, I am not here to poach you from the Cronin dynasty. I have work to do, so let's get on with this feedback session. Mr. King, let's start with you, since you appear to be the most clear-headed at the moment. What is your impression of my new mech? Joshua thrust out his chest forward as if he was just as honored as the Ilvanins. Your mech is sublime. It is a great mech that is like a refreshing cup of the purest spring water drawn from an unsoiled terrestrial planet. It is like a gap has opened up in the cloud cover of our home planet and allowed warm sunlight to shine directly onto my body. What kind of answer was this? Ves hardly gained anything useful out of this prattle. Chapter 1698 Spirit Key. The testing of the prototype intensified in the next few days. With several test pilots, the Deliverer continuously deployed into space as soon as it finished resupplying. Though the continuous deployments quickly started to wear out the more vulnerable parts of the mech, this was exactly what Ves and Gloriana wanted. They needed to see how well the machine fared when put to constant use with only a minimal amount of servicing between deployments. While the pace of deployments is slower in Bentheim, most mechs are still forced to sortie once or twice a day, Gloriana commented. Most mechs, especially commercial ones, aren't rigorous enough to endure continuous high-intensity combat. They're designed to be as cheap as possible while still offering an adequate level of performance in a couple of battles or a drawn-out engagement. Such mechs were designed to receive extensive servicing after a major engagement. In normal circumstances, this was often the case. It was just that the Sandmen race was too perverse. They attacked the Komodo star sector in continuous waves regardless of the amount of losses they suffered. While this form of attrition warfare was extremely wasteful and would surely exhaust the Sandmen in time, hardly any opponent could endure the constant pressure as long as it persisted. Therefore, the requirements of every mech designed to participate in the Sand War had been raised. They needed to be enduring enough to match the rigor of military mechs. Fortunately, most capable mech designers from the Bright Republic were already used to designing mechs that could take part in the Bright Visual Wars. They just needed to pay more attention to the endurance and integrity of their mechs in order to increase their longevity when put to constant use. This was one of the strong points of the Bright Republic's mech industry. The needs of the state and market demand had already primed mech designers to cope with this requirement. This was especially the case for higher-ranking mech designers affiliated with the Mech Corps. Even Ves possessed an abundant amount of experience in this style of mech design. In addition to working a lot with the mechs of the Flagrant Vandals, he also designed a couple of mechs for the military. The Desolate Soldier had already been designed to be rigorous enough to fare decently well in the Sand War. He applied the lessons he learned since then into increasing the robustness of the Deliverer. While its armor was still paper-thin, its internals were extremely well put together and would not wear out so easily. At the very least, the critical parts shouldn't be prone to breaking at random moments. The mech was still going strong even as it lost a leg and suffered a lot of damage to its torso. Of course, to make his mech so robust, Ves had to make a lot of trade-offs. By opting for sturdier parts, he had to expend more of his budget, preventing him from splurging more money on tougher armor or a more powerful flight system. The stronger parts also increased the mass of the mech, making it an even more sluggish machine to pilot. Nonetheless, Ves believed that he made the right choice. Seeing the Deliverer hold up well after 30 continuous deployments made him feel very satisfied with his work. This was especially impressive as the testers started performing stress tests. The prototype endured constant beatings as practice bots continued to pelt it with lasers and other projectiles. Even when the attacks breached its armor and started to damage the internals, the mech still maintained some battle effectiveness.
This is something I've never paid any attention to,
Gloriana admitted as she admired the valiance of the deliverer.
In the hegemony, most battles are sporadic, but when they erupt, they're very terrifying. Mechs have to unleash as much strength as possible when it really matters. After that, it's fine if they can't return to their peak in a short amount of time, because the decisive battle has already been fought. Only in wartime situations do we need to adopt a different paradigm. I think that most mech designers at home don't get it yet and will be slow to prioritize rigor.
Ves looked surprised. I thought you Hexer mech designers are all smart. You have all of those fancy implants and gene treatments, after all.
She smiled. Our needs are very much different. For so long, we were one of the apex powers in the Komodo star sector. No one dares to offend us casually, so our mech designs cater to different needs. After designing mechs for low-intensity skirmishes and duels for several centuries, I fear that my fellow Hexers will be slow to adjust. What about you? I've learned a lot from you.
She smiled and gave him a quick hug.
While I'm not a fan of third-class mechs, I do have to admit that they have their own charm.
At the end of the testing session, Ves and Gloriana obtained a very clear idea on the strengths and weaknesses of their designs. If all of the spiritual elements were taken out of the equation, then the deliverer was already good enough to stand on its own. Gloriana especially elevated its degree of optimization to a height that Ves could scarcely reach on his own. The prototype therefore exposed very few flaws, and the ones that did emerge could easily be fixed with a couple of tweaks. However, a good mech in itself did not mean it was a guaranteed success. Many mech designers released new mech models onto the market all the time, but only a fraction of them enjoyed commercial success.
There are already many different competing marksman mech models on the market,
Gloriana noted after she performed a quick search on the galactic net.
While most of them are last-gen models released prior to the Sand War, they still offer roughly comparable performance to our deliverer.
There were differences, of course. For one, the deliverer was considerably more potent in offense compared to similar mech models in the same price range. This also made it a lot worse in independent combat and non-ideal circumstances. Most outfits would probably opt for a more self-sufficient model than a mech that was too dependent on other elements. Even in the Sand War, the deliverer still failed to match prevailing demand. The mechs that sold the most were mechs capable of outputting a high volume of fire without expending too much money and resources. This was why the Soldier product line and the Dawnbreaker product line sold so well. Marksman mechs that offered accurate long-range support were practically useless. This was because they were more expensive to procure and operate, while the damage they inflicted was not that much better than a budget mech armed with a Sandbreaker rifle. It would be a different case if the Sandmen exposed their hierarchy, but no one had ever managed to assassinate the Sandman admirals on a consistent basis. Monoliths and other configurations were too massive to punch through in a short amount of time, while the Sandman swarms were too chaotic to identify high-value targets in their midst. For this reason, it simply didn't make any sense for a mech designer to introduce a marksman mech to the market. The only reason why we have the confidence to do so is because of our unique advantages, Gloriana proudly stated. With your specialty, we can transform trash into treasure. No one else can equal what we can do. Our deliverer will certainly astound the regional mech market. Ves tapped the desk with his finger.
Most mech pilots can't exert the full strength of the deliverer, though. This is a mech that is destined to be valued by Ovanans and no one else. People like Joshua may be an exception, but I doubt the rest of the Bright Republic can imitate his feat. With your status and reputation among the Ovanan people, any mech you design will sell well with those people. You can even design a genuine trash mech and still sell tens of thousands of copies. I'd ruin my reputation and my goodwill with the Ovanans if I did that. I'm realistic enough to recognize that the only reason the Ilvanans value me so much is because I design mechs that bring them closer to their faith. That won't be a problem with our mech design. If he wanted to retain this advantage, he needed to reciprocate the trust the Ilvanans put in him. The glow of the deliverer ought to be more than enough to make them pleased. In fact, Ves didn't have to work so hard to achieve this. He remembered the amount of trouble and suffering he went through to design the transcendent messenger. However, now that he formed Ilvain's spiritual fragment, he could continue to milk it over and over again without going through all of that prior effort. In other words, as long as he succeeded in his initial investment, he was in the position to constantly recycle and reuse his existing design spirits without paying a single credit. This was why Ves found it so important to build up a catalog of design spirits. As long as he collected and created hundreds of them, he could continue to sit back and reap the benefits of his prior investments for centuries. Right now, Ilvain's spiritual fragment was enough to secure him a supreme position in the Protectorate's mech market. It's a lot easier to tailor a mech design for a specific culture. Ilvain's spiritual fragment was special because it essentially formed a key which Ves could use to gain an immense amount of respect of the Ilvanan people. A light suddenly shined in his head. What if he obtained other keys that could unlock the hearts of other states and cultures? This solution worked best for states which possessed a strong, unified culture that was distinct from general society. Religious societies worked best for this purpose. His enthusiasm subsided a bit as he realized that this wasn't a viable solution for the Bright Republic. Its society was highly secular, and its values were so general and commonplace that a single design spirit would never command total respect. The same probably applied to other secular states such as the Friday Coalition. Even though its partners possessed their own cultural identities, none of them were easily susceptible to a single design spirit. He made an oblique glance towards Gloriana, who happily hummed as she marked out a couple of areas on the design that they needed to revise. The Friday Coalition may be impossible to unify with a single design spirit, but what about the hexadric hegemony? It possessed a few similarities to the Ilvain Protectorate. Not only did they develop a strong and distinctive culture that was outside the norm, they were also a lot more religious. While hexism wasn't universal in the hegemony, there was no doubt that every hexer believed that women were superior. As long as he formed a design spirit that coincided with hexer beliefs, he could probably gain entry to their notoriously insular society. However, the mere thought of forming a spiritual entity that looked down on his own gender made him feel very uneasy. Would he be creating his own doom by forming such a ridiculously man-hating design spirit? Ves immediately shelved this idea for now. He wasn't in a position to take part in the hegemony's mech industry at the moment, so he had plenty of time to consider his options. If he had a choice, he would rather find some other second-rate state to appeal towards. Perhaps he should consider moving to the Vicious Mountain or Majestic Teal Star sector in the coming years. He glanced at Gloriana again. He wasn't sure if she would agree to that. She might figure out that he was attempting to evade her home state. Hey, are you paying attention, Ves? Come help me with planning our improvements. Okay. Chapter 1699 Government Response. After testing the prototype, Ves and Gloriana swiftly returned to the design lab in order to make use of the data they gathered. No mech ever came out flawlessly after completing their initial design. Even Gloriana, who excelled in spotting and correcting flaws, could achieve this level of perfection. While they managed to spot flaws easily when the mech was in a pristine state, as long as its condition deteriorated, all kinds of unexpected shortcomings emerged. Due to time, manpower, and budget limitations,
The LMC could not afford to test hundreds of prototypes in order to unveil every possible malfunction that could occur as a result of damage or wear and tear. The LMC did not actually need to go that far. Most of those possible shortcomings were rare, and could only be fixed by making trade-offs, which would likely introduce new flaws in the design. If the LMC was a transgalactic enterprise that spanned the entirety of human space, then VS would definitely be willing to go through thousands of prototypes to tease out every possibility. As it was, he had to make do with two at most. The Sandmen are continuing to gain ground. The third line of defense is constantly losing strength, he reasoned. For this reason, speed is of the essence. We can't afford to delay the release of the Deliverer for too long. The updates he received painted an increasingly grimmer picture. The biggest factor was the loss of infrastructure and the complete cessation of cross-border trade. Hardly any foreign traders dared to ship any goods to Bentheim at this time. Its outer system was infested with Sandmen, and the defenders were too stretched to wipe them out immediately. Too many trade vessels had already become Sandman food during these past few weeks. Only the government and the biggest domestic shipping companies managed to sustain the flow of goods in and out of Bentheim. Their rates had skyrocketed as a response, as demand for shipping was far too high. The government commandeered more and more infrastructure and institutions to keep their war engines going. As a consequence, monthly inflation already surpassed 100% and did not seem to slow anytime soon. Any normal economic activity would soon be a thing of the past. A lot of commercial development at Cloudy Curtain had ceased or scaled as a response. Under these dire circumstances, even Gloriana had to admit that she needed to lower her standards this time. If she insisted on delaying the release to refine the Deliverer even further, the Bright Republic might be gone by the time the Mechs could come into action. Though VS estimated that his state could still hold on for a couple of months, he had to take into account the delay between the Deliverer's release and its eventual use in other states. The Ilvain Protectorate would definitely use the Deliverers to save their own state first. Even if the Cronins were willing to make a deal with other states and dispatch Cronin marksman mech pilots to assist its neighbors, it would still take at least a month or more to reach Bentheim from Protectorate space. VS thought back on the 3 Cronins who had been assigned to him. They were probably the only mech pilots in the Bentheim region who could make full use of the Deliverer. Once he realized this, he began to view them in a different light. In the current circumstances, Lieutenant Dominic Cronin and his fellow Ilvainans were definitely worth their weight in high-grade exotics. They can immediately head to Bentheim in order to assist in the defense. Of course, he wouldn't offer to do so at this point. While the LMC did not hide the testing of the prototype from other observers, it was nothing more than a peculiar-looking marksman mech at this point. It had not yet demonstrated the capacity to snipe Sandman admirals. The defense of Bentheim was firmly under the control of the military. The Mech Corps and Starfighter Corps subordinated every other force in order to maximize coordination and minimize confusion. This way, the military unified the scattered strength of Bentheim's many influences. However, the military also looked down on external forces as a result. In the view of the government, the military would definitely play the leading role in defeating the Sandmen. There was no way VS could convince the higher-ups to put their faith in a commercial mech model, especially in Ilvainan 1. Only the Ilvainans are willing to believe my claims, he sighed. This wasn't a guess. Lieutenant Dominic Cronin had not only been sent to VS in order to offer assistance, he also acted as a liaison. Through the help of Crindon, VS found out that the mech lieutenant frequently contacted the Cronin dynasty. Since the lieutenant made use of military encryption, Crindon hadn't been able to crack the transmissions. It didn't matter. The point was that Dominic doubtlessly informed the Protectorate of the potential of his Deliverer. VS had already given him permission to do so. He had nothing to hide anyway. When Dominic met with him again, he conveyed his government's response. The 3 leading dynasties are willing to provide full support to produce your deliverers, he told VS. Soon, some representatives will approach the LMC to hash out the details. This won't be simple because both of our currencies have become unstable. VS dismissively waved his hand. We can talk about remuneration later. The most important thing is to roll out enough deliverers to turn the tide of the war. I understand, Mr. Larkinson. I will convey your intentions to my superiors. In truth, the Ylvain Protectorate was probably doing better than the Bright Republic at this point. The latter needed the deliverers more, but VS had no choice but to work with the most receptive client first. Aside from communication from the government of the Ylvain Protectorate, VS also received an important notice from Miles Tovar. Senator Tovar wishes for me to inform you that he has managed to achieve a compromise regarding your tenuous security situation. Oh? VS leaned back against the terminal of the design lab. Will the government finally get off my back? Not quite. Miles shook his head. The Light Hounds have completed their mission. I think they will soon depart the Cloudy Curtain system. Instead, a smaller detachment from the Mech Corps will arrive to reinforce our star system. How many mechs? I'm not sure. 2 to 6 mech companies maybe, all military. They'll be permanently assigned to Cloudy Curtain to defend the planet against any encroaching Sandmen. Is that even needed? Aside from the abnormal Sandman fleet that intruded in our star system a few weeks ago, no further incursions took place. The government isn't relieved with that. Your life is important, VS, more so now that your deliverer mechs have the potential to achieve the impossible. Perhaps most Brighters would respond with skepticism towards his new mech design, but 5 Tovar mech designers personally took part in its design. They knew more about what VS intended to design, and the recent prototype testing sessions also proved that its guided aim ability was not purely fantasy. Does Senator Tovar believe in the deliverer? VS pointed asked. I can't really say, Miles admitted. I think he is keeping an open mind. He has purposefully advocated on your behalf. The compromise he forged is quite controversial. While Bentheim isn't safe anymore, other strategic star systems such as Rittersberg and New Foundation are still secure. You would definitely be safe if you shelter at those locations. No. Absolutely not. This is my home and I won't abandon it easily. Of course, this was just an excuse to VS. While he did care about his home planet and all of the infrastructure he built on it, he cared about his own life and freedom even more. Whether Senator Tovar was aware of his true intentions, VS couldn't guess. So which mech regiment is reinforcing our star system? That is still under discussion, from what I know. The Mech Corps really can't spare too much mechs from their existing assignments. They have to make a considerable sacrifice in order to placate you. I've even heard that they're attempting to prepare a unit led by a Larkinson that you can get along with. I hope you appreciate the military's efforts, Mr. Larkinson. That last detail came as a welcome surprise to VS. I would appreciate that. Any Larkinson is welcome at Cloudy Curtain. With his considerable influence in the Larkinson family, VS would definitely be able to exert some influence on the Larkinson in the military. If that wasn't possible, then any of the other older generation Larkinsons on Cloudy Curtain would certainly put in a good word on his behalf. VS would not have to be afraid of developing friction with his protectors if that was the case. As for whether this reassignment might inadvertently lead to the fall of Bentheim, VS did not dare to think any further in this direction. He was already culpable for the deaths of trillions of humans in the Komodo star sector for unwittingly releasing Sigrin from his cage. In any case, the good news from two separate governments lifted up his mood and made him even more enthusiastic about finishing the Deliverer. Only a few days went by as Ves and Gloriana rapidly addressed the shortcomings they identified. With the help of their design team, they ran millions of simulations that tested the second iteration for any new flaws. Because of the data they already collected beforehand, the second testing was a lot more targeted and purposeful. The simulations revealed a number of tiny flaws that weren't very complicated to fix. Ves and Gloriana completed the second iteration of the design very quickly. While they unavoidably rushed this phase, they really couldn't help it. Ves seemed to sense a clock hanging over everyone's head. It was constantly ticking down as he was continuing to waste time on fixing minor flaws that did not impact the quality of mech in a significant fashion. Sure, if Ves published his mech design at this current state, it would probably be 95% as good as if he spent half a year to optimize it further. Yet did the Bright Republic really need a product that reached 100% of its potential? Let alone 95%, a design that only exhibited 80% of its potential was already enough to fulfill its essential function. Of course, Ves had to be very mindful of Gloriana about this. To her, 95% was already egregious enough. Releasing a mech that was only 80% complete would absolutely drive her mad. I'm not happy about this at all, Ves, but you're the boss of this design project. This is your decision and therefore your responsibility. I'm just a helper. Even so, this still takes a lot out of you. It's not that bad. She tilted her head. I've already recovered from my mental exhaustion. I think I've even grown a little stronger as a result. I feel I can tolerate more things now. Both of them hugged at each other as they supervised the Tovar mech designers fabricating the second prototype of the Deliverer. Different from last time, the Tovars had already learned their lessons. They adjusted their mindset towards the project and tried to show at least some respect towards the design. It helped that the first prototype already vindicated the design. No matter how much skepticism the design team held, it had no choice but to accept the evidence. Soon enough, the second prototype was complete, and another round of testing ensued. Ves and Gloriana did not have to supervise this process in person. They remained on the surface and began to discuss and plan their next steps. What mech should they design next? What steps should they take to prepare for the possible fall of Bentheim? Many things had to be discussed. Completing the Deliverer design was not the end of their troubles. Chapter 1700 Reinforcements. The Deliverer design is almost complete, Ves announced. The data gathered during the testing of the second prototype revealed no major flaws or setbacks. While plenty of minor issues had popped up, Ves did not think they were significant enough to go back to the drawing board to design a third iteration. The time wasted on designing and testing a third iteration was not worth delaying the release of the Deliverer design. What will we do next? Ves shrugged. I'm not sure yet. I haven't made up my mind on what to design next. The mech markets are still in flux. Any semblance of normality is gone. There is no way we can sell mechs normally in the stricken states. Normal commercial activity no longer took place in the Bright Republic. The LMC had long ended production at the mech nursery. In Bentheim, the new plants that went up were mostly relegated to producing desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers to replenish the losses of the local defenders. The situation wasn't much better in the Vesia Kingdom, Reinald Republic and elsewhere. Only the Ilvain Protectorate treated the LMC as an independent commercial entity. Clearly, the three leading dynasties changed their stance towards Ves. The higher-ups became increasingly willing to acknowledge him as the bright martyr, especially when they received news on the Deliverer design. This new mech design will deliver us from the evil of the soulless Sandmen. It's right there in its name. The transcendent messenger and holy soldier already proved V's chops as a mech designer who aided the Ilvanan faith and people. Even if he was a brighter, he had become the most prominent mech designer in their state. Not even their local seniors could match his prestige amongst their people at this point. Ves found this very strange when he found out about this. He had worked so hard to form a footing in the Bright Republic's mech industry and expand his scope step by step. He even planned to reduce the LMC's operations after the Sand War in order to avoid encroaching on the turf of more established competitors. Yet if Ves wanted to, he could immediately head to the Ilvain Protectorate and become a hegemon in its mech industry. "What a farce!" he lamented. While it sounded as if he was set for life if he took root in the Protectorate, Ves knew that it would not be good to become known as an Ilvanan mech designer. Sure, he'd enjoy guaranteed success in the Protectorate, but what about elsewhere? Ilvanan mech designers never enjoyed much success in foreign markets. Even their seniors were unable to match up against seniors from other states. The weakness of the Ilvanan mech industry due to centuries of isolation could not be solved in a short amount of time. Ves would only be dragging himself down to their level if he embraced their customs. However, that did not mean that Ves intended to neglect this market. It was still a bastion of support that Ves could always count upon as long as the Ilvanans acknowledged him as the bright martyr. As for the immediate future, Ves had no answer to what mech he should design next. With the halt of commercial activity, there is no point in designing another mech for the market, he stated. I think the Sand War is starting to reach a turning point soon. Whatever mech that needed to be designed has already been done by other mech designers. Gloriana reluctantly agreed. It's difficult to come up with another mech that can fulfill a need that isn't being met. Mech models such as the Dawnbreaker are already meeting the needs of most customers. They both sat at the empty design lab and stared in each other's faces as if they expected the other to come up with a solution. It was almost impossible to come up with an innovative new mech concept that could swing the Sand War in humanity's favor. In addition, even if the Sand War ended in victory for their side, the regional mech markets would still be in flux for some time. The states spent a lot of money to the point where they were knee-deep in debt while grappling with hyperinflation. The economies of devastated states would probably take years or even decades to recover. Certainly, some mech activity would quickly resume as many forces would definitely try to fight over the spoils the Sandmen left behind, but this was not enough to return the mech market to its most flourishing state. You know, you've already designed plenty of mechs for others, she eventually spoke. Why not design something for yourself? I'm not a mech pilot, Gloriana. He frowned. Of course I didn't mean that. What I really meant was designing a mech for your avatars. A mech exclusive to the avatars? Ves became intrigued by this suggestion. I'm not opposed to that, but such a mech design would only be relevant for a couple of years. Don't forget that I intend to cultivate my avatars into second-class mech pilots. Then you can just dump the mechs to the living sentinels. That's true, though it's hardly needed. He wasn't really enthusiastic about this course of action. Ves still wanted to design mechs for actual customers instead of himself. This was his instinct as an independent mech designer. We could move elsewhere, she suggested. The Sentinel Kingdom, perhaps? There's always demand for mechs there, since the state is constantly resisting the pirates of the Nixian Gap. Ves shook his head. It's too dangerous there, and I'm not sure if the Sentinel Kingdom will even welcome our presence. He really did not wish to mix up with the Sentinel Kingdom's murky undercurrents. The state was way too intertwined with Nixian pirates. Not only that, the Nixian Gap was also home to a hidden base of the Five Scrolls Compact. If any Compact agents left the Nixian Gap, They would surely pass through Sentinel on their way to their destinations. In fact, Ves highly suspected that the compact maintained a thorough presence in the state. After exchanging a few more ideas, either of them managed to come up with an idea for the future. Ves eventually gave up. We don't have to maintain active design projects at all times. Sometimes, it's not a bad idea to take a breather and take care of some other affairs in our lull time. She nodded. I've neglected some priorities lately. They agreed to spend their time on other matters and wait until they came up with a new design project. In the following days, the second prototype soon completed testing. As expected, the issues that occurred were too trivial for Ves to bother with, so he simply finalized the current design and published it without any further delay. He did not bother with arranging any publicity or high-profile reveal events. His target audience was already aware of the significance of the deliverer. Through Lieutenant Dominic Cronin, Ves came to an informal accord with the three leading dynasties. Though their lawyers still had to draft some formal contracts and other documents, Ves simply allowed the Ilvanans to produce the delivers ahead of time. The deliverer design hadn't even been validated by the MTA at this point. Even if Ves waited for the MTA to issue its judgment, he didn't expect much good. The MTA would certainly employ their own people as test pilots. Since the deliverer rejected non-believers, those test pilots would definitely have a very bad time. If not for securing the rights of the deliverer design, Ves wouldn't even bother with submitting its design to the MTA. Naturally, Ves and Gloriana needed to build some deliverers as well. The avatars currently hosted 3 Cronin marksman mech pilots. It would be a waste to neglect their capabilities. Ves and his girlfriend personally fabricated 3 deliverers within a week. Unfortunately, no special circumstances occurred and none of the mechs approached the masterwork threshold. Though Ves was still very passionate about the deliverer, rushing its design didn't do him any favors. If he took some more time to perfect and optimize the design, he might have come closer to producing a masterwork mech. He didn't share his suspicions with Gloriana. It was better to keep her in the dark about this missed opportunity. The 3 Cronin mech pilots became ecstatic when Ves assigned them their new mechs. These are gold-labeled deliverer mechs. All of them were aware of the significance of the gold label. Ves had personally built these mechs by hand. Their quality was incomparable to silver label mechs, and they were much more spiritually in tune. There was no question that the 3 gold label deliverers surpassed any deliverer produced in the Ilvain Protectorate. Ves left the avatars to take care of the rest. The Cronins had already become accustomed to the deliverers after test piloting its prototypes, but they still needed some time to gain full proficiency. Several other developments took place at this time. Perhaps the most important was the departure of the second detachment of avatars and sentinels. Commander Magdalena Larkinson presided over hundreds of mechs and enough light carriers to hold them all. Ves decided to add one of the deliverer mechs to the group as well. None of the Cronins objected to being sent to the front. They were eager to prove the deliverer in actual combat. I only need one of you to accompany the second group, Ves said when he saw that all 3 Cronins volunteered. Eventually, Lieutenant Dominic made a careful judgment and decided to send out Jezebel. As the most fanatic believer among the 3, the female Cronin developed the closest bond with her mech. She would definitely be able to turn a lot of heads on the battlefield. Thank you, bright martyr! She bowed to him. I will show these unbelievers the salvation that you have so generously offered to them. The bright Republic will come to know your magnificence. Okay. Ves haltingly spoke. Just don't go overboard, okay? Due to the increasingly gloomy mood settling over the bright Republic, The LMC did not hold an elaborate ceremony to send the second group off. The Sentinel commander, along with Joshua, the Ingvar siblings, and many other avatars and sentinels, departed Cloudy Curtain without much fanfare. In the meantime, another development took place. Raymond entered V's office. The replacements of the Lighthounds will soon arrive in our star system. We won't have to worry about our security once they have settled in. With the departure of the second group, we're a lot more vulnerable than before. I'm eager to plug this gap as well. Ves smiled. Do you know which mech regiment the reinforcements hail from? It's rather strange that the mech corps has been mum. That's because the reinforcements actually consist of several intact remnants of broken units. That's all I can tell you for now. We'll have to find out who we are dealing with once they arrive. The new unit arrived scarcely a day later. A small fleet of 3 military combat carriers, which was less than Ves expected, arrived in the system and steadily approached the planet. The LMC attempted to communicate with them, but the captain of the flagship refused to talk to civilians. The new arrivals only communicated with the Equinox Stingers. Ves found this to be a little weird. Weren't the reinforcements supposed to include a Larkinson to ease communications? As time passed and the incoming combat carriers were about to reach orbit, Raymond suddenly barged into his office. Ves! This is bad. What's the matter? There is a huge issue with the reinforcements. What is it? We have just received an ultimatum from the new arrivals. They aren't here to reinforce the defense force or protect you against the Sandmen. What are they doing here, then? They're here to take you into custody. What? Ves slammed his fists against his desk. Who do they think they are? I thought we had a deal. On whose orders are they allowed to take me away? It gets worse. The person who issued this threat is Gansel Larkinson. He's on the flagship.